Preface. It has been 5 years since the appearance of the second edition. Philosophy of mind remains a vibrant, thriving field, and this is a good time to update and improve the book. As in the earlier editions, we explore a range of issues in the philosophy of mind, with the mind-body problem as the main focus. The specific issues taken up, and our general approach, belong to what is now called the metaphysics of mind, but our discussion touches on issues in the epistemology and language of mind, and at various points the implications of our considerations for the status of the cognitive and behavioral sciences are explored. However, this is not a book on the philosophy of psychology or cognitive science, nor is it concerned with the analysis of psychological language or concepts. Its principal subject is the nature of mind, its relationship to our bodily nature, and its place in a world that is essentially material. The main new feature of this edition is an expanded coverage of consciousness. The single chapter on consciousness has been replaced by 2 chapters, one on the nature of consciousness and the other on its philosophical and scientific status. This reflects the ongoing surge of activity in consciousness studies in both philosophy and the sciences. Arguably, consciousness is now the most actively debated topic in philosophy of mind, and the boom shows no sign of slowing down. Partly to make room for the additional chapter on consciousness, the last chapter of the second edition, on reduction and physicalism, has been dropped, with some of the material absorbed into the second of the 2 chapters on consciousness. Most of the remaining chapters have been augmented with new material in various ways. And I have done what I could to improve the readability and clarity of the writing. But the guiding ideas of the previous editions remain the same. In particular, the chapters are intended to be readable as independent essays. Cross-references are provided mainly to help the reader, they should not interrupt narrative flow or continuity. Like most contemporary philosophical works, this book is argument-oriented and presents a point of view. Although it has been written with readers new to the field as the primary audience, it is not a passive, dispassionate survey of the field, where I have my opinions. The reader will know where I stand. Interestingly but perhaps unsurprisingly, it has proved more difficult to write about topics on which I don't have settled views of my own. I have tried, though, to present fair and balanced pictures of alternative approaches and perspectives. I will be pleased if the book serves as a stimulus to the reader to engage with the problems of the mind and try to come to terms with them. That, after all, is what writing books like this is all about. Jaegwon, my graduate assistant at Brown, has given me invaluable help with efficiency, intelligence, and good cheer. I am grateful to Carl Yambert, my former Westview editor, for support and encouragement. Finally, I want to thank the philosophers who responded to Carl's request for feedback on the second edition as a course text. Their candid and perceptive comments were most informative and helpful. Providence, Rhode Island, September 2010. Chapter 1. Introduction. In coping with the myriad things and events that come our way at every moment of our waking life, we try to organize them into manageable chunks. We do this by sorting things into groups, categorizing them as rocks, trees, fish, birds, bricks, fires, rains, and countless other kinds, and describing them in terms of their properties and features as large or small, tall or short, red or yellow, slow or swift, and so on. A distinction that we almost instinctively apply to just about everything is whether it is a living thing. It might be a dead bird, but still we know it is the kind of thing that lives, unlike a rock or a celadone vase, which couldn't be dead. There are exceptions, of course, but it is unusual for us to know what something is without at the same time knowing, or having some ideas about, whether it is a living thing. Another example, when we know a person, we almost always know whether the person is male or female. The same is true of the distinction between things, or creatures, with a mind and those without a mind. This, too, is one of the most basic contrasts we use in our thoughts about things in the world. Our attitudes toward creatures that are conscious and capable of experiencing sensations like pain and pleasure are importantly different from our attitudes toward things lacking such capacities, mere chunks of matter or insentient plants, as witness the controversies about vegetarianism and scientific experiments involving live animals. And we are apt to regard ourselves as occupying a special and distinctive place in the natural world on account of our particularly highly developed mental capacities and functions, such as the capacity for abstract thoughts, self-consciousness, artistic sensibilities, complex emotions, and a capacity for rational deliberation and action. Much as we admire the miracle of the flora and fauna, we do not think that every living thing has a mind or that we need a psychological theory to understand the life cycles of elms and birches or the behavior and reproductive patterns of amoebas. Except those few of us with certain mystical inclinations, we do not think that members of the plant world are endowed with mentality, and we would exclude many members of the animal kingdom from the mental realm as well. We would not think that planarians and gnats have a mental life that is fit for serious psychological inquiry. When we come to higher forms of animal life, such as cats, dogs, and chimpanzees, we find it entirely natural to grant them a fairly rich mental life. They are surely conscious in that they experience sensations, like pain, itch, and pleasure. They perceive their surroundings more or less the way we do and use the information so gained to guide their behavior. They also remember things, that is, store and use information about their surroundings and learn from experience, and they certainly appear to have feelings and emotions, such as fear, frustration, and anxiety. We describe their psychological life using the expressions we normally use for fellow human beings. Phoebe is feeling cramped inside the pet carrier and all that traffic noise has made her nervous. The poor thing is dying to be let out. But are the animals, even the more intelligent ones like horses and dolphins, capable of complex social emotions like embarrassment and shame? Are they capable of forming intentions, engaging in deliberation and making decisions, or performing logical reasoning? When we go down the ladder of animal life to, say, oysters, crabs, and earthworms, we would think that their mental life is considerably impoverished in comparison with that of, say, a domestic cat. Surely these creatures have sensations, we think, for they react in appropriate ways to noxious stimuli, and they have sense organs through which they gain information about what goes on around them and adjust and modify their behavior accordingly. But do they have minds? Are they conscious? Do they have mentality? What is it to have a mind, or mentality? What is philosophy of mind? Philosophy of mind, like any other field of inquiry, is defined by a group of problems. As we expect, the problems that constitute this field concern mentality and mental properties. What are some of these problems? And how do they differ from the scientific problems about mentality and mental properties, those that psychologists, cognitive scientists, and neuroscientists investigate in their research? There is, first of all, the problem of answering the question raised earlier: what is it to be a creature with a mind? Before we can fruitfully consider questions like whether inorganic electromechanical devices, for example, computers and robots, can have a mind, or whether speechless animals are capable of having thoughts, we need a reasonably clear idea about what mentality is and what having a thought consists in. What conditions must a creature or system meet if we are to attribute to it a mind or mentality? We commonly distinguish between mental phenomena, like thoughts and sensory experiences, and those that are not mental, like digestive processes or the circulation of blood through the arteries. Is there a general characteristic that distinguishes mental phenomena from non-mental, or merely physical, phenomena? We canvass some suggestions for answering these questions later in this chapter. There are also problems concerning specific mental properties or kinds of mental states and their relationship to one another. Are pains only sensory events, they hurt, or must they also have a motivational component, such as aversiveness? Can there be pains of which we are not aware? Do emotions like anger and jealousy necessarily involve felt qualities? Do they involve a cognitive component, like belief? What is a belief anyway, and how does a belief come to have the content it has, say, that it is raining outside, or that 7 + 5 = 12? Do beliefs and thoughts require a capacity for speech? A third group of problems concerns the relation between minds and bodies, or between mental and physical phenomena. Collectively called the mind-body problem, this has been a central problem of philosophy of mind since Descartes introduced it nearly 4 centuries ago. It is a central problem for us in this book as well. The task here is to clarify and make intelligible the relation between our mentality and the physical nature of our being, or more generally, the relationship between mental and physical properties. But why should we think there is a philosophical problem here? Just what needs to be clarified and explained? A simple answer might go like this: the mental seems prima facie so utterly different from the physical, and yet the two seem intimately related to each other. When you think of conscious experiences such as the smell of basil, a pang of remorse, or the burning painfulness of a freshly bruised elbow, it is hard to imagine anything that could be more different from mere configurations and motions, however complex, of material particles, atoms, and molecules, or mere physical changes involving cells and tissues. In spite of that, these conscious phenomena don't come out of thin air, or from some immaterial source. Rather, they arise from certain configurations of physical biological processes of the body, including neural processes in the brain. We are at bottom physical biological systems, complex biological structures wholly made up of bits of matter. In case you disagree, we consider Descartes' contrary views in Chapter 2. How can biological physical systems come to have states like thoughts, fears, and hopes, experience feelings like guilt and pride, act for reasons, and be morally responsible? It strikes many of us that there is a fundamental, seemingly unbridgeable gulf between mental and physical phenomena, and that this makes their apparently intimate relationships puzzling and mysterious. It seems beyond doubt that phenomena of the two kinds are intimately connected. For one thing, evidence indicates that mental events occur as a result of physical neural processes. Stepping barefoot on an upright thumbtack causes a sharp pain in your foot. It is likely that the proximate basis of the pain is some event in your brain, a bundle of neurons deep in your hypothalamus or cortex discharges, and as a result you experience a sensation of pain. Impingement of photons on your retina starts off a chain of events, and as a result you have a certain visual experience, which in turn leads you to form the belief that there is a tree in front of you. How could a series of physical events, little particles jostling against one another, electric current rushing to and fro, and so on, blossom all of a sudden into a conscious experience, like the burning hurtfulness of a badly scalded hand, the brilliant red and purple sunset you see over the dark green ocean, or the smell of freshly mown lawn? We are told that when certain special neurons, nociceptive neurons, fire, we experience pain, and presumably there is another group of neurons that fire when we experience an itch. Why are pain and itch not switched around? That is, why is it that we feel pain, rather than itch, when just these neurons fire, and we experience itch, not pain, when those other neurons fire? Why is it not the other way around? Why should any experience emerge from molecular biological processes? Moreover, we take it for granted that mental events have physical effects. It seems essential to our concept of ourselves as agents that our bodies are moved in appropriate ways by our wants, beliefs, and intentions. You see a McDonald's sign across the street and you decide to get something to eat, and somehow your perception and decision cause your limbs to move in such a way that you now find your body at the doors of the restaurant. Cases like this are among the familiar facts of life and are too boring to mention. But how did your perception and desire manage to move your body, all of it, across the street? You say, that's easy. Beliefs and desires first cause certain neurons in the motor cortex of my brain to discharge. These neural impulses are transmitted through the network of neural fibers all the way down to the peripheral control systems, which cause the appropriate muscles to contract, and so on. All that might be a complicated story, you say, but it is something that brain science, not philosophy, is in charge of explaining. But how do beliefs and desires manage to cause those little neurons to fire to begin with? How can this happen unless beliefs and desires are themselves just physical happenings in the brain? But is it coherent to suppose that these mental states are simply physical processes in the brain? These questions do not seem to be questions that can be answered just by doing more research in neuroscience. They seem to require philosophical reflection and analysis beyond what we can learn from science alone. This is what is called the problem of mental causation, one of the most important issues concerning the mind ever since Descartes first formulated the mind-body problem. In this book, we are chiefly, though not exclusively, concerned with the mind-body problem. We begin, in the next chapter, with an examination of Descartes' mind-body dualism, a dualism of material things and immaterial minds. In contemporary philosophy of mind, however, the world is conceived to be fundamentally material. There are persuasive, some will say compelling, reasons to believe that the world we live in is made up wholly of material particles and their structured aggregates, all behaving strictly in accordance with physical laws. How can we accommodate minds and mentality in such an austerely material world? That is our main question. But before we set out to consider specific doctrines concerning the mind-body relationship, it will be helpful to survey some of the basic concepts, principles, and assumptions that guide the discussions to follow. Metaphysical preliminaries. For Descartes, having a mind had a literal meaning. On his view, minds are things of a special kind, souls, or immaterial substances, and having a mind simply amounts to having a soul, something outside physical space, whose essence consists in mental activities like thinking and being conscious. We examine this view of minds in Chapter 2. A substantival view of mentality like Descartes' is not widely accepted today. However, to reject minds as substances or objects in their own right is not to deny that each of us has a mind, it is only that we need not think of having a mind as there being some object called a mind that we literally have. Having a mind need not be like having brown eyes or a laptop. Think of dancing a waltz or taking a walk. When we say, Sally danced a waltz, or Sally took a leisurely walk along the river, we do not mean, at least we do not need to mean, that there are things in this world called waltzes or walks such that Sally picked out one of them and danced it or walked it. Where are these dances and walks when no one is dancing or walking them? What could you do with a dance except dance it? Dancing a waltz is not like owning an SUV or kicking a tire. Dancing a waltz is merely a manner of dancing, and taking a walk is a manner of moving your limbs in a certain relationship to the physical surroundings. In using these expressions, we need not accept the existence of entities like waltzes and walks. All we need to admit into our ontology the scheme of entities we accept as real are persons who waltz and persons who walk. Similarly, when we use expressions like having a mind, losing one's mind, being out of one's mind, and the like, there is no need to suppose there are objects in this world called minds that we have, lose, or are out of. Having a mind can be construed simply as having a certain group of properties, features, and capacities that are possessed by humans and some higher animals but absent in things like rocks and trees. To say that some creature has a mind is to classify it as a certain sort of being, capable of certain characteristic sorts of behaviors and functions: sensation, perception, memory, learning, reasoning, consciousness, action, and the like. It is less misleading, therefore, to speak of mentality than of having a mind. The surface grammar of the latter abets the problematic idea of a substantival mind as an object of a special kind. However, this is not to preclude substantival minds at the outset. The point is only that we should not infer their existence from our use of certain forms of expression. As we will see in the chapter to follow, there are serious philosophical arguments that we must accept minds as immaterial things. Moreover, an influential contemporary view identifies minds with brains, discussed in Chapter 4. Like Descartes' substance dualism, this view gives a literal meaning to having a mind. It would simply mean having a brain of certain structure and capacities. The main point we should keep in mind is that all this requires philosophical considerations and arguments, as we will see in the rest of this book. Mentality is a broad and complex category. As we just saw, there are numerous specific properties and functions through which mentality manifests itself, such as experiencing sensations, entertaining thoughts, reasoning and judging, making decisions, and feeling emotions. There are also more specific properties that fall within these categories, such as experiencing a throbbing pain in the right elbow, believing that Kabul is in Afghanistan, wanting to visit Tibet, and being annoyed at your roommate. In this book, we often talk in terms of instantiating, exemplifying, or having this or that property. When you shut a door on your thumb, you will likely instantiate or exemplify the property of being in pain. Most of us have, or instantiate, the property of believing that snow is white. Some of us have the property of wanting to visit Tibet, and so on. Admittedly, this is a somewhat cumbersome, not to say stilted, way of talking, but it gives us a uniform and simple way of referring to certain entities and their relationships. Throughout this book, the expressions mental and psychological and their respective cognates are used interchangeably. In most contexts, the same goes for physical and material. We will now set out in general terms the kind of ontological scheme that we presuppose in this book and explain how we use certain terms associated with the scheme. We suppose, first, that our scheme includes substances, that is, things or objects, including persons, biological organisms and their organs, molecules, computers, and such, and that they have various properties and stand in various relations to each other. Properties and relations are together called attributes. Some of these are physical, like having a certain mass or temperature, being 1 meter long, being longer than, and being between two other objects. Some things in particular, persons and certain biological organisms can also instantiate mental properties, like being in pain, fearing darkness, and disliking the smell of ammonia. We also speak of mental or physical events, states, and processes, and sometimes of facts. A process can be thought of as a, causally, connected series of events and states. Events differ from states in that they suggest change, whereas states do not. The terms phenomenon and occurrence can be used to cover both events and states. We often use one or another of these terms in a broad sense inclusive of the rest. For example, when we say every event has a cause, we are not excluding states, phenomena, and the rest. How events and states are related to objects and their properties is a question of some controversy in metaphysics. We simply assume here that when a person instantiates, at time t, a mental property, say, being in pain, then there is the event, or state, of that person's being in pain at t, and there is also the fact that the person is in pain at t. Some events are psychological events, such as pains, beliefs, and onsets of anger, and these are instantiations by persons and other organisms of mental properties. Some events are physical, such as earthquakes, hiccups, and sneezes, and the firing of a bundle of neurons, and these are instantiations of physical properties. Another point to note, in the context of the mind-body problem, the physical usually goes beyond the properties and phenomena studied in physics. The biological, the chemical, the geological, and so on, also count as physical. So much for the ontological preliminaries. Sometimes clarity and precision demand attention to ontological details, but as far as possible we will try to avoid general metaphysical issues that are not germane to our concerns about the nature of mind. Mind-body supervenience. Consider the apparatus called the transporter in the science fiction television series Star Trek. You walk into a booth. When the transporter is activated, your body is instantly disassembled. Exhaustive information concerning your bodily structure and composition, down to the last molecule, is transmitted, instantaneously, to another location, often a great distance away, where a body that is exactly like yours is reconstituted, presumably with local material. And someone who looks just like you materializes on the spot and starts doing the tasks you were assigned to do there. Let us not worry about whether the person who is created at the destination is really you or only your replacement. In fact, we can avoid this issue by slightly changing the story. Exhaustive information about your bodily composition is obtained by a scanner that does no harm to you, and on the basis of this information, an exact physical replica of your body, a molecule for molecule identical duplicate, is created at another location. By assumption, you and your replica have exactly the same physical properties, you and your replica could not be distinguished by any current intrinsic physical differences. We say current to rule out the obvious possibility of distinguishing you from your duplicate by tracing the causal chains backward to the past. We say intrinsic because you and your replica have different relational, or extrinsic, properties. For example, you have a mother but your replica does not. Given that your replica is your physical replica, will she also be your psychological replica? Will she be identical with you in all mental respects as well? Will she be as smart and witty as you are, and as prone to daydream? Will she share your likes and dislikes in food and music and behave just as you would when angry or irritable? Will she prefer blue to green and have a visual experience exactly like yours when you and she both gaze at a Van Gogh landscape of yellow wheat fields against a dark blue sky? Will her twinges, itches, and tickles feel to her just the way yours feel to you? Well, you get the idea. An unquestioned assumption of Star Trek and similar science fiction fantasies seems to be that the answer is yes to each of these questions. If you are like the many Star Trek fans in going along with this assumption, that is because you have tacitly consented to the following supervenience thesis. Mind-body supervenience I. The mental supervenes on the physical in that things, objects, events, organisms, persons, and so on, that are exactly alike in all physical properties cannot differ with respect to mental properties. That is, physical indiscernibility entails psychological indiscernibility. Or as it is sometimes put, no mental difference without a physical difference. Notice that this principle does not say that things that are alike in psychological respects must be alike in physical respects. We seem to be able coherently to imagine intelligent extraterrestrial creatures whose biochemistry is different from ours, say, their physiology is not carbon-based, and yet who share the same psychology with us. As we might say, the same psychology could be realized in different physical systems. Now, that may or may not be the case. The thing to keep in mind, though, is that mind-body supervenience asserts only that creatures could not be psychologically different and yet physically identical. There are two other important ways of explaining the idea that the mental supervenes on the physical. One is the following, known as strong supervenience. Mind-body supervenience 2. The mental supervenes on the physical in that if anything X has a mental property M, there is a physical property P such that X has P, and necessarily any object that has P has M. Suppose that a creature is in pain, that is, it has the mental property of being in pain. This supervenience principle tells us that in that case there is some physical property P that the creature has that necessitates its being in pain. That is to say, pain has a physical substrate, or supervenience base, such that anything that has this underlying physical property must be in pain. Thus, this formulation of mind-body supervenience captures the idea that the instantiation of a mental property in something depends on its instantiating an appropriate physical base property, that is, a neural correlate or substrate. How is this new statement of mind-body supervenience related to the earlier statement? It is pretty straightforward to show that the supervenience principle, 2, entails, I, that is, if the mental supervenes on the physical according to, 2, it will also supervene according to, I. Whether, I, entails, 2, is more problematic. Point 1 For practical purposes, however, the two principles may be considered equivalent, and we make use of them in this book without worrying about their subtle differences. There is another common way of understanding the supervenience relationship. Mind-body supervenience 3. The mental supervenes on the physical in that worlds that are alike in all physical respects are alike in all mental respects as well. In fact, worlds that are physically alike are exactly alike overall. Point 2. This formulation of supervenience, called global supervenience, states that if there were another world that is just like our world in all physical respects, with the same particles, atoms, and molecules in the same places and the same laws governing their behavior, the two worlds could not differ in any mental respects. If God created this world, all he had to do was to put the right basic particles in the right places and fix basic physical laws, and all else, including all aspects of mentality, would just come along. Once the basic physical structure is put in place, his job is finished. He does not also have to create minds or mentality, any more than trees or mountains or bridges. The question whether this formulation of supervenience is equivalent to either of the earlier two is a somewhat complicated one. Let it suffice to say that there are close relationships between all three. In this book, we do not have an occasion to use 3, however, it is stated here because this is the formulation some philosophers favor, and you will likely come across it in the philosophy of mind literature. To put mind-body supervenience in perspective, it might be helpful to look at supervenience theses in other areas in ethics and aesthetics. Most moral philosophers would accept the thesis that the ethical, or normative, properties of persons, acts, and the like are supervenient on their non-moral, descriptive properties. That is, if two persons, or two acts, are exactly alike in all non-moral respects, say, the persons are both honest, courageous, kind, generous, and so on, they could not differ in moral respects, say, one of them is a morally good person but the other is not. Supervenience seems to apply to aesthetic qualities as well. If two pieces of sculpture are physically exactly alike, the same shape, size, color, texture, and all the rest, they cannot differ in some aesthetic respect, say, one of them is elegant, heroic, and expressive while the second has none of these properties. A world molecule for molecule identical with our world will contain works of art just as beautiful, noble, and mysterious as are Michelangelo's, Vermeer's, and Magritte's. One more example, just as mental properties are thought to supervene on physical properties, most consider biological properties to supervene on more basic physico-chemical properties. It seems natural to suppose that if two things are exactly alike in basic physical and chemical features, including, of course, their material composition and structure, it could not be the case that one of them is a living thing and the other is not, or that one of them is performing a certain biological function, say, photosynthesis, and the other is not. That is to say, physico-chemically indiscernible things must be biologically indiscernible. As noted, most philosophers accept these supervenience theses. However, whether they are true, or why they are true, are philosophically non-trivial questions. And each supervenience thesis must be evaluated and assessed on its own merit. Mind-body supervenience, of course, is our present concern. Our ready acceptance of the idea of the Star Trek transporter shows the strong intuitive attraction of mind-body supervenience. But is it true? What is the evidence in its favor? Should we accept it? These are deep and complex questions. One reason is that, in spirit and substance, they amount to the following questions: is physicalism true? Should we accept physicalism? Materialism and physicalism. Since materialism, or physicalism, broadly understood is the basic framework in which contemporary philosophy of mind has been debated, it is useful for us to begin with some idea of what it is. Materialism is the doctrine that all things that exist in the world are bits of matter or aggregates of bits of matter. There is no thing that isn't a material thing, no transcendental beings, Hegelian absolutes, or immaterial minds. Physicalism is the contemporary successor to materialism. The thought is that the traditional notion of material stuff was ill-suited to what we now know about the material world from contemporary physics. For example, the concept of a field is widely used in physics, but it is unclear whether fields would count as material things in the traditional sense. Physicalism is the doctrine that all things that exist are entities recognized by the science of physics, or systems aggregated out of such entities. Point 3. According to some physicalists, so-called non-reductive physicalists, these physical systems can have non-physical properties, properties that are not recognized by physics or reducible to them. Psychological properties are among the prime candidates for such non-physical properties possessed by physical systems. If you are comfortable with the idea of the Star Trek transporter, that means you are comfortable with physicalism as a perspective on the mind-body problem. The wide and seemingly natural acceptance of the transporter idea shows how pervasively physicalism has penetrated contemporary culture, although when this is made explicit some people would no doubt recoil and proclaim themselves to be against physicalism. What is the relationship between mind-body supervenience and physicalism? We have not so far defined what physicalism is, but the term itself suggests that it is a doctrine that affirms the primacy, or basicness, of what is physical. With this very rough idea in mind, let us see what mind-body supervenience implies for the dualist view, to be discussed in more detail in Chapter 2, associated with Descartes that minds are immaterial substances with no physical properties whatever. Take two immaterial minds, evidently, they are exactly alike in all physical respects since neither has any physical property and as a result it is impossible to distinguish them from a physical perspective. So if mind-body supervenience, in the form of I, holds, it follows that they are alike in all mental respects. That is, under mind-body supervenience, all Cartesian immaterial souls are exactly alike in all mental respects, from which it follows that they are exactly alike in all possible respects. From this it seems to follow that there can be at most one immaterial soul. No serious mind-body dualist would find these consequences of mind-body supervenience tolerable. This is one way of seeing why the dualist will want to reject mind-body supervenience. To appreciate the physicalist implication of mind-body supervenience, we must consider one aspect of supervenience that we have not so far discussed. Many philosophers regard the supervenience thesis as affirming a relation of dependence or determination between the mental and the physical, that is, the mental properties a given thing has depend on, or are determined by, the physical properties it has. Consider version 2 of mind-body supervenience. It says that for every mental property M, if anything has M, it has some physical property P that necessitates M. If anything has P, it must have M. This captures the idea that mental properties must have neural, or other physical, substrates from which they arise and that there can be no instantiation of a mental property that is not grounded in some physical property. So a dependence relation can naturally be read into the claim that the mental supervenes on the physical, although, strictly speaking, the supervenience theses as stated only make claims about how mental properties covary with physical properties. In any case, many physicalists interpret supervenience as implying mind-body dependence in something like the following sense. Mind-body dependence. The mental properties a given thing has depend on, and are determined by, the physical properties it has. That is, our psychological character is wholly determined by our physical nature. The dependence thesis is important because it is an explicit affirmation of the ontological primacy, or priority, of the physical in relation to the mental. The thesis seems to accord well with the way we ordinarily think of the mind-body relation, as well as with scientific assumptions and practices. Few of us would think that there can be mental events and processes that float free, so to speak, of physical processes. Most of us believe that what happens in our mental life, including the fact that we have a mental life at all, is dependent on what happens in our body, in particular in our nervous system. Furthermore, it is because mental states depend on what goes on in the brain that it is possible to intervene in the mental goings-on. To ease your headache, you take aspirin. The only way you can affect the headache is to alter the neural base on which it supervenes. There apparently is no other way. For these reasons, we can think of the mind-body supervenience thesis, in one form or another, as minimal physicalism, in the sense that it is one commitment that all who consider themselves physicalists must accept. But is it sufficient as physicalism? That is, can we say that anyone who accepts mind-body supervenience is ipso facto a full physicalist? Opinions differ on this question. We saw earlier that supervenience does not by itself completely rule out the existence of immaterial minds, something antithetical to physicalism. But we also saw that supervenience has consequences that no serious dualist can accept. Whether supervenience itself suffices to deliver physicalism depends, by and large, on what we consider to be full and robust physicalism. As our starting options, then, let us see what varieties of physicalism are out there. First, there is an ontological claim about what objects there are in this world. Substance physicalism. Point 4. All that exists in this world are bits of matter in space-time and aggregate structures composed of bits of matter. There is nothing else in the space-time world. This thesis, though it is disputed by Descartes and other substance dualists, is accepted by most contemporary philosophers of mind. The main point of contention concerns the properties of material or physical things. Certain complex physical systems, like higher organisms, are also psychological systems. They exhibit psychological properties and engage in psychological activities and functions. How are the psychological properties and physical properties of a system related to each other? Broadly speaking, an ontological physicalist has a choice between the following two options: property dualism, or non-reductive physicalism. The psychological properties of a system are distinct from, and irreducible to, its physical properties. Point 5. Reductive physicalism, or type physicalism. Psychological properties, or kinds, types, are reducible to physical properties, kinds, types. That is, psychological properties and kinds are physical properties and kinds. There are only properties of one sort exemplified in this world, and they are physical properties. Remember that for our purposes physical properties include chemical, biological, and neural properties, not just those properties investigated in basic physics, such as energy, mass, or charm. You could be a property dualist because you reject mind-body supervenience, but then you would not count as a physicalist since, as we argued, mind-body supervenience is a necessary element of physicalism. So the physicalist we have in mind is someone who accepts mind-body supervenience. However, it is generally supposed that mind-body supervenience is consistent with property dualism, the claim that the supervenient psychological properties are irreducible to, and not identical with, the underlying physical base properties. In defense of this claim, some point to the fact that philosophers who accept the supervenience of moral properties on non-moral, descriptive properties for the most part reject the reducibility of moral properties, like being good or being right, to non-moral, purely descriptive properties. The situation seems the same with the case of aesthetic supervenience and aesthetic properties. Point 6. Some philosophers who reject reductive, or type, physicalism as too ambitious and overreaching embrace token physicalism, the thesis that although psychological types are not identical with physical types, each and every individual psychological event, or event token, is a physical event. So pain, as a mental kind, is not identical with, or reducible to, a kind of physical event or state, and yet each individual instance of pain, this pain here now, is usually a physical event. Token physicalism is considered a form of non-reductive physicalism. The continuing debate between non-reductive physicalists and reductive physicalists has largely shaped the contemporary debate on the mind-body problem. Point 7. Varieties of mental phenomena. It is useful at this point to look at some major categories of mental events and states. This will give us a rough idea about the kinds of phenomena we are concerned with, and also remind us that the phenomena that come under the rubric mental or psychological are extremely diverse and variegated. The following list is not intended to be complete or systematic, and some categories obviously overlap others. First, we may distinguish those mental phenomena that involve sensations or sensory qualities, pains, itches, tickles, having an afterimage, seeing a round green patch, smelling ammonia, feeling nauseous, and so on. These mental states are said to have a phenomenal or qualitative character, the way they feel or the way they look or appear. To use a popular term, there is something it is like to experience such phenomena or be in such states. Thus, pains have a special qualitative feel that is distinctive of pains they hurt. Similarly, itches itch and tickles tickle. When you look at a green patch, there is a distinctive way the patch looks to you. It looks green, and your visual experience involves this green look. Each such sensation has its own distinctive feel and is characterized by a sensory quality that we seem to be able to identify directly, at least as to the general type to which it belongs, for example, pain, itch, or seeing green. These items are called phenomenal or qualitative states, or sometimes raw feels. However, qualia has now become the standard term for these sensory, qualitative states, or the sensory qualities experienced in such states. Collectively, these mental phenomena are said to constitute phenomenal consciousness. Second, there are mental states that are attributed to a person by the use of embedded that clauses. For example, President Barack Obama hopes that Congress will pass a health care bill this year, Senator Harry Reid is certain that this will happen, and Newt Gingrich doubts that Obama will get what he wants. Such states are called propositional attitudes. The idea is that these states consist in a subject's having an attitude, for example, hoping, being certain, doubting, and believing, toward a proposition, for example, that Congress will pass a health care bill, that it will rain tomorrow. The propositions are said to constitute the content of the propositional attitudes, and that clauses that specify these propositions are called content sentences. Thus, the content of Obama's hope is the proposition that Congress will pass a health care bill this year, which is also the content of Gingrich's doubt, and this content is expressed by the sentence Congress will pass a health care bill this year. These states are also called intentionalate or content-bearing states. Do these mental states have a phenomenal, qualitative aspect? We do not normally associate a specific feel with beliefs, another specific feel with desires, and so on. There does not seem to be any special belief-like feel, a common sensory quality, associated with your belief that Providence is south of Boston and your belief that 2 is the smallest prime number. At least it seems that we can say this much: if you believe that 2 is the smallest prime and I do too, there does not seem to be nor need there be any common sensory quality that both of us experience in virtue of sharing this belief. The importance of these intentional states cannot be overstated. Much of our ordinary psychological thinking and theorizing, common sense or folk psychology, involves propositional attitudes. We make use of them all the time to explain and predict what people will do. Why did Mary cross the street? Because she wanted some coffee and thought that she could get it at the Starbucks across the street. These states are essential to social psychology, and their analogs are found in various areas of psychology and cognitive science. And then there are various mental states that come under the broad heading of feelings and emotions. They include anger, joy, sadness, depression, elation, pride, embarrassment, remorse, regret, shame, and many others. Notice that emotions are often attributed to persons with a that clause. In other words, some states of emotions involve propositional attitudes. For example, you could be embarrassed that you had forgotten to call your mother on her birthday, and she could be disappointed that you did. Further, some emotions involve belief. If you are embarrassed that you had forgotten your mother's birthday, you must believe that you did. As the word feeling suggests, there is often a special qualitative component we associate with many emotions, such as anger and grief, although it is not certain that all instances of emotion are accompanied by such qualitative feels, or that there is a single specific sensory feel to each kind of emotion. There are also what some philosophers call volitions, like intending, deciding, and willing. These states are propositional attitudes. Intentions and decisions have content. For example, I may intend to take the 10 o'clock train to New York tomorrow. Here the content is expressed by an infinitive construction, to take, but it is easily spelled out in a full sentence, as in I intend that I take the 10 o'clock train to New York tomorrow. In any case, these states are closely related to actions. When I intend to raise my arm now, I must now undertake to raise my arm. When you intend, or decide, to do something, you commit yourself to doing it. You must be prepared not only to take the necessary steps toward doing it but also to initiate them at an appropriate time. This is not to say that you cannot change your mind, or that you will necessarily succeed. It is to say that you need to change your intention to be released from the commitment to action. According to some philosophers, all intentional actions must be preceded by an act of volition. Actions typically involve motions of our bodies, but they do not seem to be mere bodily motions. My arm is going up, and so is yours. However, you are raising your arm, but I am not. My arm is being pulled up by someone else. The raising of your arm is an action, it is something you do. But the rising of my arm is not an action, it is not something that I do but something that happens to me. There appears to be something mental about your raising your arm that is absent from the mere rising of an arm. Perhaps it is the involvement of your desire, or intention, to raise your arm, but exactly what distinguishes actions from mere bodily motions has been a matter of philosophical dispute. Or consider something like buying a loaf of bread. Evidently someone who can engage in the act of buying a loaf of bread must have appropriate beliefs and desires. She must, for example, have a desire to buy bread, or at least a desire to buy something, and knowledge of what bread is. And to do something like buying, you must have knowledge, or beliefs, about what constitutes buying rather than, say, borrowing or simply taking, about money and exchange of goods, and so on. That is to say, only creatures with beliefs and desires and an understanding of appropriate social conventions and institutions can engage in activities like buying and selling. The same goes for much of what we do as social beings. Actions like promising, greeting, and apologizing presuppose a rich and complex background of beliefs, desires, and intentions, as well as an understanding of social relationships and arrangements. There are other items that are ordinarily included under the rubric of psychological, such as traits of character and personality, being honest, obsessive, witty, introverted, habits and propensities, being industrious, punctual, intellectual abilities, artistic talents, and the like. But we can consider them to be mental in an indirect or derivative sense. Honesty is a mental characteristic because it is a tendency, or disposition, to form desires of certain sorts, for example, the desire to tell the truth, or not to mislead others, and to act in appropriate ways, in particular, saying only what you sincerely believe. In the chapters to follow, we focus on sensations and intentional states. They provide us with examples of mental states when we discuss the mind-body problem and other issues. We also discuss some specific philosophical problems about these two principal types of mental states. We will largely bypass detailed questions, however, such as what types of mental states there are, how they are interrelated, and the like. But in what sense are all these variegated items mental or psychological? Is there some single property or feature, or a reasonably simple and perspicuous set of them, by virtue of which they all count as mental? Is there a mark of the mental? Various characteristics have been proposed by philosophers to serve as a mark of the mental, a criterion that would separate mental phenomena or properties from those that are not mental. Each has a certain degree of plausibility and can be seen to cover a range of mental phenomena, but as we will see, none seems to be adequate for all the diverse kinds of events and states, functions, and capacities, that we normally classify as mental or psychological. Although we will not try to formulate our own criterion of the mental, a review of some of the prominent proposals will give us an understanding of the principal ideas traditionally associated with the concept of mentality and highlight some of the important characteristics of mental phenomena, even if, as noted, no single one of them seems capable of serving as a universal, necessary, and sufficient condition of mentality. Epistemological criteria. You are experiencing a sharp toothache caused by an exposed nerve in a molar. The toothache that you experience, but not the condition of your molar, is a mental occurrence. But what is the basis of this distinction? One influential answer says that the distinction consists in certain fundamental differences in the way you come to have knowledge of the two phenomena. Direct or immediate knowledge. Your knowledge that you have a toothache, or that you are hoping for rain tomorrow, is direct or immediate. It is not based on evidence or inference. There is nothing else that you know or need to know from which you infer that you have a toothache, that is, your knowledge is not mediated by other beliefs or knowledge. This is seen in the fact that in cases like this the question "how do you know?" seems to be out of place. How do you know you are hoping for rain and not snow? The only possible answer, if you take the question seriously, is that you just know. This shows that here the question of evidence is inappropriate. your knowledge is direct and immediate, not based on evidence. Yet your knowledge of the physical condition of your tooth is based on evidence. Knowledge of this kind usually depends on the testimonial evidence provided by a third party, for example, your dentist. And your dentist's knowledge presumably depends on the evidence of X-rays, visual inspection of your teeth, and so on. The question, how do you know that you have an exposed nerve in a molar, makes good sense and can receive an informative answer. But isn't our knowledge of certain simple physical facts just as direct and immediate as knowledge of mental events like toothaches and itches? Suppose you are looking at a large red circle painted on a wall directly in front of you. Doesn't it seem that you know, directly and without the use of any further evidence, that there is a round red patch in front of you? Don't I know, in the same way, that here is a piece of white paper in front of me, or that there is a tree just outside my window? Privacy, or first-person privilege. One possible response to the foregoing challenge is to invoke the privacy of our knowledge of our own mental states, namely, the apparent fact that this direct access to a mental event is enjoyed by a single subject, the person to whom the event is occurring. In the case of the toothache, it is only you, not your dentist or anyone else, who is in this kind of specially privileged position. But this does not hold in the case of seeing the red patch. If you can know directly that there is a round red spot on the wall, so can I and anyone else who is suitably situated in relation to the wall. There is no single person with specially privileged access to the round red spot. In this sense, knowledge of mental events exhibits an asymmetry between first person and third person. It is only the first person, namely the subject who experiences a pain, who enjoys a special epistemic privilege as regards the pain. Others, that is, third persons, do not. In contrast, for knowledge of physical objects and states, say, the red round spot on the wall, there is no meaningful first-person/third person distinction. Everyone is a third person. Moreover, the first-person privilege holds only for knowledge of current mental occurrences, not for knowledge of past ones. You know that you had a toothache yesterday, a week ago, or 2 years ago, from the evidence of memory, an entry in your diary, your dental record, and the like. But what about those bodily states we detect through proprioception, such as the positions and motions of our limbs, for example, knowing that your legs are crossed or that you are raising your right hand? Our proprioceptors and associated neural machinery are in the business of keeping us directly informed of certain physical conditions of our bodies, and proprioception is, in general, highly reliable. Moreover, first-person privilege seems to hold for such cases. It is only I who know, through proprioception, that my right knee is bent. No third party has similar access to this fact. And yet it is knowledge of a bodily condition, not of a mental occurrence. Perhaps this example could be handled by appealing to the following criterion: infallibility and transparency. Another epistemic feature sometimes associated with mentality is the idea that in some sense your knowledge of your own current mental states is infallible or incorrigible, or that it is self-intimating, or that your mind is transparent to you. The main idea is that mental events, especially events like pains and other sensations, have the following property: you cannot be mistaken about whether you are experiencing them. That is, if you believe that you are in pain, then it follows that you are in pain, and if you believe that you are not in pain, then you are not. It is not possible to have false beliefs about your own pains. In this sense, your knowledge of your own pain is infallible. So-called psychosomatic pains are pains nonetheless. They can hurt just as badly. The same may hold for your knowledge of your own propositional attitudes like belief. Descartes famously said that you cannot be mistaken about the fact that you doubt, or that you think. 9. In contrast, when your belief concerns a physical occurrence, there is no guarantee that your belief is true. Your belief that you have a decayed molar may be true, but its truth is not entailed by the mere fact that you believe it. Or so goes the claim, at any rate. Returning briefly to knowledge gained through proprioception, the reply would be that such knowledge may be reliable but not infallible. There can be incorrect beliefs about your bodily position based on proprioception. Transparency is the converse of infallibility. A state or event M is said to be transparent to a person just in case, necessarily, if M occurs, the person is aware that M occurs, that is, she knows that M occurs. Point 10. The claim, then, is that mental events are transparent to the subjects to whom they occur. If pains are transparent in this sense, there could not be hidden pains that the subject is unaware of. Just as the infallibility of beliefs about your own pains implies that pains with no physiological cause are at least conceivable, the transparent character of pain implies that even if all normal physical and physiological causes of pain are present, if you are not aware of any pain, then you are not in pain. There are reports about soldiers in combat and athletes in the heat of competition that they experienced no pain in spite of severe physical injuries. If we assume pains are transparent, we would have to conclude that pain, as a mental event, is not occurring to these subjects. We may define the doctrine of the transparency of mind as the claim that nothing that happens in your mind escapes your awareness, that is, nothing in your mind is hidden from you. The conjunction of this doctrine and the doctrine of infallibility is often associated with the traditional conception of the mind, especially that of Descartes. Infallibility and transparency are extremely strong properties. It would be no surprise if physical events and states did not have them. A more interesting question is whether all or even most mental events satisfy them. Evidently, not all mental events or states have these special epistemic properties. In the first place, it is now commonplace to speak of unconscious or subconscious beliefs, desires, and emotions, like repressed desires and angers, psychological states the subject is not aware of and would even vehemently deny having, but that evidently shape and influence his action and behavior. Second, it is not always easy for us to determine whether an emotion that we are experiencing is, say, one of embarrassment, remorse, or regret, or one of envy, jealousy, or anger. And we are often not sure whether we really believe or desire something. Do I believe that globalization is a good thing? Do I believe that I am by and large a nice person? Do I want to be sociable and gregarious, or do I prefer to stay somewhat aloof and distant? If you reflect on such questions, you may not be sure what the answers are. It is not as though you have suspended judgment about them, you may not even know that. Epistemic uncertainties can happen with sensations as well. Does this overripe avocado smell a little like a rotten egg, or is it okay for the salad? Special epistemic access is perhaps most plausible for sensations like pains and itches, but here again, not all our beliefs about pains appear to have the special authoritative character indicated by the epistemic properties we have surveyed. Is the pain I am now experiencing more intense than the pain I felt a moment ago in the same elbow? Just where in my elbow is the pain? Clearly there are many characteristics of pains, even introspectively identifiable ones, about which I could be mistaken and don't feel fully certain. It is also thought that you can misclassify, or misidentify, the type of sensation you are experiencing. For example, you may report that you are itchy in the shoulder when the correct description would be that you have a ticklish sensation there. However, it is not clear just what such cases show. It might be replied, for example, that the error is a verbal one, not one of belief. Although you are using the sentence "my left shoulder is itchy" to report your belief is to the effect that your left shoulder tickles, and this belief is true. Thus, exactly how the special epistemic character of mental events is to be characterized can be a complex and controversial business, and unsurprisingly there is little agreement in this area. Some philosophers, especially those who favor a scientific approach to mentality, would take pains to minimize these prima facie differences between mental and bodily events. But it is apparent that there are important epistemological differences between the mental and the non-mental, however the differences are to be precisely described. Especially important is the first-person epistemic authority noted earlier. We seem to have special access to our own mental states, or at least to an important subclass of them if not all of them. Such access may well fall short of infallibility or incorrigibility, and it seems beyond doubt that our minds are not wholly transparent to us. But the differences we have noted, even if they are not quite the way described, are real enough, and they may be capable of serving as a starting point for thinking about our concepts of the mental and the physical. It may be that we get our initial purchase on the concept of mentality through the core class of mental states for which some form of special first-person authority holds, and that we derive the broader class of mental phenomena by extending and generalizing this core in various ways. Point 11. Mentality as non-spatial. For Descartes, the essential nature of a mind is that it is a thinking thing, res cogitans, and the essential nature of a material thing is that it is a spatially extended thing, something with a three-dimensional bulk. A corollary of this, for Descartes, is that the mental is essentially non-spatial and the material is essentially lacking in the capacity for thinking. Most physicalists would reject this corollary even if they accept the thesis that the mental is definable as thinking. They will say that as it happens, some material things, like higher biological organisms, can think, feel, and be conscious. But there may be a way of developing the idea that the mental is non-spatial that leaves the question of physicalism open. For example, we might try something like this: to say that M is a mental property is to say that the proposition that something has M does not logically imply that it is a spatially extended thing. This allows the possibility that something that has M is in fact a spatially extended thing, though it is not required to be. So it may be that as a matter of contingent fact, all things that have mental properties are spatially extended things, like human beings and other biological organisms. Thus, from the proposition that something X believes that 4 is an even number, it does not seem to follow that X is a spatially extended thing. There may be no immaterial angels in this world, but it does not seem logically contradictory to say that there are angels or that angels have beliefs and other mental states, like desires and hopes. But it evidently is a contradiction to say that something has a physical property, say, the color red, a triangular shape, or a rough texture, and at the same time to deny that it is something with spatial extensions. What about being located at a geometric point? Or being a geometric point, for that matter? But no physical thing is a geometric point. Geometric points are not physical objects, and no physical object has the property of being a point or being located wholly at a point in space. How useful is this non-spatiality approach toward a mark of the mental? It would seem that if you take this approach seriously, you must also take the idea of immaterial mental substance seriously. For you must allow the existence of possible worlds in which mental properties are instantiated by non-physical beings, beings without spatial extension. The reasoning leading to this conclusion is straightforward: any mental property M is such that something can instantiate M without being spatially extended, that is, without being a physical thing. So M can be instantiated even if there is no physical thing. It follows then that there is a possible world in which mental properties, like belief and pain, are instantiated, even though no physical things exist in that world. What objects are there in such a world to serve as instantiators, or bearers, of mental properties? Since it makes no sense to think of abstract objects, like numbers, as possessors of mental properties, the only remaining possibility seems to be immaterial mental substances. It follows then that anyone who accepts the criterion of the mental as non-spatial must accept the idea of immaterial substance as a coherent one and allow the possible existence of such substances. This means that if you have qualms about the coherence of the Cartesian conception of minds as mental substances, see Chapter 2, you would be well advised to stay away from the non-spatiality criterion of mentality. Intentionality as a criterion of the mental. Schliemann sought the site of Troy. He was lucky, he found it. Ponce de Leon sought the fountain of youth, but he never found it. He could not have found it, since it does not exist and never did. It remains true, though, that he looked for the fountain of youth with great tenacity. The non-existence of Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster has not prevented people from looking for them. Not only can you look for something that does not exist, but you can apparently also think about, have beliefs and desires about, write about, and even worship a non-existent object. Even if God should not exist, he could be, and has been, the object of these mental acts or attitudes on the part of many people. Contrast these mental acts and states with physical ones, like cutting, kicking, and being to the left of. You cannot cut a non-existent piece of wood, kick non-existent tires, or be to the left of a non-existent tree. That you kick something logically entails that the thing exists. That you are thinking of some object does not entail its existence. Or so it seems. The Austrian philosopher Franz Brentano called this feature the intentional inexistence of psychological phenomena, claiming that it is this characteristic that separates the mental from the physical. In a famous passage, he wrote, "Every mental phenomenon is characterized by what the scholastics of the Middle Ages called the intentional, or mental, inexistence of an object, and what we might call, though not wholly unambiguously, reference to a content, direction toward an object, which is not to be understood here as meaning a thing, or immanent objectivity. Every mental phenomenon includes something as object within itself, although they do not all do so in the same way. In presentation something is presented, in judgment something is affirmed or denied, in love loved, in hate hated, in desire desired, and so on. Point 12. This feature of the mental, namely, that mental states are about, or are directed upon, objects that may or may not exist or have contents that may or may not be true, has been called intentionality. Broadly speaking, intentionality refers to the mind-world relation, specifically, the fact that our thoughts relate to, or hook up with, the things in the world, and represent how things are in the world. The idea at bottom is the thought that mentality is the capacity for representing the world around us, and that this is one of its essential functions. In short, the mind is a repository of inner representations, an inner mirror of the outer world. The concept of intentionality may be subdivided into referential intentionality and content intentionality. Referential intentionality concerns the aboutness or reference of our thoughts, beliefs, intentions, and the like. When Ludwig Wittgenstein asked, "What makes my image of him into an image of him?" 13, he was asking for an explanation of what makes it the case that a given mental state, my image of him, is about, or refers to, a particular object, him, rather than someone else. That person may have an identical twin, and your image may fit his twin just as well, perhaps even better, but your image is of him, not of his twin. You may not even know that he has a twin. Our words, to, refer to, or are directed upon, objects. Mount Everest refers to Mount Everest, and horse refers to horses. Content intentionality concerns the fact that, as we saw, an important class of mental states, that is, propositional attitudes such as beliefs, hopes, and intentions, have contents or meanings, which are often expressed by full sentences. It is in virtue of having contents that our mental states represent states of affairs in the world. My perceiving that there are sunflowers in the field represents the fact, or state of affairs, of there being sunflowers in the field, and your remembering that there was a thunderstorm last night represents the state of affairs of there having been a thunderstorm last night. The capacity of our mental states to represent things external to them, that is, the fact that they have representational content, is clearly a very important fact about them. Obviously, our capacity to have representations of the outside world is critical to our ability to cope with our environment and survive and prosper. In short, it is what makes it possible for us to have knowledge of the world. On a standard account, having knowledge is a matter of having mental representations with true contents, that is, representations that correctly represent. Thus, referential intentionality and content intentionality are two related aspects of the fact that mental states have the capacity, and function, of representing things and states of affairs in the world. Brentano's thought seems to be that this representational capacity is the essence of the mind. It is the mind's essential function and raison d'être. But can intentionality serve as the defining characteristic for all of mentality? Concerning the idea of representation, there is one point we must keep in mind: a representation has satisfaction conditions. In the case of representations with content intentionality, like the belief that snow is white, they can be evaluated in terms of truth or correctness. Pictorial or visual representations can be evaluated in terms of degrees of accuracy and fidelity. That means that a representation may fail to correctly represent, that is, it can misrepresent. In the case of referential intentionality, like London and the Fountain of Youth, we can talk about their successfully referring to the intended object and existing object. London refers to the city London, whereas the Fountain of Youth turned out to refer to nothing. With this preliminary out of the way, there are two issues about intentionality as a criterion of the mental we need to discuss. The first is that some mental phenomena, in particular, bodily sensations like pains and tickles and orgasms 14, do not seem to exhibit either kind of intentionality. The sensation of pain does not seem to be about, or to refer to, anything, nor does it have a content that can be true or false, accurate or inaccurate. Doesn't the pain in my knee mean, or represent, the fact that I have strained the torn ligament again? But the sense of meaning involved here seems something like causal indication. The pain means a damaged ligament in the same sense in which your nice new suntan means that you spent the weekend on the beach. Prima facie, many bodily sensations don't seem to be evaluable in terms of truth or correctness. Or consider moods, like being bored, feeling low and blue, feeling upbeat, and the like. Do they represent anything? Can they be accurate or inaccurate? However, the view that all states of consciousness, including bodily sensations, are representational in nature has recently been gaining in popularity and influence, and we will revisit this issue later, in chapters 9 and 10. Second, it may be observed that minds, or mental states, are not the only things that exhibit intentionality. Languages, in particular words and sentences, refer to things and have representational contents. The word London refers to London, and the sentence London is large refers to, or represents, the fact, or state of affairs, that London is large. A string of zeros and ones in a computer data structure can mean your name and address, and such strings are ultimately electronic states of a physical system. If these physical items and states are capable of reference and content, how can intentionality be considered an exclusive property of mentality? The following line of reply seems open, however. As some have argued, we might distinguish between genuine, or intrinsic, intentionality, which our minds and mental states possess, and as if, or derivative, intentionality, which we attribute to objects and states that do not have intentionality in their own right. Point 15. When I say that my computer printer likes to work with Windows XP but not with Windows Vista, I am not really saying that my printer has likes and dislikes. It is at best an as if or metaphorical use of language, and no one will take my statement to imply the presence of mentality in the machine. And it seems not implausible to argue that the word London refers to London only because language users use the word to refer to London. If we used it to refer to Paris, it would mean Paris, not London. Or if the inscription London were not a word in a language, it would just be meaningless scribbles with no referential function. Similarly, the sentence London is large represents the state of affairs it represents only because speakers of English use the sentence to represent that state of affairs. For example, in affirming this sentence, they express the belief that London is large. The point, then, is that the intentionality of language is derived from the intentionality of language users and their mental processes. It is the latter that have intrinsic intentionality that is not derived from, or borrowed from, anything else. Or so one could argue. Point 16. A more direct reply would be this: to the extent that some physical systems can be said to refer to things, represent states of affairs, and deal in meanings, they should be considered as exhibiting mentality, at least one essential form of it. No doubt, as the first reply indicates, analogical or metaphorical uses of intentional idioms abound, but this fact should not blind us to the possibility that physical systems and their states might possess genuine intentionality and hence mentality. After all, it might be argued, we are complex physical systems ourselves, and the physical biological states of our brains are capable of referring to things and states of affairs external to them and of storing their representations in memory. Of course, it may turn out not to be possible for purely physical states to have such capabilities, but that would only show that they are not capable of mentality. It remains true, the reply goes, that intentionality is at least a sufficient condition for mentality. A question. In surveying these candidates for the mark of the mental, we realize that our notion of the mental is far from unified and monolithic, and that it is in fact a cluster of many ideas. Some of the ideas are fairly closely related to one another, but others appear independent of each other. Why should there be a connection between special epistemic access and non-spatiality? The diversity and possible lack of unity in our conception of the mental would imply that the class of things and states that we classify as mental may be a varied and heterogeneous lot. It is standardly thought that there are two broad categories of mental phenomena. First, conscious states, in particular sensory or qualitative states, those with qualia, like pains and sensings of colors and textures, and, second, intentional states, states with representational contents, like beliefs, desires, and intentions. The former seem to be paradigm cases of states that satisfy the epistemic criteria of the mental, such as direct access and privacy, and the latter are the prime examples of mental states that satisfy the intentionality criterion. An important question that is still open is this: in virtue of what common property are both sensory states and intentional states mental? What do pains and beliefs have in common in virtue of which they both fall under the single rubric of mental phenomena? There are two approaches that might yield an answer and a unified conception of mentality. Some have argued that consciousness is fundamental, and that it is presupposed by intentionality in particular, that all intentional states are either conscious or in principle possible to become conscious. 17 Along the same line, one might urge that only beings with consciousness are capable of having thoughts with content and intentionality. Such a view opens the possibility that all mentality is at bottom anchored in consciousness, and that consciousness is the single foundation of minds. In direct opposition to this, there is the increasingly influential view, mentioned above, that all consciousness, including phenomenal consciousness, is representational in character. It is held that it is of the essence of conscious states that they represent things to be in a certain way, and that this is no less the case with bodily sensations, like pain, than with perceptual experiences like seeing a green vase on the table. This would mean that all conscious states have representational, or intentional, contents and are directed upon the objects and properties represented. Representationalism about consciousness, therefore, leads to the view that intentionality is the single mark characterizing all mentality. Thus, one potential bonus from consciousness representationalism could be a satisfying unified concept of minds and mentality. Chapter 2. Mind as immaterial substance. Descartes' dualism. What is it for something to have a mind, or have mentality? When the ancients reflected on the contrast between us and mindless creatures, they sometimes described the difference in terms of having a soul. For example, according to Plato, each of us has a soul that is simple, divine, and immutable, unlike our bodies, which are composite and perishable. In fact, before we were born into this world, our souls pre-existed in a pure, disembodied state, and on Plato's doctrine of recollection, what we call learning is merely a process of recollecting what we already knew in our prenatal existence as pure souls. Bodies are merely vehicles of our existence in this earthly world, a transitory stage in our soul's eternal journey. The idea, then, is that because each of us has a soul, we are the kind of conscious, intelligent, and rational creatures that we are. Strictly speaking, we do not really have souls, since we are literally identical with our souls, that is, each of us is a soul. My soul is the thing that I am. Each of us has a mind, therefore, because each of us is a mind. For most of us, Plato's story is probably a bit too speculative, too fantastical, to take seriously as a real possibility. However, many of us seem to have internalized a kind of mind-body dualism according to which, although each of us has a body that is fully material, we also have a mental or spiritual dimension that no mere material things can have. When we see the term material, we are apt to think not mental or not spiritual, and when we see the term mental, we tend to think not material or not physical. This may not amount to a clearly delineated point of view, but it seems fair to say that some such dualism of the mental and the material is entrenched in our ordinary thinking, and that dualism is a kind of folk theory of our nature as creatures with minds. But folk dualism often goes beyond a mere duality of mental and physical properties, activities, and processes. It is part of folklore in many cultures and of most established religions that, as Plato claimed, each of us has a soul, or spirit, that survives bodily death and decay, and that we are really our souls, not our bodies, in that when our bodies die we continue to exist in virtue of the fact that our souls continue to exist. Your soul defines your identity as an individual person, as long as it exists and only so long as it exists you exist. And it is our souls in which our mentality inheres, thoughts, consciousness, rational will, and other mental acts, functions, and capacities belong to souls, not to material bodies. Ultimately, to have a mind, or to be a creature with mentality, is to have a soul. In this chapter, we examine a theory of mind, due to the 17th century French philosopher René Descartes, which develops a view of this kind. One caveat before we begin: our goal here is not so much a scholarly exegesis of Descartes as it is an examination of a point of view closely associated with him. As with other great philosophers, the interpretation of what Descartes really said, or meant to say, continues to be controversial. For this reason, the dualist view of mind we will discuss is better regarded as Cartesian rather than as the historical Descartes. Descartes' interactionist substance dualism. The dualist view of persons that Descartes defended is a form of substance dualism, sometimes called substantial, or substantival, dualism. Substance dualism is the thesis that there are substances of two fundamentally distinct kinds in this world, namely, minds and bodies or mental stuff and material stuff, and that a human person is a composite entity consisting of a mind and a body, each of which is an entity in its own right. Dualism of this form contrasts with monism, according to which all things in the world are substances of one kind. We later encounter various forms of material monism that hold that our world is fundamentally material, consisting only of bits of matter and complex structures made up of bits of matter, all behaving in accordance with physical laws. This is materialism, or physicalism. The terms materialism and physicalism are often used interchangeably. Although there are subtle differences, we can think of physicalism as a contemporary successor to materialism informed by modern physics. There is also a mental version of monism, unhelpfully called idealism. This is the view that minds, or mental items at any rate, ideas, constitute the fundamental reality of the world, and that material things are mere constructs out of thoughts and mental experiences. This form of monism has not been very much in evidence for some time, though there are reputable philosophers who still defend it. Point 1: we will not be further concerned with mental monism in this book. So substance dualism maintains that minds and bodies are two different sorts of substance. But what is a substance? Traditionally, two ideas have been closely associated with the concept of a substance. First, a substance is something in which properties inhere, that is, it is what has, or instantiates, properties. To consider the celadone vase on my table. It is something that has properties, like weight, shape, color, and volume. It is also fragile and elegant. But a substance is not in turn something that other things can exemplify or instantiate. Nothing can have, or instantiate, the vase as a property. Linguistically, this idea is sometimes expressed by saying that a substance is the subject of predication, something to which we can attribute predicates like blue, weighs a pound, and fragile, while it cannot in turn be predicated of anything else. Second, and this is more important for us, a substance is thought to be something that has the capacity for independent existence. Descartes himself wrote, "The notion of a substance is just this, that it can exist by itself, that is without the aid of any other substance." 3. What does this mean? Consider the vase and the pencil holder to its right. Either can exist without the other existing. We can conceive the vase as existing without the pencil holder existing, and vice versa. In fact, we can, it seems, conceive of a world in which only the vase, with all its constituent parts, exists and nothing else, and a world in which only the pencil holder exists and nothing else. It is in this sense that a substance is capable of independent existence. This means that if my mind is a substance, it can exist without any body existing, or any other mind existing. Consider the vase again. There is an intuitively intelligible sense in which its color and shape cannot exist apart from the vase, whereas the vase is something that exists in its own right. The color and shape would be modes that belong to the vase. The same seems to hold when we compare the vase and its surface. Surfaces are dependent entities, as some would say. Their existence depends on the existence of the objects of which they are surfaces, whereas an object could exist without the particular surface it happens to have at a given time. As was noted, there is a possible world of which the vase is the sole inhabitant. Compare the evidently absurd claim that there is a possible world in which the surface of the vase exists but nothing else. In fact, there is no possible world in which only surfaces exist and nothing else. For surfaces to exist, they must be surfaces of some objects existing objects. Point 4. Thus, the thesis that minds are substances implies that minds are objects, or things, in their own right. In this respect, they are like material objects. It's only that, on Descartes' view, they are immaterial objects. They have properties and engage in activities of various sorts, like thinking, sensing, judging, and willing. Most important, they are capable of independent existence, and this means that there is a possible world in which only minds exist and nothing else, in particular, no material bodies. So my mind, as a substance, can exist apart from my body, and so of course could your mind even if your body perished. Let us put down the major tenets of Cartesian substance dualism. 1. There are substances of two fundamentally different kinds in the world: mental substances and material substances, or minds and bodies. The essential nature of a mind is to think, be conscious, and engage in other mental activities. The essence of a body is to have spatial extensions, a bulk, and be located in space. 2. A human person is a composite being, a union, as Descartes called it, of a mind and a body. 3. Minds are diverse from bodies. No mind is identical with a body. What distinguishes Descartes' philosophy of mind from the positions of many of his contemporaries, including Leibniz, Malebranche, and Spinoza, is his eminently commonsensical belief that minds and bodies are in causal interaction with each other. When we perform a voluntary action, the mind causes the body to move in appropriate ways, as when my desire for water causes my hand to reach for a glass of water. In perception, causation works in the opposite direction. When we see a tree, the tree causes in us a visual experience as of a tree. That is the difference between seeing a tree and merely imagining or hallucinating one. Thus, we have the following thesis of mind-body causal interaction. 4. Minds and bodies causally influence each other. Some mental phenomena are causes of physical phenomena and vice versa. The only way we can influence the objects and events around us, as far as we know, is first to move our limbs or vocal cords in appropriate ways and thereby start a chain of events culminating in the effects we desire, like opening a window, retrieving a hat from the roof, or starting a war. But as we will see, it is this most plausible thesis of mind-body causal interaction that brought down Cartesian dualism. The question was not whether the interactionist thesis was in itself acceptable. Rather, the main question was whether it was compatible with the radical dualism of minds and bodies, that is, whether minds and bodies, sundered apart by the dualist theses, 1 and 3, could be brought together in causal interaction as claimed in 4. Why minds and bodies are distinct, some arguments. Before we consider the supposed difficulties for Descartes' interactionist dualism, let us first consider some arguments that apparently favor the dualist thesis that minds are distinct from bodies. Most of the arguments we will consider are Cartesian, some of them perhaps only vaguely so, in the sense that they can be traced one way or another to Descartes' second and sixth meditations, and that all are at least Cartesian in spirit. It is not claimed, however, that these are in fact the arguments that Descartes offered, or that they were among the considerations that moved Descartes to advocate substance dualism. You might want to know first of all why anyone would think of minds as substances, why we should countenance minds as objects or things in addition to people and creatures with mentality. As we will see, some of the arguments do address this issue, though not directly. At the outset of his second meditation, Descartes offers his famous cogito argument. As every student of philosophy knows, the argument goes, I think, therefore I exist. This inference convinces him that he can be absolutely certain about his own existence. His existence is one perfectly indivisible bit of knowledge he has, or so he is led to think. Now that he knows he exists, he wonders what kind of thing he is, asking, but what then am I? Good question. Knowing that you exist is not to know very much, it has little content. So what kind of being is Descartes? He answers, a thinking thing, sum res cogitans. How does he know that? Because he has proved his existence from the premise that he thinks. It is through his knowledge of himself as a thinker that he knows that he exists. To get on with his dualist arguments, we will grant him the proposition that he is a thinking thing, namely a mind. The main remaining issue for him, and for us, is the question whether the thinking thing can be his body, that is, why we should not take his body, perhaps his brain, as the thing that does the thinking. We first consider three arguments based on epistemological considerations. The simplest, perhaps a bit simplistic argument of this form would be something like this. Argument 1. I am such that my existence cannot be doubted. My body is not such that its existence cannot be doubted. Therefore, I am not identical with my body. Therefore, the thinking thing that I am, that is, my mind, is not identical with my body. This argument is based on the apparent asymmetry between knowledge of one's own existence and knowledge of one's body's existence. While I cannot doubt that I exist, I can doubt that my body exists. We could also put the point this way, as the cogito argument shows, I can be absolutely certain that I exist, but my knowledge that my body exists, or that I have a body, does not enjoy the same degree of certainty. I must make observations to know that I have a body, and such observations could go astray. We leave it to the reader to evaluate this argument. According to Descartes, I am a thinking thing. What does this mean? He says that a thinking thing is a thing that doubts, understands, affirms, denies, is willing, is unwilling, and also imagines and has sensory perceptions. 5 For Descartes, then, thinking is a generic term, roughly meaning mental activity, and specific mental states and activities, like believing, doubting, affirming, reasoning, sensing a color, hearing a sound, experiencing a pain, and the rest fall under the broad rubric of thinking. In Descartes' own terms, thinking is the general essence of minds, and the specific kinds of mental activities and states are its various modes. Our second epistemological argument exploits another related difference between our knowledge of our own minds and our knowledge of our bodies. Argument 2. My mind is transparent to me, that is, nothing can be in my mind without my knowing that it is there. My body is not transparent to me in the same way. Therefore, my mind is not identical with my body. As stated, the first premise is quite strong and likely not to be entirely true. Most of us would be prepared to acknowledge that at least some of our beliefs, desires, and emotions are beyond our cognitive reach, that is, that there are unconscious or subconscious mental states, like suppressed beliefs and desires, angers and resentments, of which we are unaware. This, however, doesn't seem like a big problem. The premise can be stated in a weaker form, to claim only that my mind is transparent at least with respect to some of the events that occur in it. This weaker premise suffices as long as we understand the second premise as asserting that none of my bodily events have this transparent character. To find out any fact about my body, I must make observations and sometimes make inferences from the evidence gained through observations. Often a third party, my physician or dentist, is in a better position to know the conditions of my body. We now consider our last epistemological argument for substance dualism. Argument 3. Each mind is such that there is a unique subject who has direct access to its contents. No material body has a specially privileged knower. Knowledge of material things is in principle public and intersubjective. Therefore, minds are not identical with material bodies. We are said to know something directly when the knowledge is not based on evidence, or inferred from other things we know. When knowledge is direct, like my knowledge of my toothache, it makes no sense to ask, "How do you know?" The present argument exploits this difference between knowledge of minds and knowledge of bodies. For each mind, there is a unique person who is in a privileged epistemic position, whereas this is not the case with bodies. It is in this sense that knowledge of our own minds is said to be subjective. In contrast, knowledge of bodies is said to be objective. Different observers can in principle have equal access to such knowledge. Thus, the present argument can be called the argument from the subjectivity of minds. What should we think of these arguments? We will not formulate and develop specific objections and difficulties, or discuss how the dualist might respond. That is left to the reader. But one observation is in order: it is widely believed that there is a problem with using epistemic, or more broadly, intentional, properties to differentiate things. To show that X is not equal to Y, it is necessary and sufficient to come up with a single property P such that X has P but Y lacks it, or Y has P but X lacks it. Such a property P can be called a differential property for X and Y. The question, then, is whether epistemic properties, like being known with certainty, or an intentional property like being believed to be such and such, can be used as a differential property. Consider the property of being known to the police to be the hit-and-run driver. The man who sped away in a black SUV is known to the police to be the hit-and-run driver. The man who drove away in a black SUV is identical with my neighbor, and yet my neighbor is not known to the police to be the hit-and-run driver, or else the police would have him in custody already. The epistemic properties invoked in the three arguments are not the same or exactly of the same sort as the one just used. It is fair to say that the last of the arguments presented above, the argument from subjectivity, seems the most compelling, and anyone wishing to reject it should have good reasons. We now turn to metaphysical arguments, which instead of appealing to epistemic differences between minds and bodies attempt to invoke real metaphysical differences between them. Throughout the second and sixth meditations, there are constant references to the essence of mind as thinking and the essence of body as being extended in space. By extension in space, Descartes means three-dimensional extension, that is, bulk. Surfaces or geometric lines do not count as material substances, only things that have a bulk count as such. A simple argument could be formulated in terms of essences or essential natures, like this. Argument 4. My essential nature is to be a thinking thing. My body's essential nature is to be an extended thing in space. My essential nature does not include being an extended thing in space. Therefore, I am not identical with my body. And since I am a thinking thing, namely a mind, my mind is not identical with my body. How could the first and third premises be defended? Perhaps a Cartesian dualist could make 2 points in defense of the first premise. First, as the cogito argument shows, I know that I exist only insofar as I am a thinking thing, and this means that my existence is inseparably tied to the fact that I am a thinking thing. Second, an essential nature of something is a property without which the thing cannot exist. When something loses its essential nature, that is when it ceases to exist. Precisely in this sense, being a thinking thing is my essential nature. When I cease to be a thinking thing, that is, a being with a capacity for thought and consciousness, that is when I cease to be, and so long as I am a thinking thing, I exist. On the other hand, I can conceive of myself as existing without a body. There is no inherent incoherence, or contradiction, in the idea of my disembodied existence, whereas it seems manifestly incoherent to think of myself as existing without a capacity to think and have conscious experience. Hence, being an extended object in space is not part of my essential nature. What should we think of this argument? Some will question how the third line of the argument might be established, pointing out that all Descartes shows is that our disembodied existence is conceivable, or imaginable. But from the fact that something is conceivable, however clearly and vividly, it does not follow that it is really possible. A body moving at a speed exceeding the speed of light is conceivable, but we know it is not possible. 6 Or consider this, we seem to be able to conceive how Goldbach's conjecture, the proposition that every even number greater than 2 is the sum of two prime numbers, might turn out to be true, and also to conceive how it might turn out to be false. But Goldbach's conjecture, being a mathematical proposition, is necessarily true if true, and necessarily false if false. So it cannot be both possibly true and possibly false. To the reader, why? But if conceivability entails possibility, it would have to be possibly true and possibly false. This issue about conceivability and real possibility has led to an extended series of debates too complex to enter into here. 7 It is a live current issue in modal metaphysics and epistemology. We should note, though, that unless we use reflective and carefully scrutinized conceivability as a guide to possibility, it is difficult to know what other resources we can call on when we try to determine what is possible and what is not, what is necessarily the case and what is only contingently so, and other such modal questions. Let us say that something is essentially or necessarily F, where F denotes a property, just in case whenever or wherever it exists, or in any possible world in which it exists, it is F. In this sense, we are presumably essentially persons, but not essentially students or teachers, for we cannot continue to exist while ceasing to be persons, whereas we could cease to be students, or teachers, without ceasing to exist. In the terminology of the preceding paragraph, for something to have property F essentially or necessarily is to have F as part of its essential nature. Consider, then, the following argument. Argument 5. If anything is material, it is essentially material. However, I am possibly immaterial, that is, there is a possible world in which I exist without a body. Hence, I am not essentially material. Hence, it follows, with the first premise, that I am not material. This is an interesting argument. There seems to be a lot to be said for the first premise. Take something material, say, a bronze bust of Beethoven. This object could perhaps exist without being a bust of Beethoven. It could have been fashioned into a bust of Brahms. In fact, it could exist without being a bust of anyone. It could be melted down and made into a doorstop. If transmutation of matter were possible, surely this is not something a priori impossible. It could even exist without being bronze. But could this statue exist without being a material thing? The answer seems a clear no. If anything is a material object, being material is part of its essential nature, it cannot exist without being a material thing. So it appears that the acceptability of the argument depends crucially on the acceptability of the second premise. Is it possible that I exist without a body? That surely is conceivable, Descartes would insist. But again, is something possible just because it is conceivable? Can we say more about the possibility of our disembodied existence? Consider the bronze bust again. There is here a piece of sculpture and a quantity of bronze. Is the sculpture the very same thing as the bronze? Many philosophers would say no, although the two share many properties in common, such as weight, density, and location. They differ at least in one respect, namely, their persistence condition. If the bust is melted down and shaped into a cube, the bust is gone but the bronze continues to exist. According to the next dualist argument, my body and I differ in a somewhat similar way. Argument 6. Suppose I am identical with this body of mine. In 2001 this body did not exist. Hence, from the first premise, it follows that I did not exist in 2001. But I existed in 2001. Hence, a contradiction, and the supposition must be false. Hence, I am not identical with my body. In 2001 this body did not exist because all the molecules making up a human body are completely cycled out every 6 or 7 years. When all the molecular constituents of a material thing are replaced, we have a new material thing. The body that I now have shares no constituents with the body I had in 2001. The person that I am, however, persists through changes of material constituents. So even if I have to have some material body or other to exist, I do not have to have any particular body. But if I am identical with a body, I must be identical with some particular body, and when this body goes, so go I. That is the argument. This probably was not one of Descartes' actual arguments. An initial response to this argument could run as follows: when I say I am identical with this body of mine, I do not mean that I am identical with the time slice, that is, a temporal cross-section of my body at this instant. What I mean is that I am identical with the temporally elongated worm of a three-dimensional organism that came into existence at my birth and will cease to exist when my biological death occurs. This four-dimensional object, a three-dimensional object stretched along the temporal dimension, has different material constituents at different times, but it is a clearly delineated system with a substantival unity and integrity. It is this material structure with a history with which I claim I am identical. To the reader, how might a Cartesian dualist reformulate the argument in answer to this objection? Another reply, related to the first, could go as follows: my body is not a mere assemblage or structure made up of material particles, rather, it is a biological organism, a human animal. And the persistence condition appropriate to mere material things is not necessarily appropriate for animals. In fact, animals can retain their identities even though the matter constituting them changes over time. This may well be true of all living things, including plants, just as in the case of persons. The criterion of identity over time for animals, however it is to be spelled out in detail, is the one that should be applied to human bodies. Point 8. Does the substance dualist have a reply to this? I believe an answer may be implicit in the next argument we consider. Tully is the same person as Cicero. There is one person here, not two. Can there be a time at which Tully exists but not Cicero? Obviously not. That is no more possible than for Tully to be at a place where Cicero is not. Given that Cicero equals Tully in this world, is there a possible world in which Cicero is not identical with Tully? That is, given that Cicero is Tully, is it possible that Cicero is not Tully? Suppose there is a possible world in which Cicero is not equal to Tully, call it W. Since Cicero is not equal to Tully in W, there must be some property, F, such that, in W, Cicero has it but Tully does not. Let's say that F is the property of being tall. So in W, Cicero is tall but Tully isn't. But how is that possible? Here in this world is a single person, called both Cicero and Tully. How is it possible for this one person to be tall and at the same time not tall in world W? That surely is an impossibility, and world W is not a possible world. In fact, there is no possible world in which Cicero is not equal to Tully. We therefore have the following principle, Ni for necessity of identities. Ni, if x equals y, then necessarily x equals y, that is, if x equals y in this world, x equals y in every possible world. Ni is special in that in general it is not the case that if a proposition is true, it is necessarily true. For example, I am standing, from this it does not follow that necessarily I am standing, for I could be sitting. Given the principle, Ni, we can formulate another dualist argument. 9. Argument 7. Suppose I am identical with this body of mine. Then, by Ni, I am necessarily identical with this body, that is, I am identical with it in every possible world. But that is false, for, a, in some possible worlds I could be disembodied and have no body, or at least, b, I could have a different body in another possible world. So it is false that I am identical with this body in every possible world, and this contradicts the second line. Therefore, I am not identical with my body. The principle, Ni, is considered unexceptionable. So if there is a vulnerability in this argument, it would have to be the third line. To criticize this premise effectively, we would have to eliminate both A and B as possibilities. As we have seen, A is vulnerable to criticism, however, B may be less so. John Locke's well-known story of the prince and the cobbler can be taken as supporting B. Locke writes, should the soul of a prince, carrying with it the consciousness of the prince's past life, enter and inform the body of a cobbler, as soon as deserted by his own soul, everyone sees he would be the same person with the prince, accountable only for the prince's action. Had I the same consciousness that I saw the ark and Noah's flood, as that I saw an overflowing of the Thames last winter, or as that I write now, I could no more doubt that I who write this now, that saw the Thames overflowed last winter, that viewed the flood at the general deluge, was the same self, than that I who write this am the same myself now whilst I write, that I was yesterday. 10. For Locke, then, consciousness, not body, defines a person, a self. The continuity of my consciousness determines my persistence as a person. What body I have, or whether I have a body at all, is immaterial. To defeat this dualist argument, therefore, we must show that Locke's story of the prince and the cobbler is an impossibility. It isn't something that could happen. This will require some ingenuity and creative thinking. The leading idea driving all of these metaphysical arguments is the thought that although I may be a composite being consisting of a mind and a body, my relation to my mind is more intimate and essential than my relation to my body, and that I am really my mind and could not exist apart from it, while it is a contingent fact that I have the body that I happen to have. Descartes' interest in defending minds as immaterial substances was apparently motivated in part by his desire to allow for the possibility of survival after bodily death. 11 Most established religions have a story to tell about the afterlife, and the conceptions of an afterlife in some of them seem to require, or at least allow, the possibility of our existence without a body. But all that is a wish list. It does not make the possibility of our disembodied existence a real one. Descartes was under no such illusion. The arguments we have looked at must earn their plausibility on their own merits, not from the allure of their conclusions. We will now consider our final metaphysical argument for substance dualism. As we will see, this argument is rather difficult to articulate clearly, but it enjoys the allegiance of some well-known and well-respected philosophers, so it is worth a serious look. The skeletal structure of the argument can be set out like this. Argument 8. Thoughts and consciousness exist. Hence, there must be objects, or substances, to which thoughts and consciousness occur, that is, things that think and are conscious. Thoughts and consciousness cannot occur to material things, they cannot be states of material objects, like the brain. Hence, thoughts and consciousness must occur to immaterial things, like Cartesian mental substances. Hence, mental substances exist, and they are the things that think and are conscious, and bear other mental properties. Some would question the move from the first to the second line, the assumption that thoughts and consciousness, and, more generally, states and properties, require bearers, things to which they occur, or in which they inhere. This, however, is a general metaphysical issue, and it will be tedious and out of place to pursue it here. Moreover, the crucial premise is staring us in the face. It is the third line, the proposition that material things, like the human brain, are unfit to serve as bearers of thoughts and consciousness. Think about numbers, like 3 and 15, numbers aren't the sort of thing that can have colors like blue or red, or occupy a location in space, or be transparent or opaque. Or think about events, like earthquakes or wildfires. They can be sudden, severe, and destructive, but events aren't the sort of thing that can be soluble in water, divisible by 4, or weigh 10 tons. The claim then is that there is an essential incongruity between mental states, like thoughts and consciousness, on one hand, and material things on the other, so that the former cannot inhere in, or occur to, the latter, just as weight and color cannot inhere in numbers. If our thoughts and consciousness cannot occur to anything material, including our brains, then they must occur to immaterial things, or Cartesian minds. Only immaterial things can be conscious and have thoughts. Since we are conscious and have thoughts, we must be immaterial minds. But why can't consciousness, thoughts, and other mental states occur to material things? It is often thought that Leibniz was first to give an argument, or at least hint at one, why that must be so. It must be confessed, moreover, that perception, and that which depends on it, are inexplicable by mechanical causes, that is by figures and motions. Supposing there were a machine so constructed as to think, feel, and have perception, we could conceive of it as enlarged and yet preserving the same proportions, so that we might enter it as into a mill. And this granted, we should only find, on visiting it, pieces which push one against another, but never anything by which to explain a perception. This must be sought for, therefore, in the simple substance and not in the composite or in the machine. Point 12. Leibniz appears to be saying that a material thing is at bottom a mechanical system in which the parts causally interact with one another, pieces pushing one against another, and it is not possible to see anything in this picture that would account for the presence of thought or consciousness. This is not altered when a more sophisticated modern picture of what goes on in a complex biological system, like a human brain, replaces Leibniz's mill. What we have is still a large assemblage of microscopic material things, molecules, and atoms and particles, interacting with one another in accordance with laws of physics and chemistry, producing further scenes of such interactions. Nowhere in this picture do we see a thought or perception or consciousness. Molecules jostling and bumping against one another is all the action that is taking place. Again, if this picture looks unsophisticated, replace it with the most sophisticated scientific picture you know, and see if that invalidates Leibniz's point. Is this all one can say in defense of the Leibnizian proposition that material systems are just the wrong kind of thing to bear thoughts and other mental states? It might be helpful to consider what some philosophers have said to defend this proposition. Alvin Plantinga, referring to the Leibniz paragraph above, writes: Leibniz's claim is that thinking can't arise by virtue of physical interaction among objects or parts of objects. According to current science, electrons and quarks are simple, without parts. Presumably neither can think, neither can adopt propositional attitudes, neither can believe, doubt, hope, want, or fear. But then a proton composed of quarks won't be able to think either, at least by way of physical relations between its component quarks, and the same will go for an atom composed of protons and electrons, and a molecule composed of atoms, a cell composed of molecules, and an organ, example a brain, composed of cells. If electrons and quarks can't think, we won't find anything composed of them that can think by way of the physical interaction of its parts. Point 13. Does this reading of Leibniz shed new light on his argument and make it seem more plausible? It is something to ponder. Some, for example the emergentists, will argue that thoughts and consciousness arise in material systems when they reach higher levels of organizational complexity, and that from the fact that the constituent parts of a system lack a certain property it does not follow that the system itself must lack that property. Another philosopher, John Foster, who holds the view that subjects of mentality must be wholly non-physical, argues: if something is just an ordinary material object, whose essential nature is purely physical, there seems to be no way of understanding how it could be the subject of mentality. If something is merely a material object, any understanding of how it is equipped to be a mental subject will presumably have to be achieved by focusing on its physical nature. But focusing on an object's physical nature will only reveal how it is equipped to be in states or engage in activities which are directly to do with its possession of that nature, with its condition as a physical thing. Focusing on the physical nature of an object simply offers no clue as to how it can be the basic subject of the kinds of mentality which the dualist postulates. Point 14. Perhaps some readers will find these quotations helpful and clarifying, others may not. In any case, one question we should ask at this point is this: Is it any easier to understand how thoughts and consciousness can arise in an immaterial substance, especially if, as Leibniz and many other dualists urge, such a substance is an absolute simple with no constituent parts? How could immaterial minds, without structure and outside physical space, possess beliefs and desires directed at things in the physical world? How could our rich and complex mental life inhere in something that has no parts and hence no structure? Isn't the proposal recommended by Leibniz, and by Plantinga and Foster, merely a solution by stipulation? What do we know about mental substances that can help us understand how they could be the bearers of consciousness and perception and thought? Understanding how mentality can arise in something immaterial may be no easier than understanding how it could arise in a material system. In fact, it might turn out to be more difficult. As was mentioned above, it is not easy to make clear the thoughts that lie behind argument 8, in particular its crucial third line. However, this is an intriguing and influential line of dualist thinking, and readers are urged to reflect on it. Point 15. Princess Elizabeth against Descartes. As will be recalled, the fourth component of Descartes' dualism is the thesis that minds and bodies causally influence each other. In voluntary action, the mind's volition causes our limbs to move. In perception, physical stimuli impinging on sensory receptors cause perceptual experiences in the mind. This view is not only commonsensical but also absolutely essential to our conception of ourselves as agents and cognizers. Unless our minds, in virtue of having certain desires, beliefs, and intentions, are able to cause our bodies to move in appropriate ways, how could human agency be possible? How could we be agents who act and take responsibility for our actions? If objects and events in the physical world do not cause us to have perceptual experiences and beliefs, how could we have any knowledge of what is happening around us? How could we know that we are holding a tomato in our hand, that we are coming up on a stop sign, or that a large bear is approaching from our left? Descartes has something to say about how mental causation works. In the sixth meditation, he writes, "The mind is not immediately affected by all parts of the body, but only by the brain, or perhaps just by one small part of the brain. Every time this part of the brain is in a given state, it presents the same signals to the mind, even though the other parts of the body may be in a different condition at the time. For example, when the nerves in the foot are set in motion in a violent and unusual manner, this motion, by way of the spinal cord, reaches the inner parts of the brain, and there gives the mind its signal for having a certain sensation, namely the sensation of a pain as occurring in the foot. This stimulates the mind to do its best to get rid of the cause of the pain, which it takes to be harmful to the foot. Point 16. In the Passions of the Soul, Descartes identifies the pineal gland as the seat of the soul, the locus of direct mind-body interaction. This gland, Descartes maintains, can be moved directly by the soul, thereby moving the animal spirits, bodily fluids in the nerves, which then transmit causal influence to appropriate parts of the body. And the activity of the soul consists entirely in the fact that simply by willing something it brings it about, that the little gland to which it is closely joined moves in the manner required to produce the effect corresponding to this desire. Point 17. In the case of physical to mental causation, this process is reversed. Disturbances in the animal spirits surrounding the pineal gland make the gland move, which in turn causes the mind to experience appropriate sensations and perceptions. For Descartes, then, each of us as an embodied human person is a union or intermingling of a mind and a body in direct causal interaction. In what must be one of the most celebrated letters in the history of philosophy, Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia, an immensely astute pupil of Descartes, wrote to him in May 1643, challenging him to explain how the mind of a human being, being only a thinking substance, can determine the bodily spirits in producing bodily actions. For it appears that all determination of movement is produced by the pushing of the thing being moved, by the manner in which it is pushed by that which moves it, or else by the qualification and figure of the surface of the latter. Contact is required for the first two conditions, and extension for the third. But you entirely exclude the latter from the notion you have of the soul, and the former seems incompatible with an immaterial thing. 18. For determine, red cause, for bodily spirits, red fluids in the nerves and muscles. Elizabeth's demand is clearly understandable. First, see what Descartes has said about bodies and their motion in the second meditation. By a body I understand whatever has determinate shape and a definable location and can occupy a space in such a way as to exclude any other body. It can be perceived by touch, sight, hearing, taste, or smell, and can be moved in various ways, not by itself but by whatever else comes into contact with it. 19. For Descartes, minds are immaterial, that is, minds have no spatial extension and are not located in physical space. If bodies can be moved only by contact, how could an unextended mind, which is not even in space, come into contact with an extended material thing, even the finest and lightest particles in animal spirits, thereby causing it to move? This seems like a perfectly reasonable question. In modern terminology we can put Elizabeth's challenge as follows: for anything to cause a physical object to move, or cause any change in one, there must be a flow of energy, or transfer of momentum, from the cause to the physical object. But how could there be an energy flow from an immaterial mind to a material thing? What kind of energy could it be? How could anything flow from something outside space to something in space? If an object is going to impart momentum to another, it must have mass and velocity. But how could an unextended mind outside physical space have either mass or velocity? The question does not concern the intrinsic plausibility of Descartes' thesis of mind-body interaction. The question is whether this commonsensical interactionist thesis is tenable within Descartes' dualist ontology of non-spatial immaterial minds and material things in the space-time world. Descartes responded to Elizabeth in a letter written in the same month. I observe that there are in us certain primitive notions which are, as it were, the originals on the pattern of which we form all of other thoughts. As regards the mind and body together, we have only the primitive notion of their union, on which depends our notion of the mind's power to move the body, and the body's power to act on the mind and cause sensations and passions. 20. Descartes is defending the position that the idea of mind-body union is a primitive notion, a fundamental notion that is intelligible in its own right and cannot be explained in terms of other more basic notions, and that the idea of mind-body causation depends on that of mind-body union. What does this mean? Although on Descartes' view, minds and bodies seem on an equal footing causally, there is an important asymmetry between them. My mind can exercise its causal powers on other minds as well as on bodies around me only by first causally influencing my own body, and nothing can causally affect my mind except through its causal influence on my body. But my body is different, it can causally interact with other bodies quite independently of my mind. My body or my pineal gland is the necessary causal conduit between my mind and the rest of the world. In a sense, my mind is causally isolated from the world by being united with my body. To put it another way, my body is the enabler of my mind's causal powers. It is by being united with my body that my mind can exercise its causal powers in the world on other minds as well as on other bodies. Looked at this way, the idea of mind-body union does seem essential to understanding the mind's causal powers. Elizabeth is not satisfied. She immediately fires back. And I admit that it would be easier for me to concede matter and extension to the mind than it would be for me to concede the capacity to move a body and be moved by one to an immaterial thing. 21. This is a remarkable statement. It may well be the first appearance of the causal argument for materialism. See chapter 4. For she is in effect saying that to allow for the possibility of mental causation, she would rather accept materialism concerning the mind. It would be easier to concede matter and extension to the mind, than accept what she regards as an implausible dualist account offered by her mentor. Why should anyone find Descartes' story so implausible? A couple of paragraphs back, it was pointed out that my mind's forming a union with my body amounts to the fact that my body serves as a necessary and omnipresent proximate cause and effect of changes in my mind, and that my body is what makes it possible for my mind to have a causal influence on the outside world. Descartes, however, would reject this characterization of a mind-body union, for the simple reason that it would beg the question as far as the possibility of mind-body causation is concerned. That is presumably why Descartes claimed that the notion of mind-body union is a primitive one that is intelligible per se but is neither further explainable nor in need of an explanation. Should this answer have satisfied Elizabeth, or anyone else? A plausible case can be made for a negative answer. For when we ask what makes this body my body, not someone else's, a causal answer seems the most natural one and the only correct one. This is my body because it is the only body that I, or my desires and volitions, can directly move, that is, without moving or causally influencing anything else, whereas I can move other bodies, like this pen on my desk or the door to the hallway, only by moving my body first. Moreover, to cause any changes in my mind or my mental states you must first bring about appropriate changes in my body, presumably in my brain. What could be a more natural account of how my mind and my body form a union? But this explanation of mind-body union presupposes the possibility of mind-body causation, and it would be circular to turn around and say that an understanding of mind-body causation depends on the idea of mind-body union. Descartes' declaration that the idea of a union is a primitive and hence not in need of an explanation is unlikely to impress someone seeking an understanding of mental causation. It is liable to strike his critics simply as a dodge or refusal to acknowledge a deep difficulty confronting his approach. The pairing problem, another causal argument. We will develop another causal argument against Cartesian substance dualism. If this argument works, it will show not only that immaterial minds cannot causally interact with material things situated in space but also that they are not able to enter into causal relations with anything else, including other immaterial minds. Immaterial objects would be causally impotent and hence explanatorily useless, positing them would be philosophically unmotivated. Here is the argument. Point 22. To set up an analogy and a point of reference, let us begin with an example of physical causation. A gun, call it A, is fired, and this causes the death of a person, X. Another gun, B, is fired at the same time, say, in A's vicinity, but this is unimportant, and this results in the death of another person, Y. What makes it the case that the firing of A caused X's death and the firing of B caused Y's death, and not the other way around? That is, why did A's firing not cause Y's death and B's firing not cause X's death? What principle governs the pairing of the right cause with the right effect? There must be a relation R that grounds and explains the cause-effect pairings, a relation that holds between A's firing and X's death and also between B's firing and Y's death, but not between A's firing and Y's death or between B's firing and X's death. What is this R, the pairing relation, as we might call it? We are not necessarily supposing that there is a single such R for all cases of physical causation, only that some relation must ground the fact that a given cause is a cause of the particular effect that is caused by it. Two ideas come to mind. First, there is the idea of a causal chain. There is a continuous causal chain connecting A's firing with X's death, as there is one connecting B's firing with Y's death, whereas no such chains exist between A's firing and Y's death or between B's firing and X's death. Indeed, with a high-speed video camera, we could trace the bullet's flight from each gun to its impact point on the target. The second idea is the thought that each gun when it fired was at a certain distance and in appropriate orientation in relation to the person it hit, but not to the other person. That is, spatial relations do the job of pairing causes with their effects. A moment's reflection shows that the causal chain idea does not work as an independent solution to the problem. A causal chain, after all, is a series of events related as cause to effect, and interpolating more cause-effect pairs does not solve the pairing problem. For obviously it begs the question, what pairing relations ground these interpolated cause-effect pairs? It seems plausible that ultimately spatial relations and more broadly, spatio-temporal relations are the only way of generating pairing relations. Space appears to have nice causal properties, for example, as distance increases, causal influence diminishes, and it is often possible to set up barriers at intermediate positions to block or impede the propagation of causal influence. In any case, the following proposition seems highly plausible. It is metaphysically possible for there to be two distinct physical objects, A and B, with the same intrinsic properties and hence the same causal potential or powers. One of these, say, A, causes a third object, C, to change in a certain way, but object B has no causal influence on C. The fact that A but not B causes C to change must be grounded in some fact about A, B, and C. Since A and B have the same intrinsic properties, it must be their relational properties with respect to C that provide the desired explanation of their different causal roles. What relational properties or relations can do this job? It is plausible to think that when A, B, and C are physical objects, it is the spatial relation between A and C and that between B and C that are responsible for the causal difference between A and B vis-a-vis C. The object A was in the right spatial relation to C, B was too far away to exert any influence on it. At least, there seems no other obvious candidate that comes to mind. Later we give an explanation of what it is about spatial relations that enables them to do the job. Consider the possibility of immaterial souls, outside physical space, causally interacting with material objects in space. The following companion principle to M seems equally plausible, and if an interactionist substance dualist wishes to reject it, she should give a principled explanation why. It is metaphysically possible for there to be two souls, A and B, with the same intrinsic properties 23 such that they both act in a certain way at the same time and as a result a material object, C, undergoes a change. Moreover, it is the action of A, not that of B, that is the cause of the physical change in C. What makes it the case that this is so? What pairing relation pairs the first soul, but not the second soul, with the material object? Since souls, as immaterial substances, are outside physical space and cannot bear spatial relations to anything, it is not possible to invoke spatial relations to ground the pairing. What possible relations could provide causal pairings across the two domains, one of spatially located material things and the other of immaterial minds outside space? Consider a variation on the foregoing example. There are two physical objects, P1 and P2, with the same intrinsic properties, and an action of an immaterial soul causally affects one of them, say, P1, but not P2. How can we explain this? Since P1 and P2 have identical intrinsic properties, they must have the same causal capacity, passive causal powers as well as active causal powers, and it would seem that the only way to make them discernible in a causal context is their relations to other things. Doesn't that mean that any pairing relation that can do the job must be a spatial relation? If so, the pairing problem for this case is unsolvable since the soul is not in space and bears no spatial relation to anything. The soul cannot be any nearer to, or more properly oriented toward, one physical object than another. Nor could we say that there was a causal barrier between the soul and one of the physical objects but not the other, for what could between mean as applied to something in space and something outside it? It is a total mystery what non-spatial relations there could be that might help distinguish, from the point of view of an immaterial soul, between two intrinsically indiscernible physical objects. Could there be causal interactions among immaterial substances? Ruling out mind-body causal interaction does not in itself rule out the possibility of a causally autonomous domain of immaterial minds in which minds are in causal commerce with other minds. Perhaps that is the picture of a purely spiritual afterlife envisioned in some religions and theologies. Is that a possibility? The pairing problem makes such an idea a dubious proposition. Again, any substance dualist who wants causation in the immaterial realm must allow the possibility of there being three mental substances, M1, M2, and M3, such that M1 and M2 have the same intrinsic properties, and hence the same causal powers, and yet an action by M1, but not the same action by M2 at the same time, is causally responsible for a change in M3. If such is a metaphysically possible situation, What pairing relation could connect M1 with M3 but not M2 with M3? If causation is to be possible within the mental domain, there must be an intelligible and motivated answer to this question. But what mental relations could serve this purpose? It is difficult to think of any. Consider what space does for physical causation. In the kind of picture envisaged, where a physical thing or event causally acts on only one of the two objects with identical intrinsic properties, what distinguishes these two objects has to be their spatial locations with respect to the cause. Space provides a principle of individuation for material objects. Pure qualities and causal powers do not. And what enables space to serve this role is the fact that physical objects occupying exactly the same location in space at the same time are one and the same object. 24 This is in effect the venerable principle of impenetrability of matter, which can usefully be understood as a sort of exclusion principle for space. Material things compete for, and exclude one another from, spatial locations. From this it follows that if physical objects A and B bear the same spatial relations to a third object C, A and B are one and the same object. This principle is what enables space to individuate material things with identical intrinsic properties. The same goes for causation in the mental domain. What is needed to solve the pairing problem for immaterial minds is a kind of mental coordinate system, a mental space, in which these minds are each given a unique location at a time. Further, a principle of impenetrability of minds must hold in this mental coordinate system, that is, minds that occupy the same location in this space must be one and the same. It seems fair to say that we do not have any idea how a mental space of this kind could be constructed. Moreover, even if we could develop such a space for immaterial minds, that still would fall short of a complete solution to the pairing problem. To solve it for causal relations across the mental and physical domains, we need to somehow coordinate or fuse the two spaces, the mental and the physical, to yield unitary pairing relations across the domains. It is not clear that we have any idea where to begin. If there are Cartesian minds, therefore, they are threatened with total causal isolation from each other as well as from the material world. The considerations presented do not show that causal relations cannot hold within a single mental substance. Even Leibniz, famous for disallowing causation between monads, allowed it within a single monad. However, what has been shown seems to raise serious challenges for substance dualism. If this is right, we have a causal argument for a physicalist ontology. Causality requires a space-like structure, and as far as we know, the physical domain is the only domain with a structure of that kind. Immaterial minds in space? All these difficulties with the pairing problem arise because of the radically non-spatial nature of minds in traditional substance dualism. According to Descartes, not only do minds lack spatial extension but also they are not in space at all. So why not bring minds into space, enabling them to have spatial locations and thereby solve the pairing problem? Most popular notions of minds as immaterial spirits do not seem to conceive them as wholly non-spatial. For example, when a person dies, her soul is thought to rise from the body, or otherwise leave it, implying that before the death the soul was inside the body and that the soul is capable of moving in space and changing its locations. Sometimes the departed souls of our loved ones are thought to be able to make their presence known to us in various ways, including in a visible form. Think about Hamlet's ghostly father. It is probably impossible to make coherent sense of these popular ideas, but is there anything in principle wrong with locating immaterial minds in physical space and thereby making it possible for them to participate in the causal transactions of the world? As we will see, the proposal to bring immaterial minds into space is fraught with complications and difficulties and probably not worth considering as an option. First, there is the question of just where in space to put them. Is there a principled and motivated way of assigning a location to each soul? We might suggest that I locate my soul in my body, you locate your soul in your body, and so on. That may sound like a natural and reasonable suggestion, but it faces a number of difficulties. First, what about disembodied souls, souls that are not united with the body? Since souls are supposed to be substances in their own right, Such souls are metaphysically possible. Second, if your soul is located in your body, exactly where in your body is it located? In the brain, we might reply. But exactly where in the brain? It could not be spread all over the brain because minds are not supposed to be extended in space. If it has a location, the location has to be a geometric point. Is it coherent to think that there is a geometric point somewhere in your brain at which your mind is located? Descartes called the pineal gland the seat of the soul, presumably because the pineal gland is where mind-body causal interaction was supposed to take place, although of course his official doctrine was that the soul is not in space at all. Following Descartes' strategy here, however, does not seem to make much sense. For one thing, there is no evidence that there is any single place in the brain a dimensionless point at which mind-body interaction takes place. As far as we know, various mental states and activities are distributed over the entire brain and nervous system, and it does not make scientific sense to think, as Descartes did in regard to the pineal gland, that there is a single identifiable organ responsible for all mind-body causal interaction. Second, how could an entity occupying a single geometric point cause all the physical changes in the brain that are involved in mind-body causation? By what mechanism could this happen? How is energy transmitted from this geometric point to the neural fibers making up the brain? And there is this further question, what keeps the soul at that particular location? When I stand up from my chair in the study and go downstairs to the living room, somehow my soul tags along and moves exactly on the same trajectory as my body. When I board an airplane and the airplane accelerates on the runway and takes off, somehow my point-like immaterial mind manages to gain speed exactly at the same rate and begins to cruise at the speed of 560 miles an hour. It seems that the soul is somehow firmly glued to some part of my brain and moves as my brain moves, and when I die it miraculously unglues itself from my body and migrates to a better, or perhaps worse, place in the afterlife. Does any of this make sense? Descartes was wise, we must conclude, to keep immaterial minds wholly outside physical space. In any case, giving locations to immaterial minds will not in itself solve the pairing problem. As we saw, spatial locations of physical objects help solve the pairing problem in virtue of the principle that physical objects can be individuated in terms of their locations. As was noted, this is the principle of impenetrability of matter, distinct objects exclude one another from spatial regions. That is how the causal roles of two intrinsically indiscernible physical objects could be differentiated. For the spatial locations of immaterial minds to help, therefore, we need a similar principle of spatial exclusion for immaterial minds or the principle of impenetrability of mental substance to the effect that distinct minds cannot occupy exactly the same point in space. What reason is there to think such a principle holds? Why cannot a single point be occupied by all the souls that exist, like the 1,000 angels dancing on the head of a pin? Such a principle is needed if we are to make sense of causation for spatially located point-like souls. But this does not mean that the principle is available, we must be able to produce independently plausible evidence or give a credible argument to show that the principle holds. When we see all the difficulties and puzzles to which the idea of an immaterial mind, or soul, appears to lead, it is understandable why Descartes declared the notion of mind-body union to be primitive and not further explainable in terms of more fundamental ideas. Even a contemporary writer has invoked God and theology to make sense of how a particular mind, say, your mind, gets united to a particular body, your brain. Point 25. The reader is urged to think about whether such an appeal to theology gives us real help with the problems the dualist faces. Substance dualism and property dualism. It has seemed to most contemporary philosophers that the concept of mind as a mental substance is fraught with too many difficulties and puzzles without compensating explanatory gains. In addition, the idea of an immaterial and immortal soul usually carries with it various, often conflicting, religious and theological associations and aspirations that many of us would rather avoid in philosophical contexts. For example, the traditional conception of the soul involves a sharp and unbridgeable gap between humans and the rest of animal life. Even if our own mentality could be explained as consisting in the possession of a soul, what might explain the mentality of non-human animals? It is not surprising that substance dualism has not been a prominent alternative in contemporary philosophy of mind. But there is no call to exclude it a priori. Without serious discussion, some highly reputable and respected philosophers continue to defend it as a realistic, perhaps the only option. See for further reading. To reject the substantival view of mentality is not to deny that each of us has a mind, it is only that we should not think of having a mind literally, that is, as there being some object or substance called a mind that we literally possess. As discussed earlier, in Chapter 1, having a mind is not like, at least, it need not be like having brown eyes or a good throwing arm. To have brown eyes, there must be brown eyes that you have. To be out of your mind or to keep something in mind, you do not have to have some object, namely, a mind which you are out of, or in which you keep something. If you have set aside substance dualism, at least for now, you can take having a mind simply as having a certain special set of properties, capacities, and characteristics, something that humans and some higher animals possess but sticks and stones do not. To say that something has a mind is to classify it as a certain sort of thing, as a thing with capacities for certain characteristic sorts of behavior and functions, such as sensation, perception, memory, learning, consciousness, and goal-directed action. For this reason, it is less misleading to speak of having mentality than having a mind. As you will recall, this is what the last dualist argument we considered above, Leibniz's mill, challenges. The point of the argument is precisely that no material system can have mentality. In any case, substance dualism has played a small role in contemporary philosophy of mind. Philosophical attention has focused instead on mental activities and functions, or mental events, states, and processes, and the mind-body problem has turned into the problem of understanding how these mental events, states, and processes are related to physical and biological events, states, and processes, or how our mental or psychological capacities and functions are related to the nature of our physical structure and capacities. In regard to this question, there are two principal positions: property dualism and reductive physicalism, also called type physicalism. Dualism is no longer a dualism of two sorts of substances, it is now a dualism of two sorts of properties, mental and physical. Property is used here in a broad sense. Mental properties comprise mental functions, capacities, events, states, and the like, and similarly for physical properties. It is a catch-all term referring to events, activities, states, and the rest. So property dualism is the view that mental properties are diverse from and irreducible to physical properties. In contrast, reductive physicalism defends the position that mental properties are reducible to, and therefore can be identified with, physical properties. As we will see, there are various forms of both property dualism and reductionist physicalism. However, they all share one thing in common: the rejection of immaterial minds. Contemporary property dualism and reductive physicalism acknowledge only objects of one kind in the world, bits of matter and increasingly complex structures aggregated out of bits of matter. This anti-Cartesian position is called substance physicalism. Some of these physical systems exhibit complex behaviors and activities, like perceiving, sensing, reasoning, and consciousness. But these are only properties of material structures. The main point of dispute concerns the nature of the relationship between these mental features and activities on one hand and the structure's physical characteristics on the other. This is the central question for the remainder of this book. Chapter 3. Mind and Behavior. Behaviorism. Behaviorism arose early in the 20th century as a doctrine on the nature and methodology of psychology, in reaction to what some psychologists took to be the subjective and unscientific character of introspectionist psychology. In his classic Principles of Psychology, published in 1890, William James, who had a major role in establishing psychology as a scientific field, begins with an unambiguous statement of the scope of psychology. Psychology is the science of mental life, both of its phenomena and of their conditions. The phenomena are such things as we call feelings, desires, cognitions, reasonings, decisions, and the like. Point 1. For James, then, psychology was the scientific study of mental phenomena, with the study of conscious mental processes as its core task. As for the method of investigation of these processes, James writes, introspective observation is what we have to rely on first and foremost and always too. Compare this with the declaration in 1913 by J.B. Watson, who is considered the founder of the behaviorist movement. Psychology is a purely objective experimental branch of natural science. Its theoretical goal is the prediction and control of behavior. 3. This view of psychology as an experimental study of publicly observable human and animal behavior, not of inner mental life observed through private introspection, dominated scientific psychology and associated fields until the 1960s and made behavioral science a preferred name for psychology in universities and research centers around the world, especially in North America. The rise of behaviorism and the influential position it attained was no fluke. Even James saw the importance of behavior to mentality. In the Principles of Psychology, he also writes, the pursuance of future ends and the choice of means for their attainment are thus the mark and criterion of the presence of mentality in a phenomenon. We all use this test to discriminate between an intelligent and a mechanical performance. We impute no mentality to sticks and stones, because they never seem to move for the sake of anything. Point 4. It is agreed on all sides that behavior is intimately related to mentality. Obviously, what we do is inseparably connected with what we think and want, how we feel, and what we intend to accomplish. Our behavior is a natural expression of our beliefs and desires, feelings and emotions, and goals and aspirations. But what precisely is the relationship? Does behavior merely serve, as James seems to be suggesting, as an indication, or a sign, that a mind is present? And if behavior is a sign of mentality, what makes it so? If something serves as a sign of something else, there must be an underlying relationship that explains why the first can serve as a sign of the second. Fall in the barometric pressure is a sign of an oncoming rain, that is based on observed regular sequences. Is behavior related to minds in a similar way? Not likely. You can wait and see if rain comes, you presumably can't look inside another mind to see if it's really there. Or is the relationship between behavior and mentality a more intimate one? Philosophical behaviorism takes behavior as constitutive of mentality. Having a mind just is a matter of exhibiting, or having a propensity or capacity to exhibit, appropriate patterns of behavior. Although behaviorism, in both its scientific and philosophical forms, has lost the sweeping influence it once enjoyed, it is a doctrine that we need to understand in some depth and detail, since not only does it form the historical backdrop of much of the subsequent thinking about the mind, but its influence lingers on and can be discerned in some important current philosophical positions. In addition, a proper appreciation of its motivation and arguments will help us gain a better understanding of the relationship between behavior and mentality. As we will see, it cannot be denied that behavior has something crucial to do with minds, although this relationship may not have been correctly conceived by behaviorism. Further, reflections on the issues that motivated behaviorism can help us gain an informed perspective on the nature and status of psychology and cognitive science. The Cartesian theater and the beetle in the box. On the traditional conception of mind deriving from Descartes, the mind is a private inner stage, aptly called the Cartesian theater by some philosophers, on which mental actions take place. It is the arena in which our thoughts, bodily sensations, perceptual sensings, volitions, emotions, and all the rest make their appearances, play out their assigned roles, and then fade away. All this for an audience of one and only one person has a view of the stage, and no one else is permitted a look. Moreover, that single person, who owns the theater, has a full and authoritative view of what goes in the theater. Nothing that appears on the stage escapes her notice. She is in total cognitive charge of her theater. In contrast, the outsiders must depend on what she says and does to guess what might be happening in the theater. No direct viewing is allowed. I know, directly and authoritatively, that I am having a pain in my bleeding finger. You can see the bleeding finger, and hear my words, oh damn. This hurts, and come to believe that I must be experiencing a bad pain. Your knowledge of my pain is based on observation and evidence, though probably not explicit inference, whereas my knowledge of it is direct and immediate. You see your roommate leaving the apartment with her raincoat on and carrying an umbrella, and you reason that she thinks it is going to rain. But she knows what she thinks without having to observe what she is doing with her raincoat, she knows it directly. Or so it seems. Evidently, all this points to an asymmetry between the first person and the third person where knowledge of mental states is concerned. Our knowledge of our own current mental states is direct, in that it is not mediated by evidence or inference, and authoritative, or privileged, in that in normal circumstances, it is immune to the third person's challenge. How do you know? This question is a demand for evidence for your knowledge claim. Since your knowledge is not based on evidence, or inference from evidence, there is nothing for you to say, except perhaps I just know. Early in the 20th century, however, some philosophers and psychologists began to question this traditional conception of mentality. They thought that it led to unacceptable consequences, consequences that seemingly contradict our ordinary assumptions and practices involving knowledge of other minds and our use of language to talk about mental states, both ours and others. The difficulty is not that such knowledge, based as it is only on outer signs, is liable to error and cannot attain the kind of certainty with which we supposedly know our own minds. The problem, as some saw it, goes deeper. It makes knowledge of other minds not possible at all. Take a standard case of inductive inference based on premises that are less than logically conclusive, such as this: you find your roommate listening to the weather report on the radio, which is predicting heavy showers later in the day, and say to yourself, she is going to be looking for her umbrella. This inference is liable to error. Perhaps she misunderstood the weather report or wasn't paying attention, or she rather enjoys getting wet. Now compare this with our inference of a person's pain from her pain behavior. There is this difference: in the former case, you can check by further observation whether your inference was correct, you can wait and see whether she looks for her umbrella, but with the latter, further observation yields only more observation of her behavior, never an observation of her pain. Only she can experience her pains. All you can do is to see what she does and says. And what she says is only behavior of another kind. Maybe she is very stoic and reserved about little pains and aches. One hallmark of induction is that inductive predictions can be confirmed or disconfirmed. You just wait and see whether the predicted outcome occurs. For this reason, inductive procedures are said to be self-correcting. Predictive successes, or lack thereof, are their essential constraint. In contrast, predictions of inner mental events on behavioral evidence cannot be verified one way or the other, and not subject to correction. As a result, there is no predictive constraint on them. This makes it dubious whether these are legitimate inferences from behavior to inner mental states at all. The point is driven home by Ludwig Wittgenstein's parable of the beetle in the box. Wittgenstein writes, "Suppose everyone had a box with something in it, we call it a beetle. No one can look into anyone else's box, and everyone says he knows what a beetle is only by looking at his beetle. Here it would be quite possible for everyone to have something different in his box. 6. As it happens, you have a beetle in your box, and everyone else says that they too have a beetle in their box. But what can you know from their utterances, 'I have a beetle in my box'? How would you know what they mean by the word beetle? The apparent answer is that there is no way for you to know what others mean by beetle, or to confirm whether they have in their boxes what you have in yours. For all you know, some may have a butterfly, some may have a little rock, and perhaps others have nothing at all in their boxes. Nor can others know what you mean when they hear you say, 'I have a beetle in my box.' As Wittgenstein says, the thing in the box cancels out whatever it is. It is difficult to see how the word beetle can have a common meaning that can be shared by speakers, or how the word beetle could have a role in the exchange of information. A deeper lesson of Wittgenstein's beetle, therefore, is that it is mysterious how, on the Cartesian conception of the mind, we could ever fix the meaning of the word pain and use utterances like "I have a pain in my knee" to impart information to other speakers. For the pain case seems exactly analogous to the beetle in the box. Suppose you and your friends take a fall while running on the track and all of you bruise your knees. Everyone cries out, "My knee hurts." On the Cartesian picture, something is going on in each person's mind, but each can observe only what's going on in her mind, not what's going on in anyone else's. Is there any reason to think that there is something common, some identical sensory experience, going on in everyone's mind, in each Cartesian theater? Pain in the mind seems just as elusive as the beetle in the box. You are experiencing pain, another person could be feeling an itch in the knee, still others could have a tickle, some may be having a sensation unlike anything you have ever experienced, and some may not be having any sensation at all. As Wittgenstein would have said, the thing in each mind cancels out whatever it is. Evidently, however, we use utterances like "my knee hurts" to communicate information to other people, and expressions like pain and the thought that it's going to rain have intersubjective meanings, meanings that can be shared by different speakers. Your pain gets worse and you decide to go to a clinic. Gently tapping your kneecap with her fingers, your physician asks, "Does it hurt?" You reply, "Yes, it does, doctor." This is a familiar kind of exchange in a medical office, and it can be important to diagnosis and treatment. But the exchange makes no sense unless the words "the knee hurts" on your doctor's mouth mean the same as "the knee hurts" on your mouth, unless the expression has a shared meaning for you and your doctor. Your reply could not count as an answer to your doctor's question. You and your doctor would be talking past each other. Our psychological language, the language in which we talk about sensations, likes and dislikes, hopes and regrets, thoughts, emotions, and the rest, is an essential vehicle of social interchange and interaction. Without a language in which we communicate with each other about such matters, social life as we know it is scarcely imaginable. For this to be possible, the expressions of this language must have by and large stable and invariant meanings from speaker to speaker. What we have seen is that the privacy of the Cartesian minds may well infect psychological language, making it essentially private as well. The problem is that a private language fails as a genuine language, because the defining function of language is to serve as an instrument of interpersonal communication. All this seems to discredit the Cartesian picture of the mind as an inner theater for an audience of one. Behaviorism is a response to these seemingly unacceptable consequences of the Cartesian conception of the mind. It rejects the traditional picture of how our mental expressions acquire their meanings by referring to private inner episodes, and attempts to ground their meanings in publicly accessible and verifiable facts and conditions about people. According to the behaviorist approach, the meanings of mental expressions, such as pain and thought, are to be explained by reference to facts about observable behavior, how people who have pain or thoughts act and behave. But what is meant by behavior? What is behavior? As our first pass, we can take behavior to mean whatever people or organisms, or even mechanical systems, do that is publicly observable. Doing is to be distinguished from having something done, though this distinction is not always clear. If you grasp my arm and pull it up, the rising of my arm is not something I do, it is not my behavior, but your pulling up my arm is behavior, your behavior. It is not something that a psychologist would be interested in investigating. But if I raise my arm, that is, if I cause it to rise, then it is something I do, and it counts as my behavior. It is not assumed here that the doing must in some sense be intentional or done for a purpose, it is only required that it is proximately caused by some occurrence internal to the behaving system. If a robot moves toward a table and picks up a book, its movements are part of its behavior, regardless of whether the robot knows or intends what it is doing. If a bullet punctures the robot's skin, that is not part of its behavior, not something it does, it is only something that happens to it. 7. What are some examples of things that humans and other behaving organisms do? Let us consider the following 4 possible types. I. Physiological reactions and responses, for example, perspiration, salivation, coughing, increase in the pulse rate, rising blood pressure. 0.8. 2. Bodily movements, for example, walking, running, raising a hand, opening a door, throwing a baseball, a cat scratching at the door, a rat turning left in a tea maze. 3. Actions involving bodily motions, for example, greeting a friend, writing an email, going shopping, writing a check, attending a concert. 4. Actions not involving overt bodily motions, for example, judging, reasoning, guessing, calculating, deciding, intending. Behaviors falling under 4, sometimes called mental acts, evidently involve inner events that cannot be said to be publicly observable, and behaviorists do not consider them behavior in their sense. This, however, does not necessarily rule out behavioral interpretations of these activities. Those falling under 3, although they involve bodily movements, also have clear and substantial psychological components. Consider the act of writing a check. Only if you have certain cognitive capacities, beliefs, desires, and an understanding of relevant social institutions can you write a check. You must have a desire to make a payment and the belief that writing a check is a means toward that end. You must also have some understanding of exchange of money for goods and services and the institution of banking. The main point is this: a person whose observable behavior is indistinguishable from yours when you are writing a check is not necessarily writing a check, and a person who is waving his hand just like you are waving yours may not be greeting a friend although you are. Try to think how these things can happen. Something like this is true of other examples listed under 3, and this means that none of these count as behavior for the behaviorist. Remember, public observability is key to the behaviorist conception of behavior. This implies that if two behaviors are observationally indistinguishable, they must count as the same behavior. So only those behaviors under I and 2 on our list, what some behaviorists called motions and noises, meet the behaviorist requirements. In much behaviorist literature, there is an assumption that only physiological responses and bodily motions that are in a broad sense overt and external are to count as behavior. This could rule out events and processes occurring in the internal organs. Thus, internal physiological states, including states of the brain, would not, on this view, count as behavior, although they are physical states and conditions that are intersubjectively accessible. The main point to remember, though, is that however the domain of behavior is circumscribed, behavior is taken to be bodily events and conditions that are publicly accessible to all competent observers. Behavior in this sense does not enjoy the kind of privileged access granted to the first person in the Cartesian picture. That is, equal access for all is of the essence of behavior as conceived by the behaviorist. Logical behaviorism, a positivist argument. Writing in 1935, Carl G. Hempel, a leading logical positivist, said, "We see clearly that the meaning of a psychological statement consists solely in the function of abbreviating the description of certain modes of physical response characteristic of the bodies of men and animals." 9. This is what is called logical behaviorism, because it is based on the supposed close logical connections between psychological expressions and expressions referring to behavior. It is also called analytical behaviorism or philosophical behaviorism, to be distinguished from scientific, or methodological behaviorism, see below. Fundamentally, it is a claim about the translatability of psychological sentences into sentences that ostensibly refer to no inner psychological occurrences but only to publicly observable aspects of the subject's behavior and physical conditions. More formally, the claim can be stated like this. Logical behaviorism I. Any meaningful psychological statement, that is, a statement purportedly describing a mental phenomenon, can be translated, without loss of content, into a cluster of statements solely about behavioral and physical phenomena. And the claim can be formulated somewhat more broadly as a thesis about the behavioral definability of all meaningful psychological expressions. Logical behaviorism 2. Every meaningful psychological expression can be defined solely in terms of behavioral and physical expressions, that is, expressions referring to behavioral and physical phenomena. Here definition is to be understood in the following fairly strict sense: if an expression E is defined as E, then E and E must be either synonymous or conceptually equivalent, that is, as a matter of meaning, there is no conceivable situation to which one of the expressions applies but the other does not. Point 10. Assuming translation to involve synonymy or at least conceptual equivalence, we can see that logical behaviorism, 2, entails logical behaviorism, I. Why should anyone accept logical behaviorism? The following argument extracted from Hempel represents one important line of thinking that led to the behaviorist position. 1. The meaning of a sentence is given by the conditions that must be verified to obtain if the sentence is true. We may call these verification conditions. 2. If a sentence has a meaning that can be shared by different speakers, its verification conditions must be accessible to each speaker, that is, they must be publicly observable. 3. Only behavioral and physical phenomena, including physiological occurrences, are publicly observable. 4. Therefore, the shareable meaning of any psychological sentence must be specifiable by statements of publicly observable verification conditions, that is, statements describing behavioral and physical conditions that must hold if the psychological statement is true. Premise 1 is called the verifiability criterion of meaning, a central doctrine of the philosophical movement of the early 20th century known as logical positivism. The idea that meanings are verification conditions is no longer widely accepted, though it is by no means dead. However, we can see and appreciate the motivation to go for something like the intersubjective verifiability requirement in the following way. We want our psychological statements to have public, shareable meanings and to serve as vehicles of interpersonal communication. Suppose someone asserts a sentence S. For me to understand what S means, I must know what state of affairs is represented by S, for example, whether S represents snows being white or the skies being blue. But for me to know what state of affairs this is, it must be one that is accessible to me, it must be the kind of thing that I could in principle determine to obtain or not to obtain. It follows that if the meaning of S, namely, the state of affairs that S represents, is to be intersubjectively shareable, it must be specified by conditions that are intersubjectively accessible. Therefore, if psychological statements and expressions are to be part of public language suitable for intersubjective communication, their meanings must be governed by publicly accessible criteria, and only behavioral and physical conditions qualify as such criteria. And if anyone insists that there are intersubjective criteria for psychological expressions as well, we should reply, the behaviorist would argue, that even if such existed, they, like Wittgenstein's beetles, could not be part of the meanings that can be understood and shared by different persons. Summarizing all this, we could say, insofar as psychological expressions have interpersonal meanings, they must be definable in terms of behavioral and physical expressions. A behavioral translation of Paul has a toothache. As an example of behavioral and physical translation of psychological statements, let us see how Hempel proposes to translate Paul has a toothache in behavioral terms. His translation consists of the following 5 clauses. 11a. Paul weeps and makes gestures of such and such kinds. b. At the question what is the matter, Paul utters the words, I have a toothache. C. Closer examination reveals a decayed tooth with exposed pulp. D. Paul's blood pressure, digestive processes, the speed of his reactions, show such and such changes. E. Such and such processes occur in Paul's central nervous system. Hempel suggests that we regard this list as open-ended. There may be many other such test sentences that would help to verify the statement that Paul is having a toothache. But how plausible is the claim that these sentences together constitute a behavioral physical translation of Paul has a toothache? It is clear that as long as translation is required to preserve meaning in the ordinary sense, we must disqualify D and E. It is not a condition on the mastery of the meaning of toothache that we know anything about blood pressure, reaction times, and conditions of the nervous system. Even C is questionable. Why can't someone experience toothache, that is, have a toothache pain, without having a decayed tooth or in fact any tooth at all. Think about phantom pains in an amputated limb. If toothache means pain caused by an abnormal physical condition of a tooth, then toothache is no longer a purely psychological expression. This leaves us with A and B. Consider, B. It associates verbal behavior with toothache. Unquestionably, verbal reports play an important role in our finding out what other people are thinking and feeling, and we might think that verbal reports, and verbal behavior in general, are observable behavior that we can depend on for knowledge of other minds. But there is a problem: verbal behavior is not pure physical behavior, behavior narrowly so called. In fact, it can be seen that verbal behavior, such as responding to a question with an utterance like "I have a toothache," presupposes much that is robustly psychological. It is a behavior of kind 4, distinguished earlier. For Paul's response to be relevant here, he must understand the question "What is the matter?" and intend to express the belief that he has a toothache, by uttering the sentence "I have a toothache." Understanding a language and using it for interpersonal communication is a sophisticated, highly complex cognitive ability, not something we can subsume under motions and noises. Moreover, given that Paul is having a toothache, he responds in the way indicated in B, only if he wants to tell the truth. But want is a psychological term, and building this clause into B would again compromise its behavioral physical character. We must conclude that B is not an eligible behavioral physical test sentence. We return to some of these issues in the next section. Difficulties with behavioral definitions. Let us consider beliefs. How might we define S believes that there are no native leopards in North America in terms of S's behavior? Pains are associated with a rough but distinctive range of behavior patterns, such as winces, groans, screams, characteristic ways in which we favor the affected bodily parts, and so on, which we may collectively call pain behavior. Recall Hempel's condition A. However, it is much more difficult to associate higher cognitive states with specific patterns of behavior. Is there even a loosely definable range of bodily behavior that is characteristically and typically exhibited by all people who believe that there are no native leopards in North America, or that free press is essential to democracy? Surely the idea of looking for bodily behaviors correlated with these beliefs makes little sense. This is why it is tempting, perhaps necessary, to resort to the idea of verbal behavior, the disposition to produce appropriate verbal responses when prompted in certain ways. A person who believes that there are no native leopards in North America has a certain linguistic disposition. For example, he would tend to utter the sentence "There are no native leopards in North America," or its synonymous variants, under certain conditions. This leads to the following schematic definition. S believes that P equals def. If S is asked, "Is it true that P?" S will answer, "Yes, it is true that P." The right-hand side of this formula, the definians, states a dispositional property, disposition for short, of S. S has a disposition, or propensity, to produce behavior of an appropriate sort under specified conditions. It is in this sense that properties like being soluble in water or being magnetic are called dispositions. Water-soluble things dissolve when immersed in water, and magnetic objects attract iron filings that are placed nearby. To be soluble at time t, it need not be dissolving at t, or ever. To have the belief that P at time t, you only need to be disposed, at t, to respond appropriately if prompted in certain ways. You need not actually produce any of the specified responses at t. There is no question that something like the above definition plays a role in finding out what other people believe. And it should be possible to formulate similar definitions for other propositional attitudes, like desiring and hoping. The importance of verbal behavior in the ascription of beliefs can be seen when we reflect on the fact that we are willing to ascribe to nonverbal animals only crude and rudimentary beliefs. We routinely attribute to a dog beliefs like "the food bowl is empty and there is a cat sitting on the fence," but not beliefs like either "the food bowl is empty" or "there is no cat sitting on the fence," and if no cat is sitting on the fence, either it's raining or his master has called him in. It is difficult to think of nonverbal behavior on the basis of which we can attribute to anyone, let alone cats, beliefs with logically complex contents. Say, beliefs expressed by every cat can be fooled some of the time, but no cat can be fooled all of the time, or since tomorrow is Monday, my master will head for work in Manhattan as usual, unless his cold gets worse and he decides to call in sick, and the like. It is arguable that in order to have beliefs or entertain thoughts like these, you must be a language user with the capacity to generate and understand sentences with complex structure. Confining our attention to language speakers, then, let us see how well the proposed definition of belief works as a behaviorist definition. Difficulties immediately come to mind. First, as we saw with Hempel's toothache example, the definition presupposes that the person in question understands the question, is it the case that P? And understands it as a request for an answer of a certain kind. The definition as stated presupposes that the subject understands English, but this feature of the definition can be eliminated by modifying the antecedent. Thus, S is asked a question in a language S understands that is synonymous with the English sentence, is it the case that P? But understanding is a psychological concept, and if this is so, the proposed definition cannot be considered behavioristically acceptable, unless we have a prior behavioral definition of understanding a language. The same point applies to the consequent of the definition. In uttering the words yes, it is the case that P, S must understand what these words mean and intend them to be understood by her hearer to have that meaning. It is clear that speech acts like saying something, and uttering words with an intention to communicate carry substantial psychological presuppositions about the subject. If they are to count as behavior, it would seem that they must be classified as type 3 or 4 behavior, not as motions and noises. A second difficulty, this too was noted in connection with Hempel's example when S is asked the question, is it the case that P? S responds in the desired way only if S wants to tell the truth. Thus, the condition if S wants to tell the truth must be added to the antecedent of the definition, but this again threatens its behavioral character. The belief that P leads to an utterance of a sentence expressing P only if we combine the belief with a certain desire, the desire to tell the truth. The point can be generalized. Often behavior or action issues from a complex of mental states, not from a single, isolated mental state. As a rule, beliefs alone do not produce any specific behavior unless they are combined with appropriate desires. Point 12 Nor will desires. If you want to eat a ham sandwich, this will lead to your ham sandwich eating behavior only if you believe that what you are handed is a ham sandwich. If you believe that it is a beef tongue sandwich, you may very well pass it up. If this is so, it seems not possible to define belief in behavioral terms without building desire into the definition, and if we try to define desire behaviorally, we find that that is not possible unless we build belief into its definition. Point 13 This would indeed be a very small definitional circle. The complexity of the relationship between mental states and behavior can be appreciated in a more general setting. Consider the following schema relating desire, belief, and action. Desire Belief Action Principle, DBA. If a person desires that P and believes that doing A is an optimal way to secure that P, she will do A. There are various ways of sharpening this principle. For example, it is probably more accurate to say, she will try to do A or she will be disposed to do A, rather than she will do A. In any event, some such principle as DBA underlies our practical reasoning, the means-ends reasoning that issues in action. It is by appeal to such a principle that we rationalize actions, that is, give reasons that explain why people do what they do. DBA is also useful as a predictive tool. When we know that a person has a certain desire and that she takes a certain action as an effective way of securing what she desires, we can reasonably predict that she will do, or try to do, the required action. Something like DBA is often thought to be fundamental to the very concept of rational action. Consider now an instance of DBA. 1. If Mary desires that fresh air be let into the room and believes that opening the window is a good way to make that happen, she will open the window. Is 1. True? If Mary does open the window, we could explain her behavior by appealing to her desire and belief as specified in 1. But it is clear that she may have the desire and belief but not open the window, not if, for example, she thinks that opening the window will also let in the horrible street noise that she abhors. So perhaps we could say, 2. If Mary desires fresh air to be let in and believes that opening the window is a good way to make that happen, but if she also believes that opening the window will let in the horrible street noise, she will not open the window. But can we count on 2 to be true? Even given the three antecedents of 2, Mary will still open the window if she also believes that her ill mother very badly needs fresh air. It is clear that this process could go on indefinitely. This suggests something interesting and very important about the relationship between mental states and behavior, which can be stated like this. Defeasibility of mental behavioral entailments. If there is a plausible entailment of behavior B by mental states M1, Mn, there always is a further mental state Mn plus 1 such that M1, Mn plus 1 together plausibly entail not B. If we assume not B, that is, the failure to produce behavior B, to be behavior as well, the principle can be iteratively applied, without end, as we saw with Mary and the window opening. There exists some mental state Mn plus 2 such that M1, Mn plus 1, Mn plus 2 together plausibly entail B. And so on without end. Point 14. This shows that the relationship between mental states and behavior is highly complex. The moral is that mind-to-behavior connections are always defeasible and defeasible by the occurrence of a further mental state, not merely by physical barriers and hindrances, as when Mary cannot open the window because her arms are paralyzed or the window is nailed shut. This makes the prospect of producing for each mental expression a purely behavioral physical definition extremely remote. But we should not lose sight of the important fact that the defeasibility thesis does state an important and interesting connection between mental phenomena and behavior. The thesis does not say that there are no mental behavioral entailments, it only says that such entailments are more complex than they might first appear, in that they always face potential mental defeaters. Let us now turn to another issue. Suppose you want to greet someone. What behavior is entailed by this want? As we might say, greeting desires issue in greeting behavior. But what is greeting behavior? When you see Mary across the street and want to greet her, you might wave to her, cry out, "Hi, Mary." The entailment is defeasible since you would not greet her, even though you want to, if you also thought that by doing so you might cause her embarrassment. Be that as it may, saying that wanting to greet someone issues in a greeting does not say much about the observable physical behavior, because greeting is an action that includes a manifest psychological component, behavior of type 3 distinguished earlier. Greeting Mary involves noticing and recognizing her, believing, or hoping, that she will notice your physical gesture and recognize it as expressing your intention to greet her, and so on. Greeting obviously will not count as behavior of kind, I, or, 2, that is, a physiological response or bodily movement. But does wanting to greet entail any bodily movements? If so, what bodily movements? There are innumerable ways of greeting. You can greet by waving your right hand, waving your left hand, or waving both, by saying hi, or how are you, or hey, how are you doing, Mary, by saying these things in French or Chinese. Mary is from France, and you and Mary are taking a Chinese class, by rushing up to Mary and shaking her hand or giving her a hug, and countless other ways. In fact, any physical gesture will do as long as it is socially recognized as a way of greeting. Point 15. And there is a flip side to this. As travel guidebooks routinely warn us, a gesture that is recognized as friendly and respectful in one culture may be taken as expressing scorn and disdain in another. Indeed, within our own culture the very same physical gesture could count as greeting someone, indicating your presence in a roll call, bidding at an auction, signaling for a left turn, and any number of other things. The factors that determine exactly what it is that you are doing when you produce a physical gesture include the customs, habits, and conventions that are in force as well as the particular circumstances at the time, a complex network of entrenched customs and practices, the agent's beliefs and intentions, her social relationships to other agents involved, and numerous other factors. Considerations like these make it seem exceedingly unlikely that anyone could ever produce correct behavioral definitions of mental terms linking every mental expression with an equivalent behavioral expression referring solely to pure physical behavior, motions and noises. In fact, we have seen here how futile it would be to look for interesting generalizations, much less definitions, connecting mental states, like wanting to greet someone, with physical behavior. To have even a glimmer of success, we would need, it seems, to work at the level of intentional action, not of physical behavior, that is, at the level of actions like greeting a friend, buying and selling, and reading the morning paper, not behavior at the level of motions and noises. Do pains entail pain behavior? Nevertheless, as noted earlier, some mental phenomena seem more closely tied to physical behavior occurrences like pains and itches that have natural expressions in behavior. When you experience pain, you wince and groan and try to get away from the source of the pain. When you itch, you scratch. This perhaps is what gives substance to the talk of pain behavior. It is probably easier to recognize pain behavior than, say, greeting behavior, in an alien culture. We sometimes try to hide our pains and may successfully suppress winces and groans. Nonetheless, pains do seem, under normal conditions, to manifest themselves in a roughly identifiable range of physical behavior. Does this mean that pains entail certain specific types of physical behavior? Let us first get clear about what entailment is to mean in a context of this kind. When we say that pain entails winces and groans, we are saying that anyone in pain winces and groans is analytically, or conceptually, true. That is, like bachelors are unmarried and vixens are females, it is true solely in virtue of the meanings of the terms involved, or the concepts expressed by these terms. If toothache is definable, as Hempel claims, in terms of weeping and making gesture G, where we leave it to Hempel to specify G, toothache entails weeping and making gesture G in our sense. And if pain entails winces and groans, no organism could count as being in pain unless it could evince wincing and groaning behavior. That is, there is no possible world in which something is in pain but does not wince and groan. Point 16. Some philosophers have argued that there is no pain behavior entailment because pain behavior can be completely and thoroughly suppressed by some people, the super Stoics and super Spartans, who have trained themselves not to show their pains in overt behavior. Point 17. This objection can be met, at least partially, by pointing out that super Spartans, although they do not actually exhibit pain behavior, can still be said to have a propensity, or disposition, to exhibit pain behavior. That is, they would exhibit overt pain behavior if certain conditions were to obtain. For example, the super Spartan code of conduct is renounced, their inhibition is loosened by alcohol, etc. It is only that these conditions do not obtain for them, and so their behavior dispositions associated with pain remain unmanifested. And a truthful super Spartan will say yes when asked, "Are you in pain?" although she will not groan, wince, or complain. There is this difference, then, between a super Spartan who is in pain and another super Spartan who is not in pain. It is true of the former, but not the latter, that if certain conditions were to obtain for her, she would exhibit pain behavior. It seems, therefore, that the objection based on the conceivability of super Spartans can be substantially mitigated by formulating the entailment claim in terms of behavior dispositions or propensities rather than actual behavior production. After all, most behaviorists identify mentality with behavior dispositions, not actual behaviors. Point 18. So the modified entailment thesis says this: it is an analytic, conceptual truth that anyone in pain has a propensity to wince or groan. Is this true? Consider animals. Dogs and cats can surely feel pain. Do they wince or groan? Perhaps. How about squirrels or bats? How about snakes and octopuses? Evidently, In order to groan or wince or emit a specified type of behavior, such as screaming and writhing in pain, an organism needs a certain sort of body and bodily organs with specific capacities and powers. Only animals with vocal cords can groan or scream. We can be certain that no one has ever observed a groaning snake or octopus. Thus, the entailment thesis under consideration has the consequence that organisms without vocal cords cannot be in pain, which is absurd. The point can be generalized. Whatever behavior type is picked, we can coherently imagine a pain-capable organism that is physically unsuited to produce behavior of that type. 19. If this is the case, there is no specific behavior type that is entailed by pain. More generally, the same line of consideration should show that no specific behavior type is entailed by any mental state. And yet a weaker thesis, perhaps something like the following, may be true. Weak behavior entailment thesis. For any pain-capable species 20 there is a certain behavior type B such that, for that species, being in pain entails a propensity to emit behavior of type B. According to this thesis, then, each species may have its own special way of expressing pain behaviorally, although there are no universal and species-independent pain-to-behavior entailments. If this is correct, the concept of pain involves the concept of behavior only in this sense: any organism in pain has a propensity to behave in some characteristic way. Note that the weak entailment thesis is formulated in terms of a propensity to exhibit a type of behavior. Having a propensity should be taken to mean that only when an appropriate set of conditions obtains, the phenomenon will occur, or, alternatively, that there is a fairly high probability of its occurring. In any case, it is clear that there is no behavior pattern that can count as pain behavior across all pain-capable organisms, and perhaps also inorganic systems. Again, this makes the prospect of defining pain in terms of behavior exceedingly remote. Ontological behaviorism. Logical behaviorism is a thesis about the meanings of psychological expressions. As you recall, the claim is that the meaning of every psychological term is definable exclusively on the basis of behavioral physical terms. More concretely, the claim is that given any sentence including psychological expressions, we can in principle produce a synonymous sentence devoid of psychological expressions. But we can also consider a behaviorist thesis about psychological states or phenomena as such, independently of the language in which they are described. The ontological question is what mental states are. Given that psychological sentences are translatable into behavioral sentences, does this mean that there are only behaviors, but no mental states? No pains, only pain behavior? A radical behaviorist may claim that there are no mental facts over and above actual and possible behavioral facts, and that inner mental events do not exist, and that if they did, they are of no consequence. This is ontological behaviorism. Existentially, our mentality consists solely in behaviors and behavioral dispositions, there is nothing more. This, therefore, is a form of psychological eliminativism. 21 The view that mentality as ordinarily conceived is as misguided and defunct as the phlogiston theory of combustion and the neo-vitalist theory of entelechies as the principle of life. Like such discredited scientific theory, mentalistic psychology will be jettisoned sooner and later. Such is the claim of radical behaviorism. Compare the following two claims about pain. 1. Pain equals winces and groans. 2. Pain equals the cause of winces and groans. Claim 1 expresses an ontological behaviorism about pain. It tells us what pain is. It is winces and groans. There is nothing more to pain than pain behavior. If there is also some private event going on, that is not pain, or part of pain, whatever it is, and it is psychologically irrelevant. But, 2, is not a form of ontological behaviorism, since the cause of winces and groans need not be, and probably isn't, more behavior. Clearly, 2, may be affirmed by someone who thinks that it is an internal state of organisms, say, a neural state, that causes pain behavior, like winces and groans. Moreover, a dualist, even a Cartesian dualist, can welcome, too. She would say that a private mental event, an inner pain experience, is the cause of winces, groans, and other pain behavior. Further, we might even claim that, 2, is analytically or conceptually true. The concept of pain is that of an internal state apt to cause characteristic pain behaviors like winces and groans. Point 22. Note this paradoxical result, 2, can be taken as an unexpected vindication of logical behaviorism about pain, since it allows us to translate any sentence of the form X is in pain into X is in a state that causes winces and groans, a sentence devoid of psychological expressions. Point 23. The same goes for other sentences including the term pain. On the ontological question what is pain really? 2, is consistent with physicalism, property dualism, and even Cartesian interactionist dualism, though not with epiphenomenalism or Leibniz's pre-established harmony. One lesson of all this is that logical behaviorism does not entail ontological behaviorism. Does ontological behaviorism entail logical behaviorism? Again, the answer has to be no. From the fact that xs are ys, nothing interesting follows about the meanings of the expressions x and y in particular, nothing follows about their interdefinability. Consider some examples. We know that bolts of lightning are electric discharges in the atmosphere and that genes are DNA molecules. But the expressions lightning and electric discharge in the atmosphere are not conceptually related, much less synonymous, nor are the expressions gene and DNA molecule. So it may be that pain equals winces, groans, and avoidance behavior. But you would not be able to verify that pain means the same as winces, groans, and avoidance behavior by consulting the most comprehensive dictionary. In a similar vein, one could say, as some philosophers have argued 24, that there are in this world no inner private episodes like pains, itches, and twinges, but only observable behaviors or dispositions to exhibit such behaviors. One may say this because one holds a certain form of logical behaviorism or takes a dim view of supposedly private and subjective episodes in an inner theater. But one may be an ontological behaviorist on a methodological ground, affirming that there is no need to posit private inner events like pains and itches since they are not needed nor are they able to explain observed behaviors of humans and other organisms, as neural physical states are sufficient for this purpose. A person holding such a view may well concede that the phenomenon purportedly designated by pain is an inner subjective state, but will insist that there is no reason to think that the word actually refers to anything real, compare with which, or Bigfoot. Daniel Dennett has urged that our concept of a private qualitative state, qualia, is saddled with conditions that cannot be simultaneously satisfied, and that, as a result, there can be nothing that corresponds to the traditional idea of a private inner episode. Point 25. Paul Chitchland and Stephen Stick have argued that beliefs, desires, and other intentional states as conceived in folk psychology will go the way of phlogiston and entelechy as systematic, scientific psychology makes progress. Point 26. The real relationship between pain and pain behavior. Our discussion has revealed serious difficulties with any entailment claims about the relationship between pain and pain behavior, or more generally, between types of mental states and types of behavior. The considerations seem to show that though our pains may cause our pain behaviors, this causal relation is a contingent fact. But leaving the matter there is unsatisfying. Surely pain behaviors, groans, winces, screams, writhings, attempts to get away, and such have something important to do with our notion of pain. How else could we learn, and teach, the concept of pain or the meaning of the word pain? Wouldn't we rightly deny the concept of pain to a person who does not at all appreciate the connection between pains and these characteristic pain behaviors? If a person observes someone writhing on the floor, clutching his broken leg, and screaming for help and yet refuses to acknowledge that he is in pain, wouldn't it be correct to say that this person does not have the concept of pain, that he does not know what pain means? If Wittgenstein's beetle in the box shows anything, it is the point that publicly accessible behaviors are essential to anchor the meanings of our mental terms, like pain, and explain the possibility of knowledge of what goes on in other people's minds. That is, observable behavior seems to have an essential grounding role for the semantics of our psychological language and the epistemology of other minds. What we need, therefore, is a positive account of the relationship between pain and pain behavior that explains their intimate connection without making it into one of logical, or conceptual, entailment. The following is one possible story. Let us begin with an analogy. How do we fix the meaning of 1 meter long, that is, the concept of a meter? We sketch an answer based on Saul Kripke's influential work on names and their references. Point 27. Consider the standard meter, a bar of platinum iridium alloy kept in a vault near Paris. Point 28. Is the following statement necessarily, or analytically, true? The standard meter is 1 meter long. There is a clear sense in which the standard meter defines what it is to be 1 meter in length. But does being the standard meter, or having the same length as the standard meter, entail being 1 meter long? The standard meter is a particular physical object, manufactured at a particular date and place and now located somewhere in France, and surely this metallic object might not have been the standard meter and might not have been 1 meter long. It could have been fashioned into a bowl, or it could have been made into a longer rod of 2 meters. In other words, it is a contingent fact that this particular platinum iridium rod was selected as the standard meter, and it is a contingent fact that it is 1 meter long. No middle-sized physical object has the length it has necessarily. Anything could be longer or shorter, or so it seems. We must conclude, then, that the statement that something has the same length as the standard meter does not logically entail that it is 1 meter long, and it is not analytically, or conceptually, true that if the length of an object coincides with that of the standard meter, it is 1 meter long. But what, then, is the relationship between the standard meter and the concept of the meter? After all, the standard meter is not called that for nothing. There must be some intimate connection between the two. A plausible answer is that we specify the property of being 1 meter long, the meaning, if you wish, of the expression 1 meter long, by the use of a contingent relationship in which the property stands. 1 meter is the length of this thing, namely, the standard meter, here and now. It is only contingently 1 meter long, but that is no barrier to using it to specify what counts as 1 meter. This is just like when we point to a ripe tomato and say, red is the color of this tomato. It is only a contingent fact that this tomato is red. It could have been green, but we can use this contingent fact to specify what the color red is and what the word red means. Let us see how a similar account might go for pain. We specify what pain is, or fix the meaning of pain, by reference to a contingent fact about pain, namely, that pain causes winces and groans in humans. This is a contingent fact about this world. In worlds in which different laws hold, or worlds in which the central nervous systems of humans and those of other organisms are hooked up differently to peripheral sensory surfaces and motor output systems, the patterns of causal relations involving pain may be very different. But as things stand in this world, pain is the cause of winces and groans and certain other behaviors in humans and related animal species. In worlds in which pains do not cause winces and groans, different behaviors may count as pain behavior, in which case pain specifications in those worlds could advert to the behaviors caused by pains there. This is similar to the color case. If cucumbers but not ripe tomatoes were red, we would be specifying what red means by pointing to cucumbers instead. The foregoing is only a sketch of an account but not an implausible one. It explains how, too, above, pain equals the cause of winces and groans, though only contingently true, can help specify what pain is and fix the reference of the term pain. And it seems to show a good fit with the way we learn, and teach, how to use the word pain and other mental expressions denoting sensations. The approach brings mental expressions under the same rubric with many other expressions, as we have seen, such as red and 1 meter long. Though not implausible, the story may not be over just yet. The reader is encouraged to think about the possible differences between the case of pain and cases like the color red and 1 meter in length. In particular, think about how it deals with, or fails to deal with, the conundrum of Wittgenstein's beetle in the box. Behaviorism in psychology. So far we have been discussing behaviorism as a philosophical doctrine concerning the meanings of mental terms and the nature of mental states. But as we noted at the outset, Behaviorism is also the name of an important and influential psychological movement initiated early in the 20th century that came to dominate scientific psychology and the social sciences in North America and many other parts of the world for several decades. It held its position as the reigning methodology of the behavioral sciences until the latter half of the century, when cognitivism and mentalism began a strong comeback and replaced it as the new orthodoxy. Behaviorism in science can be viewed in two ways: first, as a precept on how psychology should be conducted as a science. It provides guidance to questions like what its proper domain should be, what conditions should be placed on admissible evidence, what its theories are supposed to accomplish, by what standards its explanations are to be evaluated, and so on. Second, behaviorism, especially B.F. Skinner's radical behaviorism, is a specific behaviorist research paradigm seeking to construct psychological theories conforming to a fairly explicit and precisely formulated pattern, for example, Skinner's operant conditioning. Here we have room only for a brief and sketchy discussion of scientific behaviorism in the first sense. Discussion of Skinner's radical behaviorism is beyond the scope of this book. We can begin with what may be called methodological behaviorism. The only admissible evidence for the science of psychology is observable behavioral data, that is, data concerning the observable physical behavior of organisms. We can understand somewhat more broadly than merely as a stricture on admissible evidence by focusing on the data it refers to. Data serve two closely related purposes in science. First, they constitute the domain of phenomena for which theories are constructed to provide explanations and predictions. Second, they serve as the evidential basis that can support or undermine theories. What says, therefore, is that psychological theories should attempt to explain and predict only data concerning observable behavior, and that only such data should be used as evidence against which psychological theories are to be evaluated. These 2 points can be seen to collapse into one when we realize that explanatory and predictive successes and failures constitute, by and large, the only measure by which we evaluate how well theories are supported by evidence. The main reason some psychologists and philosophers have insisted on the observability of psychological data is to ensure the objective or intersubjective testability of psychological theories. It is thought that introspective data obtained by a subject by inwardly inspecting her own inner Cartesian theater are essentially private and subjective, and hence cannot serve as the basis for intersubjective validation of psychological theories. In short, the idea is that intersubjective access to data is required to ensure the possibility of intersubjective agreement in science, and that the possibility of intersubjective agreement is required to ensure the objectivity of psychology. Only behavioral, and more broadly, physical, data, it is thought, meet the condition of intersubjective observability. In short, aims at securing the objectivity of psychology as a science. What about a subject's verbal reports of her inner experiences? A subject in an experiment involving mental imagery might report, "I am now rotating the figure counterclockwise." What is wrong with taking the following as an item of our data: subject S is rotating her mental image counterclockwise. Someone who holds I will say something like this: strictly speaking, what we can properly consider an item of data here is S's utterance of the words "I am now rotating the figure counterclockwise." Counting S's actual mental operation of rotating her mental image as a datum involves the assumption that she is a competent speaker of English, that intersubjective meaning can be attached to reports of inner experience, and that she is reporting her experience correctly. These are all substantial psychological assumptions, and we cannot consider the subject's reports of her visual activity to meet the criterion of intersubjective verifiability. Therefore, unless these assumptions themselves can be behaviorally justified, the cognitive scientist is entitled only to the subject's utterance of the string of words, not the presumed content of those words, as part of her basic data. Consciousness is usually thought to fall outside the province of psychological explanation for the behaviorist. Inner conscious states are not among the phenomena it is the business of psychological theory to explain or predict. In any case, many psychologists and cognitive scientists may find, by and large acceptable, although they are likely to disagree about just what is to count as observable behavior. Some may consider verbal reports, with their associated meanings, as admissible data, especially when they are corroborated by nonverbal behavior. A real disagreement arises, though, concerning the following stronger version of methodological behaviorism. 2. Psychological theories must not invoke the internal states of psychological subjects, that is, psychological explanations must not appeal to internal states of organisms, nor should references to such states occur in deriving predictions about behavior. This appears to have been a tenet of Skinner's psychological program. On this principle, organisms are to be construed as veritable black boxes whose internal structure is forever closed to the psychological investigator. Psychological generalizations, therefore, must only correlate observable stimulus conditions as input, behavioral outputs, and subsequent reinforcements. But isn't it obvious that when the same stimulus is applied to two organisms, they can respond with different behavior output? How can we explain behavioral differences elicited by the same stimulus condition without invoking differences in their internal states? The Skinnerian answer is that such behavioral differences can be explained by reference to the differences in the history of reinforcement for the two organisms, that is to say, the two organisms emit different behavior in response to the same stimulus because their histories involving external stimuli elicited behaviors and the reinforcements following the behaviors are different. But if such an explanation works, isn't that because the differences in the histories of the two organisms led to differences in their present internal states? Isn't it plausible to suppose that these differences here and now are what is directly implicated in the production of different behaviors now? To suppose otherwise would be to embrace mnemic causation, causal influence that leaps over a temporal gap with no intermediate links bridging cause and effect. Apart from such metaphysical doubts, there appears to be an overwhelming consensus at this point that the stimulus-response reinforcement model is simply inadequate to generate explanatory or predictive theories for vast areas of human and animal behaviors. And why is it impermissible to invoke present internal differences as well as differences in histories to explain differences in behavior output? Notice how sweeping the constraint expressed by 2 really is. It outlaws references not only to inner mental states of the subject but also to its internal physical biological states. Methodological concerns with the objectivity of psychology as a science provide an intelligible, if perhaps not sufficient, motivation for banishing the former, but it seems clearly insufficient to justify banning the latter from psychological theories and explanations. Even if it is true, as Skinner claims 29, that invoking internal neurobiological states does not help psychological theorizing, that hardly constitutes a sufficient ground for prohibiting it as a matter of scientific methodology. In view of this, we may consider a further version of behaviorism as a rule of psychological methodology. 3. Psychological theories must make no reference to inner mental states in formulating psychological explanations. This principle allows the introduction of internal biological physical states, including states of the central nervous system, into psychological theories and explanations, prohibiting only reference to inner mental states. But what is to count as such a state? Does this principle permit the use of such concepts as drive, information, memory, attention, mental representation, and the like in psychological theories? To answer this question, we would have to examine these concepts in the context of particular psychological theories making use of them. This is not a task for armchair philosophical conceptual analysis. We should keep in mind, though, that the chief rationale for 3, in fact, the driving motivation for the entire behaviorist methodology is the insistence on the objective testability of theories and public access to shareable data. This means that what 3 is intended to prohibit is the introduction of private subjective states for which objective access is thought to be problematic, not the use of theoretical constructs posited by psychological theories for explanatory and predictive purposes, as long as these meet the requirement of intersubjectivity. Unlike overt behavior, these constructs are not, as a rule, directly observable, and they are not strictly definable or otherwise reducible in terms of observable behavior. However, they differ from the paradigmatic inner mental states in that they apparently do not show the first-person/third-person asymmetry of epistemic access. Scientific theories often introduce theoretical concepts for entities, electrons, magnetic fields, quarks, and properties, spin, polarization, that go far beyond the limits of human observation. Like any other science, psychological theory should be entitled to such theoretical constructs. But in excluding private conscious states from psychological theory, 3. excludes them from playing any causal explanatory role in relation to behavior. If it is true, as we ordinarily think, that some of our behavior is caused by inner mental states disallowed by 3. our psychological theory is likely to be incomplete. There may well be behavior for which no theory meeting 3. can provide full explanations. Some of these issues are discussed further in chapters 7, 9, and 10. Are there other methodological constraints for psychological theory? How can we be sure that the states and entities posited by a psychological theory, for example, intelligence, mental representation, drive reduction, are real? If, in explaining the same data, one psychological theory posits one set of unobservable states and another theory posits an entirely different set, which theory, if any, should be believed? That is, which theory represents the psychological reality of the subjects? Does it make sense to raise such questions? If it does, should there be the further requirement that the entities and states posited by a psychological theory have a biological reality, that is, must they somehow be realized or implemented in the biological physical structures and processes of the organism? These are important questions about the science of psychology, and we deal with some of them later in our discussion of mind-body theories and the status of cognitive science, chapters 5, 6. Why behavior matters to mind. Our discussion thus far has been, by and large, negative toward behaviorism. This should not be taken to mean that we should take a negative attitude on the relevance of behavior to minds. The fact is that the importance of behavior to mentality cannot be overemphasized. In retrospect, it seems that, impressed by the crucial role of behavior to mentality, various forms of behaviorism, in particular logical behaviorism, got carried away, going way overboard and advocating extreme and unrealistic theories, with the reformers' zeal. There are three main players on the scene in discussions of mentality: mind, brain, and behavior. An important task of the mind-body problem is to elucidate the relationships among these three elements. The detailed issues and problems are yet to be discussed in the rest of this book. But here is a rough picture. 1. The brain is the ontological, that is, existential base of the mind. 2. The brain, and perhaps the mind also, is the cause of behavior. 3. Behavior is the semantic foundation of mental language. It is what fixes the meanings of our mental/psychological expressions. 4. Behavior is the primary, almost exclusive, evidence for the attribution of mental states to other beings with minds. Our knowledge of other minds depends primarily on observation of behavior. It is fair to say these statements are what most of us believe. There will be dissenters, especially about 1 and 2, for example, Cartesian dualists. What concerns us here are items 3 and 4. Without behavior, it is hard to see how our mental terms can acquire their common, public meanings fit for interpersonal communication. And without behavioral evidence, including verbal behavior, it is not possible to know what others are thinking and feeling. Try to imagine how you might find out what an immaterial soul is thinking or feeling. If we were to lose observational access to others' behavior, the fabric of our social relationships would completely unravel. Unquestionably, behavior is the semantic and epistemological foundation of our mental and social life. To summarize, the brain is what existentially underlies, and supports, our mental life. You take away the brain, and mental life is no more. Behavior, on the other hand, is the semantical and epistemological foundation of mentality. Without it, psychological language would be impossible, and we could never know what goes in other minds. It is impossible to exaggerate, or even underplay, the crucial place observable behavior has in our social life. Chapter 4. Mind as the Brain. The psychoneural identity theory. Some ancient Greeks thought that the heart was the organ responsible for thoughts and feelings, an idea that has survived, we are told, in the traditional symbolism of the heart as signifying love and romance. But the Greeks got it wrong. We now know, as surely as such things can be known, that the brain is where the action is as far as our mental life is concerned. If you ask people where their minds or thoughts are located, they will point to their heads. Does this mean only that the mind and brain share the same location, or something stronger, namely, that the mind is the brain? We consider here a theory that advocates this stronger claim that the mind is identical with the brain, and that for a creature to have mentality is for it to have a brain with appropriate structure and capacities. Mind-brain correlations. But what makes us think that the brain is the seat of our mental life, as Descartes might have put it? The answer seems clear. There are pervasive and systematic psychoneural correlations, that is, correlations between mental phenomena and neural states of the brain. This is not something we know a priori, we know it from empirical evidence. We observe that injuries to the brain often have a dramatic impact on mental life, affecting the ability to reason, recall, and perceive, and that they can drastically impair a person's cognitive capacities and even alter her personality traits. Chemical changes in the brain brought on by ingestion of alcohol, antidepressants, and other psychoactive drugs affect our moods, emotions, and cognitive functions. When a brain concussion knocks us out, our conscious life goes blank. Sophisticated brain imaging techniques allow us to see just what is going on in our brains when we are engaged in certain mental activities, like seeing green or feeling agitated. It is safe to say that we now have overwhelming scientific evidence attesting to the centrality of the brain and its activities as determinants of our mental life. A badly scraped elbow can cause you a searing pain, and a mild food poisoning is often accompanied by stomachaches and queasy feelings. Irradiations of your retinas cause visual sensations, which in turn cause beliefs about objects and events around you. Stimulations of your sensory surfaces lead to sensory and perceptual experiences of various kinds. However, peripheral neural events are only remote causes. We think that they bring about conscious experiences only because they cause appropriate states of the brain. This is how anesthesia works. If the nerve signals coming from sensory peripheries are blocked or the normal functions of the brain are interfered with so that the central neural processes that underlie conscious experience are prevented from occurring, there will be no experience of pain, perhaps no experience of anything. It is plausible that everything that occurs in mental life has a state of the brain, or the central nervous system, as its proximate physical basis. It would be difficult to deny that the very existence of our mentality depends on the existence of appropriately functioning neural systems. If all the cells and molecules that make up your brain were scattered in intergalactic space, your whole mental life would vanish at that moment, just as surely as annihilating all the molecules making up your body would mean its end. At least that is the way things seem. We may summarize this in the following thesis. Mind-brain correlation thesis. For each type M of mental event that occurs to an organism O, there exists a brain state of kind B, M's neural correlate or substrate, such that M occurs to O at time t if and only if B occurs to O at t. According to this thesis, then, each type of mental event that can occur to an organism has a neural correlate that is both necessary and sufficient for its occurrence. So for each organism there is a set of mind-brain correlations covering every kind of mental state it is capable of having. 2 points may be noted about these brain-mind correlations. 1. They are law-like. The fact that pain is experienced when certain of your neurons, say, C fibers and A delta fibers, are activated is a matter of lawful regularity, not accidental, or coincidental, co-occurrences. 2. Even the smallest change in your mental life cannot occur unless there are some specific, perhaps still unknown, changes in your brain state. For example, when your headache goes away, there must be an appropriate change in your neural states. Another way of putting these points, though this is not strictly equivalent, is to say that mentality supervenes on brain states. Remember that this supervenience, if it indeed holds, is something we know from observation and experience, not a priori. Moreover, specific correlations, that is, correlations between specific types of mental states, say, pain, and specific types of brain states, say, the activation of certain neural fibers, are again matters of scientific research and discovery, and we may assume that many of the details about these correlations are still largely unknown. However, it is knowledge of these specific correlations, rough and incomplete though it may be, that ultimately underlies our confidence in the general thesis of mind-brain correlation and mind-brain supervenience. If Aristotle had been correct, and he might have been correct, about the heart being the engine of our mentality, we would have a mind-heart correlation thesis and mind-heart supervenience, instead of the mind-brain correlation thesis and mind-brain supervenience. Making sense of mind-brain correlations. When a systematic correlation between two properties or types of events has been observed, we want an explanation, or interpretation, of the correlation. Why do the properties F and G correlate? Why is it that an event of type F occurs just when an event of type G occurs? We do not want to countenance too many brute, unexplained coincidences in nature. An explanatory demand of this kind becomes even more pressing when we observe systematic patterns of correlation between two large families of properties, like mental and neural properties. Let us first look at some examples of property correlations outside the mind-brain case. A. Whenever the ambient temperature falls below 20 degrees Fahrenheit and stays there for several days, the local lakes and ponds freeze over. Why? The answer, of course, is that the low temperature causes the water in the ponds to freeze. The two events are causally related, and that is why the observed correlation occurs. B. You enter a clock shop and find an astounding scene. Dozens and dozens of clocks of all shapes and sizes are busily ticking away, and they all show exactly the same time, 2 o'clock. A while later, you see all of them showing exactly 2:30, and so on. What explains this marvelous correlation among these clocks? It could not be a coincidence, we think. One possible answer is that the shopkeeper synchronized all the clocks, which are all working properly, before the shop opened in the morning. Here, a common cause, the shopkeeper's action in the morning, explains the correlations that are now observed. To put it another way, one clock showing 3:30 and another showing the same time are collateral effects of a common cause. There are no direct causal relationships between the clocks that are responsible for the correlations. See, we can imagine a slightly different explanation of why the clocks are keeping the same time. These clocks actually are not very accurate, and some of them gain or lose time markedly every 5 minutes or so. But there is a little leprechaun whose job is to run around the shop, unseen by the customers, synchronizing the clocks every minute. That is why every time you look, the clocks show the same time. This again is a common cause explanation of a correlation, but it is different from the story in B, in the following respect. This explanation involves a continued intervention of a causal agent, whereas in B, a single cause in the past is sufficient. In neither case, however, is there a direct cause-effect relationship between the correlated events. D. Why do temperature and pressure covary for gases confined in a rigid container? The temperature and pressure of a gas are both dependent on the motions of the molecules that compose the gas. The temperature is the average kinetic energy of the molecules, and the pressure is the momentum imparted to the walls of the container, per unit area, by the molecules colliding with them. Thus, the rise in temperature and the rise in pressure can be viewed as two aspects of one and the same underlying microprocess. E. Why does lightning occur just when there is an electric discharge between clouds or between clouds and the ground? Because lightning simply is an electric discharge involving clouds and the ground. There is here only one phenomenon, not two that are correlated with each other, and what we thought were distinct correlated phenomena turn out to be one and the same event, under two different descriptions. Here an apparent correlation turns out to be an identity. F. Why do the phases of the moon, full, half, quarter, and so on, co-vary with the tidal actions of the ocean, spring tides, neap tides, and so on? Because the relative positions of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun determine both the phases of the Moon and the combined strength of the gravitational forces of attraction exerted on the ocean water by the Moon and the Sun. So the changes in gravitational force are the proximate causes of tidal actions, and the relative positions of the three bodies can be thought of as their distal cause. The phases of the Moon are merely collateral effects of the positions of the three bodies involved and serve only as an indication of what the positions are: full moon when the Earth is between the Sun and the Moon on a straight line, and so on, having no causal role whatever on tidal actions. What about explaining, or interpreting, mind-brain correlations? Which of the models we have surveyed best fits the mind-body case? As we would expect, all of these models have been tried. We begin with some causal approaches to the mind-body relation. Causal interactionism. Descartes thought that causal interaction between the mind and the body occurred in the pineal gland, Chapter 2. He speculated that animal spirits fluids made up of extremely fine particles flowing around the pineal gland cause it to move in various ways, and these motions of the gland in turn cause conscious states of the mind. Conversely, the mind could cause the gland to move in various ways, affecting the flow of the surrounding animal spirits. This in turn influenced the flow of these fluids to different parts of the body, ultimately issuing in various physiological changes and bodily movements. Point 1. Pre-established harmony between mind and body. Leibniz, like many of his great contemporary rationalists, thought that no coherent sense could be made of Descartes' idea that an immaterial mind could causally influence, or be influenced by, a material body like the pineal gland, managing to move this not so insignificant lump of tissue hither and thither. On his view, the mind and the body are in a pre-established harmony, rather like the clocks that were synchronized by the shopkeeper in the morning, with God having started off our minds and bodies in a harmonious relationship. Whether this is any less fantastical an idea, at least for us, than Descartes' idea of mind-body interaction is debatable. Occasionalism. According to Nicolas Malebranche, another major continental rationalist, whenever a mental event appears to cause a physical event or a physical event appears to cause a mental event, it is only an illusion. There is no direct causal relation between finite minds and bodies. When a mental event, say, your will to raise your arm, occurs, that only serves as an occasion for God to intervene and cause your arm to rise. Divine intervention is also responsible for the apparent causation of mental events by physical events. When your finger is cut, that again is an occasion for God to step in and cause you pain. The role of God, then, is rather like that of the leprechaun in the clock shop whose job is to keep the clocks synchronized at all times by continuous interventions. This view is known as occasionalism. It was an outcome of the doctrine, accepted by Malebranche and many others at the time, that God is the only genuine causal agent in this world, and that the apparent causal relations we observe in the created world are only that, an appearance. The double aspect theory. Spinoza, another great rationalist of the time, maintained that mind and body are simply two correlated aspects of a single underlying substance that is in itself neither mental nor material. This theory, like the doctrine of pre-established harmony and occasionalism, denies direct causal relationships between the mental and the physical. However, unlike them, it does not invoke God's causal action to explain the mental-physical correlations. The observed correlations are there because they are two distinguishable aspects of one underlying reality. A modern form of this approach is known as neutral monism, according to which the fundamental reality is neutral in the sense that it is intrinsically neither physical nor mental. Epiphenomenalism. According to T.H. Huxley, a noted British biologist of the 19th century, all conscious events are caused by neural events in the brain, but they have no causal power of their own, being the ultimate endpoints of causal chains. Point 2. So all mental events are effects of the physiological processes in the brain, but they are powerless to cause anything else, even other mental events. you will your arm to rise, and it rises. But to think that your volition is the cause of the rising of the arm is to commit the same error as thinking that the changes in the phases of the moon cause the changes in tidal motions. The real cause of the arm's rising is a certain neural event in your brain, and this event also causes your experience of a volition to raise the arm. This is like the case of the moon and the tides. The relative positions of the Earth, the moon, and the sun are the true cause of both the tidal motions and the phases of the moon. Many scientists in brain research seem to hold, at least implicitly, a view of this kind. See Chapter 10. Emergentism. There is another interesting response to the question why are mental phenomena correlated with neural phenomena in the way they are. It is this: the question is unanswerable. The correlations are brute facts that we must simply accept, they are not subject to further explanation. This is the position of emergentism. It holds that when biological processes attain a certain level of organizational complexity, a wholly new type of phenomenon, namely, consciousness and rationality, emerges, and why and how these phenomena emerge is not explainable in terms of the lower-level physical biological facts. There is no explanation of why, say, pains rather than itches emerge from C fiber activations, or why pains emerge from C fiber activations rather than another type of neural state. That there are just these emergence relationships and not others must be accepted. In the words of Samuel Alexander, a leading theoretician of the emergence school, with natural piety 3, the phenomenon of emergence must be recognized as a fundamental fact about the natural world. One important difference between emergentism and epiphenomenalism is that the former, but not the latter, acknowledges causal power and efficacy of emergent mental phenomena. The psychoneural, or psychophysical, mind-body, identity theory. This position, explicitly advanced as a solution to the mind-body problem in the late 1950s, advocates the identification of mental states with the physical processes in the brain. Just as there are no bolts of lightning over and above atmospheric electrical discharges, there are no mental events over and above, or in addition to, the neural processes in the brain. Lightning and electrical discharge are not dictionary synonyms, and the Greeks probably knew something about lightning but nothing about electric discharges. Nonetheless, bolts of lightning are just electric discharges, and the two expressions lightning and atmospheric electric discharge refer to the same phenomenon. In the same way, the terms pain and C fiber activation do not have the same dictionary meaning. Socrates knew a lot about pains but nothing about C fiber stimulation. And yet pains turn out to be the activations of C fibers, just as bolts of lightning turned out to be electrical discharges. In many ways, mind-brain identity seems like a natural position to take. It is not just that we point to our heads when we are asked where our minds are. Unless you are prepared to embrace Cartesian immaterial mental substances outside physical space, what could your mind be if not your brain? And what could mental states be if not states of the brain? But what are the arguments that support the identification of mental events with brain events? Even if your mind is in your head, your mind and your brain might only share the same space while remaining distinct. So are there good reasons for thinking that the mind is the brain? There are three principal arguments for the mind-brain identity theory. These are the simplicity argument, the explanatory argument, and the causal argument. We will see how these arguments can be formulated and defended, and try to assess their cogency. We will then turn to some arguments designed to refute, or at least discredit, the mind-brain identity theory. The argument from simplicity. J.J.C. Smart, whose 1959 essay Sensations and Brain Processes had a critical role in establishing the psychoneural identity theory as a major position on the mind-body problem, emphasized the importance of simplicity as a ground for accepting the theory. Point 4, he writes, "Why do I wish to identify sensations with brain processes? Mainly because of Occam's razor. There does seem to be, so far as science is concerned, nothing in the world but increasingly complex arrangements of physical constituents. All except for one place, in consciousness. That is, For a full description of what is going on in a man you would have to mention not only the physical processes in his tissues, glands, nervous system, and so forth, but also his states of consciousness, his visual, auditory, and tactual sensations, his aches and pains. That these should be correlated with brain processes does not help, for to say that they are correlated is to say that they are something over and above. So sensations, states of consciousness, do seem to be the one sort of thing left outside the physicalist picture, and for various reasons I just cannot believe that this can be so. That everything be explicable in terms of physics, except the occurrence of sensations seems to me frankly unbelievable. 5. Occam's, or Occam's, razor, named after the 14th century philosopher William of Ockham, is a principle that urges simplicity as an important virtue of theories and hypotheses. The following two formulations are among the standard ways of stating this principle. 6. I entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. 2. What can be done with fewer assumptions should not be done with more. Principle I urges us to adopt the simplest ontology possible, one that posits no unnecessary entities, that is, entities that have no work to do. In mathematics, we deal with natural numbers, rationals, and reals. But real numbers can be constructed out of rationals, which in turn can be constructed out of natural numbers. Natural numbers, too, can be generated as a series of sets. Sets are all we need to do mathematics. A crucial question in applying this principle, of course, is to determine what counts as going beyond necessity, or what work needs to be done. The physicalist would hold that Cartesian immaterial minds are useless and unneeded posits. The Cartesian dualist, however, would disagree precisely on that point. Principle, too, can be taken as urging simplicity and economy in theory construction. Choose the theory that gives the simplest, most parsimonious descriptions and explanations of the phenomena in its domain, that is, the theory that does its work with the fewest independent hypotheses and assumptions. When Napoleon asked the astronomer and mathematician Pierre de Laplace why God was absent from his theory of the planetary system, Laplace is reported to have replied, "Sir, I have no need of that hypothesis. To explain what needs to be explained, the stability of the planetary system, in this instance, we do well enough with physical laws alone, we need no help, and get none, from the hypothesis that God exists." Here, he is invoking version 2 of Occam's razor. We can also see Laplace as invoking version I. We don't need God in our ontology to do planetary astronomy, he would be an idler with no work to do. There seem to be three lines of consideration one might pursue in attempting to argue in favor of the mind-brain identity theory on the ground of simplicity. First, it is a simple fact that identification reduces the number of putative entities and thereby enhances ontological simplicity. When you say X is the same thing as Y, or, as Smart puts it, that X is nothing over and above Y, you are saying that there is just one thing here, not two. So if pain as a mental kind is identified with its neural correlate, we simplify our ontology on two levels. First, there is no mental kind, being in pain, in addition to C-fiber stimulation. Second, and this follows from the previous point, there are no individual pain occurrences in addition to occurrences of C-fiber stimulation. In this rather obvious way, mind-brain identification simplifies our ontology. Second, it may also be argued that psychoneural identification is conducive to conceptual or linguistic simplicity as well. If all mental states are systematically identified with their neural correlates, there is a sense in which mentalistic language in which we speak of sensations, emotions, and thoughts is in principle replaceable by a physical language in which we speak of neural processes. The mentalistic language is practically indispensable, and we can be certain that it will remain so. We will almost certainly never have a full catalogue of mental neural correlations, and who among us will want to learn the bewilderingly complex and arcane medical terms? Still, we cannot deny the following crucial fact: on the identity theory, descriptions formulated in a mental vocabulary do not report facts or phenomena distinct from those reportable by sentences in a comprehensive physical biological language. There are no excess facts beyond physical facts that can only be described in some non-physical language. In this sense, physical language would be complete and universal. Third, and this is what Smart seems to have in mind, suppose we stop short of identifying pain with C-fiber stimulation and stick with the correlation pain occurs if and only if, IFF, CFS occurs. As earlier noted, correlations cry out for explanation. How might such correlations be explained? In science, we standardly explain laws and correlations by deriving them from other, more fundamental laws and correlations. From what more basic correlations could we derive pain occurs IFF CFS occurs? It seems quite certain that it cannot be derived from purely physical biological laws alone. The simple reason is that these laws do not even speak of pain, the term, or concept, pain does not appear in physical biological laws, for the obvious reason that it is not part of the physical biological language. So if the pain CFS correlation is to be explained, its explanatory premises from which it is to be derived, will have to include at least one law correlating some mental phenomenon with a physical biological phenomenon, that is, at least one psychoneural correlation. But this puts us back in square one. How do we explain this perhaps more fundamental mental physical correlation? The upshot is that we are likely to be stuck with the pain CFS correlation and countless other such psychoneural correlations, one for each distinct type of mental state. Think about how many mental states there are or could be, and in particular, consider this: for each declarative sentence P, such as "it will snow tomorrow," there is the belief that P, that is, the belief that it will snow tomorrow. And all such correlations would have to be taken as brute basic laws of the world, brute in the sense that they are not further explainable and must be taken to be among the fundamental laws of our total theory of the world. We will shortly discuss an argument, explanatory argument I, that claims that these psychoneural correlations are explained by psychoneural identities. For example, that pain occurs IFF CFS occurs is explained by pain equals CFS. But such a theory of the world should strike us as intolerably complex and bloated, the very antithesis of simplicity and elegance we strive for in science. For one thing, it includes a huge and motley crowd of psychoneural correlation laws, a potentially infinite number of them among its basic laws. For another, each of these psychoneural laws is highly complex. Pain may be a simple sensory quality, but look at the physical side of the pain CFS correlation. CFS consists of an untold number of molecules, atoms, and particles, and their interactions. We expect our basic laws to be reasonably simple, and reasonably few in number. And we expect to explain complex phenomena by combining and iteratively applying a few simple laws. We do not expect basic laws to deal in physical structures consisting of zillions of particles in unimaginably complex configurations. This makes our total theory messy, inflated, and inelegant. Compare this bloated picture with what we get if we move from psychoneural correlations to psychoneural identities, from pain occurs IFF CFS occurs to pain equals CFS. Pain and CFS are one and not two, and we are not faced by two distinct phenomena whose correlation needs to be explained. In this way, psychoneural identities permit us to transcend and renounce these would-be correlation laws, what Herbert Feigl aptly called nomological danglers. 7. Moreover, as Smart emphasizes, the identification of the mental with the physical brings the mental within the purview of physical theory, and ultimately our basic physics constitutes a complete and comprehensive explanatory framework adequate for all aspects of the natural world. The resulting picture is far simpler and more elegant than the earlier picture, in which any complete theory of the world must include all those complex mind-brain laws in addition to the basic laws of physics. Anyway, that is the argument. What should we think of this argument? Does going from psychoneural correlations to psychoneural identities really simplify our total theory of the world, as the argument claims? Here the reader is invited to reflect on the following simple question: doesn't the psychoneural identity theory merely replace psychoneural correlations with an equal number of psychoneural identities, one for one? The identities are empirical just like the correlations, and they make even stronger modal assertions about the world, going beyond the correlations. This is so because the identity pain equals CFS is now generally taken to be a necessary truth, if true, and the correlation pain occurs IFF CFS occurs, being entailed by a necessary truth, turns out itself to be a necessary truth. Moreover, these identities are not deducible from more basic physical biological laws any more than the correlations are, and so they must be countenanced as fundamental and ineliminable postulates about how things are in the world. So don't we end up with the same number of empirical assumptions about the world? The fact is that the total empirical content of a theory with psychoneural identities is at least equal to that of a theory with the psychoneural correlations they replace. Doesn't it follow that version, too, of the simplicity principle actually argues against psychoneural identities, or declares a tie between the identities and the correlations? So what exactly are the vaunted benefits of simplification promised by the identities? The reader is also invited to consider how a Cartesian, or a dualist of any stripe, might respond to smart simplicity argument, keeping in mind that one person's simple theory may well be another person's incomplete or truncated theory. What counts as going beyond necessity can be a matter of dispute. In fact, what is to be included among the necessities is usually the very bone of contention between the disputants. Explanatory arguments for psychoneural identity. According to some philosophers, psychoneural identities can do important and indispensable explanatory work, that is, they help explain certain facts and phenomena that would otherwise remain unexplained, and this provides us with a sufficient warrant for their acceptance. Sometimes an appeal is made to the principle of inference to the best explanation. This principle is usually taken as an inductive rule of inference, and there is a widespread, if not universal, agreement that it is an important rule used in the sciences to evaluate the merits of theories and hypotheses. The rule can be stated something like this. Principle of inference to the best explanation. If hypothesis H gives the best explanation of phenomena in a given domain when compared with other rival hypotheses H1, Hn, we may accept H as true, or at least we should prefer H over H1. Hn.8. It is then argued that psychoneural identities, like pain equals CFS, give the best explanations of certain facts, better than the explanations afforded by rival theories. The conclusion would then follow that the mind-body identity theory is the preferred perspective on the mind-body problem. This argument comes in two versions, which diverge from each other in several significant ways. We consider them in turn. Explanatory argument I. The two explanatory arguments differ on the question of what it is that is supposed to be explained by psychoneural identities, that is, on the question of the explanandum. Explanatory argument I takes the explanandum to be psychoneural correlations, claiming that psychoneural identities give the best explanation of psychoneural correlations. As we will see, explanatory argument 2 claims that the identities, rather than explaining the correlations, explain certain other facts about mental phenomena that would otherwise go unexplained. Let us see how the first explanatory argument is supposed to work. First, it is claimed that specific psychoneural identities, like pain equals CFS and consciousness equals pyramidal cell activity, explain the corresponding correlations, like pain occurs IFF CFS occurs and a person is conscious IFF pyramidal cell activity is going on in the brain. As an analogy, consider this: someone might be curious why Clark Kent turns up whenever and wherever Superman turns up. What better, or simpler, explanation could there be than the identity Clark Kent is Superman? 9. So the proponents of this form of explanatory argument claim that the following is an explanation of a psychoneural correlation and that it is the best available explanation of it. Alpha, pain equals CFS. Therefore, pain occurs IFF CFS occurs. Similarly for other psychological properties and their correlated neural properties. Second, it is also claimed that the psychoneural identity theory offers the best explanation of the pervasive fact of psychoneural correlations, like this. Beta, for every mental property M there is a physical property P such that M equals P. Therefore, For every mental property M there is a physical property P such that M occurs if P occurs. Point 10. If we could show that psychoneural identities are the best explanations of psychoneural correlations, the principle of inference to the best explanation would sanction the conclusion that we are justified in taking psychoneural identities to be true, and that the psychoneural identity theory is the preferred position on the mind-body problem. Anyway, that is the idea. But does the argument work? Obviously, specific explanations like alpha are crucial. If they do not work as explanations, there is no chance that beta, the explanation of the general mind correlation thesis, will work. So is alpha an explanation? And is it the best possible explanation of the correlation? A detailed discussion of the second question would be a lengthy and time-consuming business. We would have to compare alpha with the explanations offered by epiphenomenalism, the double aspect theory, the causal theory, and so on. But we can say this much in behalf of alpha: it is ontologically the simplest. The reason is that all these other theories are dualist theories, and in consequence they have to countenance more entities' mental events in addition to brain events. But is alpha overall the best explanation? Fortunately, we can set aside this question because there are serious reasons to be skeptical about its being an explanation at all. If it is not an explanation, the question of whether it is the best explanation does not arise. First consider this: if pain indeed is identical with CFS, in what sense do they correlate with each other? For there is here only one thing, whether you call it pain or CFS, and as Smart says in the paragraph quoted earlier, you cannot correlate something with itself. For Smart, the very point of moving to the identity pain equals CFS is to transcend and cancel the correlation pain occurs if CFS occurs. This is the nomological dangler to be eliminated. For it seduces us to ask wrong-headed and unanswerable questions like: why does pain correlate with CFS? Why doesn't itch correlate with CFS? Why does any conscious experience correlate with CFS, and so on? By opting for the identity, we show that these questions have no answers, since the presupposition of the questions, namely, that pain correlates with CFS, is false. The question why is it the case that P presupposes that P is true. When P is false, the question has no correct answer and it cancels itself as an explanandum. Showing that a demand for an explanation rests on a false presupposition is one way to deal with it. Providing an explanation is not the only way. A defender of the explanatory argument might protest our talk of correlations, objecting that we are assuming, with Smart, that a correlation requires two distinct items. We should stop calling pain occurs if CFS occurs a correlation, if that is going to lead anyone to infer pain and CFS to be two things. It is pointless to be hung up on the word correlation. Whatever you call it, the fact expressed by pain occurs if CFS occurs is explained by the identity pain equals CFS, and, moreover, this is the best possible explanation of it. That is all we need to make the explanatory argument work. It is doubtful, however, that this reply will get the explanatory argument out of trouble. In the first place, this move will not make questions like why does pain, not itch, correlate with CFS, go away. For we can readily reformulate it as follows: why is it the case that pain occurs if CFS occurs, rather than itches occurring just when CFS occurs? Would we take the following answer from the proponent of the explanatory argument as an acceptable explanation? That's because pain is identical with CFS but itch isn't identical with it. It is doubtful that most of us would consider this an informative answer, an informative explanation of why pains, but not itches, are associated with CFS. Some notable thinkers, William James and Th. Huxley among them, have long despaired of our ever being able to explain why these particular mind-body associations, or whatever you wish to call them, hold. The idea that simply by moving from mere associations to identities, we can resolve the explanatory puzzles of Huxley and James seems too good to be true. Second, if it is true that pain equals CFS, the fact to be explained, namely that pain occurs if CFS occurs, is just the fact that pain occurs if pain occurs, or that CFS occurs if CFS occurs, and these manifestly trivial facts, if they are facts at all, with no content, seem neither in need of an explanation nor capable of receiving one. So rather than offering an explanation of why pain occurs just in case CFS occurs, the proposal that pain equals CFS transforms the supposed explanandum into something for which explanation seems entirely irrelevant. Rather than explaining it, it disqualifies it as an explanandum. As we have seen, the argument under consideration invokes the principle of inference to the best explanation as a scientific rule of induction. However, most explanations of correlations in the sciences seem to work quite differently. There appear to be two common ways of explaining correlations in science. First, scientists sometimes explain a correlation by deducing it from more fundamental correlations and laws, as when the correlation between the length and the period of swing of a simple pendulum is explained in terms of more basic laws of mechanics. Second, a correlation is often explained by showing that the two correlated phenomena are collateral effects of a common cause. Recall the earlier example in which the correlation between the phases of the moon and tidal actions is explained in terms of the astronomical configurations involving the sun, the moon, and the earth, an explanation of co-occurrences of two medical symptoms on the basis of a single underlying disease. It should be noticed that neither of these two ways renders the correlations into trivialities. These explanations respect their status as correlations and provide serious and informative explanations for them. Indeed, it is difficult to think of a scientific example in which a correlation is explained by simply identifying the phenomena involved. There is a further notable feature of scientific hypothesis testing. When a new hypothesis is proposed as the best explanation of the existing data, the scientists do not stop there. They will go on to subject the hypothesis to further tests, by deriving additional predictions and looking for new applications. When pain equals CFS is proposed as the best explanation of pain occurs if CFS occurs, what further predictions can we derive from pain equals CFS for additional tests? Are there predictions, empirical or otherwise, derivable from this identity that are not derivable from the correlation CFS causes pain, or the emergent hypothesis pain is an emergent phenomenon arising from CFS, or the epiphenomenalist hypothesis CFS causes pain? It seems clear that genuine scientific uses of the inference to the best explanation principle bears little resemblance to its use in explanatory argument for psychoneural identities. The principle of inference to the best explanation gains credibility from its use in scientific hypothesis testing. Using it to support what is an essentially philosophical claim, with no predictive implications of its own and hence no possibility of further tests, seems at best a misapplication of the principle. It can mislead us into thinking that the choice of a position on the mind-body problem is like a quotidian testing of rival scientific hypotheses. Even J.J.C. Smart, arguably the most optimistic and stalwart physicalist ever, had this to say. If the issue is between, say, a brain process thesis and a heart thesis, or a liver thesis, or a kidney thesis, then the issue is a purely empirical one. The verdict is overwhelmingly in favor of the brain. On the other hand, if the issue is between a brain or liver or kidney thesis, that is some form of materialism, on the one hand, and epiphenomenalism on the other hand, then the issue is not an empirical one. For there is no conceivable experiment which could decide between materialism and epiphenomenalism. Point 11. Further, the following consideration will reinforce our claim that the arguments against explanatory argument has nothing to do with exploiting an informal connotation of the word correlation. Let us ask, exactly how does alpha work as an explanation? Explanation is most usefully thought of as derivation, a logical derivation, or proof, of the explanandum from the explanatory premises. So, then, how might the conclusion pain occurs if CFS occurs be derived from pain equals CFS? In formal logic, there is no rule of inference that says from x equals y infer x occurs if y occurs for good reason. since a non-logical term like occur is not part of formal logic. Instead, what we standardly find are the following two rules governing identity. Axiom schema, x equals x. Substitution rule, from x, and x equals y, infer y. The first rule says that in a proof you can always write down as an axiom any sentence of the form x equals x, like Socrates equals Socrates and 3 plus 5 equals 3 plus 5. The second rule allows you to put equals for equals. To put it another way, if x equals y and something is true of x, the same thing must be true of y. This is the rule that is of the essence of identity. These two rules suffice to fix the logical properties of identity completely. The following seems to be the simplest, and most natural, way of deriving pain occurs if CFS occurs from pain equals CFS. Gamma, pain equals CFS. Pain occurs if pain occurs. Therefore, pain occurs if CFS occurs. The first line is the premise, a psychoneural identity. The second line is a simple tautology of sentential logic, an instance of PIFFP, where P is any sentence you please, and we may write down a tautology anywhere in a derivation. The third line, the desired correlation, is derived by substituting CFS for the second occurrence of pain in this tautology, in accordance with the substitution rule. As you see, the work that the identity pain equals CFS does is to enable us to rewrite the contentless tautology, pain occurs if pain occurs, by putting equals for equals. That is, the conclusion pain occurs if CFS occurs, is a mere rewrite of pain occurs if pain occurs and is equally contentless. As a mere rewrite rule in gamma, the identity pain equals CFS does no explanatory work, and hence cannot earn its warrant from the rule of inference to the best explanation. If you think that calling the identity a rewrite rule is off the mark, trivializing its explanatory contributions, never mind what work the identity does in gamma, just consider this question: does this derivation look to you like an explanation, a real explanation of anything? Now that you have gamma in hand, would you say to yourself, now I finally understand why pain, not itch, occurs just in case my C fibers are stimulated? I should tell my neuroscience professor about my discovery tomorrow? It seems as though once you recognize the pain CFS correlation as something to be explained, something you want to understand, saying that they are one and the same thing will not meet your explanatory need. You will still wonder why pain, not itch, is identical with CFS, which seems to take you back to the original question: why does pain, not itch, co-occur with CFS? The role of identities in explanations is not well understood. There has been little informative discussion of this issue in the literature. Further, the view that explanation is fundamentally, or always, a derivational process is not universally accepted. However, the concept of explanation is deeply complex and difficult to pin down, and viewing explanatory processes as consisting in derivational activities is one of the few reasonably firm handles we have on this concept. If the defender of the explanatory argument insists that the explanation she has in mind of pain occurs if CFS occurs in terms of pain equals CFS does not proceed as a derivation, she is welcome to tell us exactly how she conceives of her explanation. That is, she needs to tell us just how the identity manages to explain its associated correlation. There are reasons, then, to remain unpersuaded by the claim that psychoneural identities explain psychoneural correlations, and that for this reason the identities should be accepted as true. Explanatory argument 2. This version of the explanatory argument does not claim that mind-body identities explain mind-body correlations, rather, they enable us to explain certain facts about mentality that would otherwise remain unexplained. How might we explain the fact that pain causes a feeling of distress? What is the causal mechanism involved? Suppose we have available the following psychoneural identities. Pain equals CFS. Distress equals neural state N. We might then be able to formulate the following neurophysiological explanation of why pain causes distress. Theta, neurophysiological law CFS causes neural state N. I1, pain equals CFS. I2, distress equals neural state N. Therefore, pain causes distress. Neurophysiological laws explain why CFS causes N, and from this we derive our explanandum pain causes distress, by putting equals for equals on the basis of the psychoneural identities, I1, and I2. These identities help us explain a psychological regularity in terms of its underlying neural mechanism, and this seems just the kind of deeper scientific understanding we seek about higher-level psychological regularities. Compare this with the situation in which we refuse to enhance correlations into identities. The best we could do with correlations would be something like this. Lambda, neurophysiological law CFS causes neural state N. C1, pain occurs IFF CFS occurs. C2, distress occurs IFF neural state N occurs. Therefore, pain correlates with a phenomenon that causes a phenomenon with which distress correlates. This is no explanation of why pain causes distress, it doesn't even come close. To explain it, we need identities, I1, and I2, correlations, C1, and C2, will not do. According to the friends of this form of the explanatory arguments, an explanatory role of the kind played by psychoneural identities, as in theta, yields sufficient justification for their acceptance. Ned Block and Robert Stalnaker, proponents of the explanatory argument of this form, agree with J.J.C. Smart in regarding identities not as explaining their associated correlations but as helping us to get rid of them. They put the point this way. If we believe that heat is correlated with but not identical to molecular kinetic energy, we should regard as legitimate the question why the correlation exists and what its mechanism is. But once we realize that heat is molecular kinetic energy, questions like this will be seen as wrong-headed. Point 12. Similarly, for pain occurs IFF CFS occurs and pain equals CFS. The identity helps us avoid the wrong-headed question why does pain correlate with CFS, not with something else, by ridding us of the correlation. It is clear that contrary to the claims of explanatory argument I, Block and Stalnaker do not believe that this improper question is answered by the identity pain equals CFS. We may summarize Block and Stalnaker's argument in favor of psychoneural identities as follows: these identities enable desirable psychological explanations while disabling the improper demands for explanation of psychoneural correlations. Point 13. How good is this argument? Unfortunately, not very good. The argument turns out to be problematic, for reasons similar to those that made explanatory argument I questionable. The trouble is that in both arguments the identities in question do not seem to do any explanatory work and hence are not qualified to benefit from the principle of inference to the best explanation. We can accept the claim that derivation, theta, gives a neurophysiological explanation of why pain causes distress. Laws of neurophysiology directly explain why CFS causes neural state N, and given the identities pain equals CFS and distress equals neural state N, we would be justified in claiming that neurophysiological laws explain the fact that pain causes distress. This is so because, given the two identities, the statements pain causes distress and CFS causes neural state N state one and the same fact. There is here one fact described in two ways in the vernacular vocabulary and in the scientific vocabulary. This shows just what goes wrong with explanatory argument 2. The identities pain equals CFS and distress equals neural state N do no explanatory work in this derivation. Their role is to enable us to redscribe a fact that has already been explained. The explanatory activity is over and finished at the second line when CFS causes neural state N has been derived from, and thereby explained by, laws of neurophysiology. What the identities do is allow us to rewrite CFS causes neural state N as pain causes distress, by putting equals for equals. This is useful in presenting our explanatory accomplishment in neuroscience in the familiar folk language, but this involves no explanatory activity. The verdict, therefore, seems inescapable: Since the psychoneural identities have no involvement in explanation, they are ineligible as beneficiaries of the principle of inference to the best explanation. If there is a beneficiary of this principle in this situation, it is the laws of neuroscience because they do the explanatory work. Our conclusion, therefore, has to be that both forms of the explanatory argument are vulnerable to serious objections. Their shared weakness is a lack of clear appreciation of just what role the psychoneural identities play in the explanations in which they supposedly figure. Our main contention has been that both arguments invoke, but misapply, the rule of inference to the best explanation, a principle that itself is far from uncontroversial. An argument from mental causation. By mental causation we mean any causal relation involving a mental event. A pin is run into your palm, causing you a sharp pain. The sudden pain causes you to cry out and quickly pull back your hand. It also causes a feeling of distress and a desire to be rid of it. Causal relations involving mental and physical events are familiar facts of our everyday experience. But pains do not occur without a physical basis. Let us assume that pains are lawfully correlated with neural state N. So the sharp pain that caused the withdrawal of your hand has an occurrence of N as its neural substrate. Is there any reason for not regarding the latter, a neural event, as a cause of your hand's jerky motion? Suppose we try to trace the causal chain backward from your hand's movement. The jerky motion was presumably caused by the contraction of muscles in your arm, which in turn was caused by neural signals reaching the muscles. The movement of neural signals is a complex physical process involving electrochemical interactions, and if we keep tracing the series of events backward to its source, we can expect it to culminate in a region in the central nervous system, perhaps in the cortex. Now ask yourself, will this chain ever reach, or go through, a mental experience of pain, the pain you experienced when the pin was stuck in your palm? What could the transition from a neural event to a non-physical, private pain event be like? Or the transition from a private pain experience to a public physicochemical neural event? How can a pain experience affect the motion of even a single molecule, speeding it up or slowing it down, or changing its direction? How can that happen? Is it even conceivable? It boggles our imagination. The chances are that the causal chain culminating in your hand's jerky movement, when traced backward, will completely bypass your pain. There will be more and more neural physical events as you keep going back, but no mental experiences. Nor does it make sense to postulate a purely mental causal chain, independent of the neural physical chain, somehow reaching your muscles. That's known as telekinesis, an alleged psychic phenomenon involving a mind causing a physical change at a distance, like bending a spoon by intensely gazing at it. It seems, then, that the only way to salvage the pain as a cause of your hand motion is to think of it as a neural event. Which neural event? The best and most natural choice is its neural substrate, N, as we supposed, the state that is necessary and sufficient for the occurrence of the pain. This in brief is the causal argument, somewhat informally presented, for identifying mental states, especially states of consciousness, with neural states. There is a more systematic, and currently influential, version of the causal argument that will now be presented. It begins with a premise asserting that mental causation is real, i.e., mental phenomena have effects in the physical world. In this context, we take I as uncontroversial. Our beliefs and desires surely have the power to move our limbs and thereby enable us to cause things around us to be rearranged, moving the books from my desk to the bookshelves, emptying a wastebasket, digging my car out of a snowbank, and starting an avalanche. If our mental states had no causal powers to affect physical things and events around us, we would cease to be agents, only helpless spectators of the passing scene. If that were true, our self-conception of ourselves as effective agents in the world would suffer a complete collapse. Here is the second premise. To the causal closure of the physical domain, the physical world is causally closed. That is, if any physical event is caused, it has a sufficient physical cause, and a wholly physical causal explanation. According to this principle, the physical world is causally self-contained and self-sufficient. It doesn't say that every physical cause has a sufficient physical cause. That is the principle of physical causal determinism. So, too, is compatible with indeterminism about physical events. What, too, says is that for any physical event, if we were to trace its causal ancestry, this need never take us outside the physical world. If a physical event has no physical cause, then it has no cause at all and no causal explanation. Further, this principle is compatible with dualism and other forms of non-physicalism. As far as it goes, there could be a Cartesian world of immaterial minds, alongside the physical world, and all sorts of causal relations could hold in that world. The only thing, according to physical causal closure, is that the physical world must be causally insulated from such worlds. There can be no injection of causal influence into the physical world from outside. This means that there can be no miracles brought about by some transcendental, supernatural causal agents from outside physical space-time. On Descartes' interactionist dualism, the physical causal closure fails when an immaterial soul makes the pineal gland vibrate, thereby setting in motion a chain of bodily events. The motion of the pineal gland is caused, but it has no physical cause and no physical explanation. And this means that our physical theory would remain forever incomplete in the sense that there are physical events whose occurrences cannot be physically explained. A complete theory of the physical world would require references to non-physical, immaterial causal agents and forces. Why should we accept the causal closure of the physical domain? We will enumerate some reasons here without going into great detail. Point 14. First, there is the widely noted success of modern science, in particular theoretical physics, which we take to be our basic science. Physics is all-encompassing, nothing in the space-time world falls outside its domain. If a physicist encounters a physical event for which there is no ready physical explanation, or physical cause, she would consider that as indicating a need for further research. Perhaps there are as yet undiscovered physical forces. At no point would she consider the possibility that some non-physical force outside the space-time world was the cause of this unexplained physical occurrence. The same seems to be true of research in other areas of science, broadly physical science including chemistry, biology, geology, and the like. If a brain scientist finds a neural event that is not explainable by currently known facts in neural science, what is the chance that she would say to herself, maybe this is a case of a Cartesian immaterial mind interfering with neural processes, messing up my experiment. I should look into that possibility. We can be sure that would never happen. What would such research, investigating the workings of immaterial souls, look like? Where would you start? It isn't just that the principle of physical causal closure is the operative assumption in scientific research. Remember that in science success is what counts. It may well be that there is a conceptual incoherence in the idea that there are non-physical causal forces outside space-time that can causally intervene in what goes on in the space-time world. Point 15. From these two premises, I, and, 2, we have the desired conclusion, I, mental phenomena are physical phenomena. You might point out, rightly, that the only proposition we are entitled to derive is that only those mental phenomena that cause physical events are physical events. Point 16. Strictly speaking, that is correct, but remember this, causation is transitive. That is, if one event causes another, and this second event causes a third, then the first event causes the third. If a mental event causes another mental event, which causes a physical event, the first event causes this physical event, and our argument pronounces it to be a physical event. Such chains of mental events can be as long as you wish, as long as a single event in this chain causes a physical event. Every event preceding it in the chain qualifies as a physical event. This should pretty much cover all mental events. It is hard to imagine a mental causal chain consisting exclusively of mental events not touching anything physical anywhere. Even if there were such exceptions, the main physicalist point is made. A qualified conclusion stands: mental events that have effects in the physical domain are physical events. The pain that causes your hand to pull back in a jerky motion and makes you cry ouch, is a physical event. But which physical event? What better candidate is there than the brain state that is the neural correlate of pain, namely CFS? CFS is a necessary and sufficient condition for the occurrence of pain, and it occurs exactly at the same time as the pain. If in spite of these considerations you still want to insist on the pain as a separate cause of the hand movement, think of a new predicament in which you will find yourself. For the hand movement would now appear to have two distinct causes, the pain and its neural correlate CFS, each presumably sufficient to bring it about. Doesn't that make this, and every other case of mental to physical causation, a case of causal overdetermination, an instance in which two independent causes bring about a single effect? Given that the hand withdrawal has a sufficient physical cause, namely CFS, what further causal contribution can the pain make? There seems no leftover causal work that the pain has to be called on to perform. Again, the identification of the pain with CFS appears to dissolve all these puzzles. There is, of course, the epiphenomenalist solution: both the hand withdrawal and the pain are caused by CFS, and the pain itself has no further causal role in this situation. But unlike the identity solution, the epiphenomenalist move renders the pain causally inert and ends up rejecting our initial assumption that a sharp pain caused the hand's jerky motion. Perhaps a reconsideration of that assumption may be in order. The identification of a conscious pain experience with some molecular physical processes in the brain strikes some people as totally incredible and still others as verging on incoherence. If given a choice between taking pain and other experiences as physical processes in the brain on one hand and their causal impotence on the other, some may well consider the latter a preferable option. At this point, what the causal argument does is to give us a choice between psychoneural identity and epiphenomenalism. If you want to protect mental events from epiphenomenalism, you had better identify them with physical processes in the brain. To some, this may seem tantamount to discarding what is distinctively mental in favor of molecular physical processes in the body. On the other hand, if you are unwilling to embrace psychophysical identity, you put the causal powers of mentality in jeopardy. What good is our mentality if it is epiphenomenal? We will return to some of these issues later. Chapter 7. Against psychoneural identity theory. There are three main arguments against the mind-brain identity theory. They are the epistemological argument, the modal argument, and the multiple realization argument. We consider each in turn. The epistemological argument. Epistemological objection 1. There is a group of objections based on the thought that the mental and the physical differ in their epistemological properties. Let us begin with the simplest, and rather simplistic, one. Medieval peasants knew lots about pains but nothing about C fibers, and in fact little about the brain. So how can pains be identical with C fiber excitations? This objection assumes that the two statements S knows something about X and X equals Y together entail S knows something about Y. But is this true? It appears false. The same peasants knew a lot about water but nothing about H2O. But that doesn't make the identity water equals H2O false. Suppose the objector persists: the peasants did know something about H2O, after all, they knew a lot about water, and water is H2O. How should we respond? Perhaps there is a sense in which the medieval peasants knew something about H2O. We can concede that, but this must be a sense of knowing in which it is possible to know something about X without having the concept of X, or the ability to use the concept in forming thoughts or making judgments, or to use the expression X to express beliefs. But in this pale sense of knowing, there would be nothing wrong about saying that the peasants knew something about C fiber excitation. They knew about C fiber excitation in the same harmless sense in which they knew about H2O. So the objection fails. Epistemological objection 2. According to the identity theory, specific psychoneural identities, for example, pains are C fiber excitations, are empirical truths discovered through scientific observation and theoretical research. If D1 equals D2 is an empirical truth, the two names or descriptions, D1 and D2, must have independent criteria of application. Otherwise, the identity would be a priori knowable. Consider, for example, identities like bachelor equals unmarried adult male and the husband of Xantippe equals Xantippe's male spouse. When an experience is picked out by a subject as a pain rather than an itch or tingle, the subject must do so by recognizing, or noticing, a certain distinctive felt character, a phenomenal or experiential quality, of the occurrence, its painful, hurtful quality. If pains were picked out by neurophysiological criteria, say, if we use C-fiber excitation as the criterion of pain, the identity of pain with a neural state could not be empirical, it would simply follow from the very criterion governing the concept of pain. This means, the objection goes, that to make sense of the supposed empirical character of psychoneural identities, we must acknowledge the existence of phenomenal, qualitative characters of experience distinct from neural properties. Point 17. It seems, therefore, that the psychoneural identity physicalist still has these qualitative, phenomenal features of experience to contend with. Even to make sense of her theory, there must be these non-physical, qualitative properties by which we identify conscious experiences. It seems that she must somehow show that subjects do not identify mental states by noticing their qualitative features. Could the type physicalist argue that although a person does identify her experience by noticing its qualitative phenomenal features, they are not irreducible, since phenomenal properties as mental properties are identical, on her view, with physical biological properties? But this reply is not likely to satisfy many people. It will invite the following response: but surely when we notice our pains as pains, we do not do that by noticing biological or neural features of our brain states. We immediately distinguish pains from itches and tickles. If we identified our experiences by their neurophysiological features, we should be able to tell which neurophysiological features represent pain, which represent itches, and so on. But is this credible? Some philosophers have tried to respond to this question by analyzing away phenomenal properties. For example, Smart attempts to give phenomenal properties topic-neutral translation 18. According to him, when we say, Adam is experiencing an orangish-yellow after-image, the content of our report may be conveyed by the following topic-neutral translation: topic-neutral because it says nothing about whether what is being reported is mental or physical. Something is going on in Adam that is like what goes on when he is looking at an orangish-yellow color patch illuminated in good light. We suppose looking is explained physically in terms of his being awake, his eyes being open and focused on the color patch, and so on. Smart would add that the something that is going on in Adam is a brain state. But will this satisfy someone concerned with the problem of explaining how someone manages to identify the kind of experience she is having? There is perhaps something to be said for these translations if we approach the matter strictly from the third-person point of view. But when you are reporting your own experience by saying, I have a sharp pain in my left thumb, are you saying something like what Smart says that you are? To know that you are having an orangish-yellow after-image, do you need to know anything about what generally goes on whenever you look at orangish-yellow color patches? A more recent strategy that has become popular with latter-day type physicalists is to press concepts into service and have them replace talk of properties in the foregoing objection. The main idea is to concede conceptual differences between the mental and the neural but deny that these differences point to ontological differences, that is, differences in the properties to which these concepts apply or refer. This way of attempting to meet the objection is called the phenomenal concept strategy. When we say that a person notices a pain by noticing its painfulness, this does not mean that the pain has the property of painfulness, rather, it means that she is conceptualizing her experience under the phenomenal concept of being painful, but the experience so conceptualized remains a neural state. The phenomenal concept is not a neural or physical concept. In particular, it is not identical with the concept of C-fiber stimulation. There is no consensus on what phenomenal concepts are. Some take them as a type of recognitional concept, like the concept read, which we apply to things on the basis of direct acquaintance with them. Others take them to be a kind of demonstrative concept, like this kind of experience, demonstratively referring to an experience of pain. There are many other views. Point 19. The main point is that a single property, presumably a physical neural property, is picked out by both a phenomenal and a neural concept. Thus, we have a dualism of concepts, mental and physical, but a monism of properties, the entities referred to by these concepts. The advantage of framing the issues in terms of phenomenal concepts rather than phenomenal properties is supposed to derive from the fact that properties, whether phenomenal or of other sorts, are out there in the world, whereas concepts are part of our linguistic conceptual apparatus for representing and describing what is out there. The strategy, then, is to take the phenomenal neural differences out of the domain of facts of the world and bring them into the linguistic conceptual domain. This, at any rate, is a move that has been made by some physicalists and it is currently receiving much attention in the field. Whether it is an essentially verbal ploy or something that is more substantial remains to be seen. Epistemological Objection 3. Your knowledge that you are thinking about an upcoming trip to East Asia is direct and private in the way that only first-person knowledge of one's own mental states can be. Others have to make inferences based on evidence and observation to find out what you are thinking, or even to find out that you are thinking. But your knowledge is not based on evidence or inference, somehow you directly know. In contrast, you have no such privileged access to your brain states. Your neurologist and neurosurgeon have much better knowledge of your brain than you do. In brief, mental states are directly accessible by the subject. Brain states and physical states in general are not so accessible. So how can mental states be brain states? We should note that for this objection to work, it is not necessary to claim that the subject has infallible access to all her mental states. For one thing, infallibility or absolute certainty is not the issue, rather, the issue is private direct access, that is, first-person access not based on inference from evidence or observation, the kind of access that no other person has. For another, it is only necessary that the subject have such access to at least some of her mental states. If that is the case, these mental states, according to this argument, cannot be identified with brain states, states for which public access is possible. The identity theorist has to deny either the claim that we have direct private access to our own current mental states or the claim that we do not have such access to our brain states. She might say that when we know that we are in pain, we do have epistemic access to our CFS, but our knowledge is under the description, or concept, pain, not under the description CFS. Here there is one thing, CFS, that is to say, pain, that can be known under two modes of presentation, pain and CFS. Under one mode, the knowledge is private, under the other, it is public. It is like the same person is known both as the husband of Xantippe and the drinker of hemlock. You may know Socrates under one description but not the other. So knowledge is relative to the mode of description or conceptualization. Certain brain states, like CFS, can be known in two different modes or under two different sorts of concepts, mental and physical. Knowledge under one mode can be different from knowledge under the other, and they need not co-occur. So this reply is in line with the final physicalist reply to epistemological objection 2, discussed earlier, which invoked phenomenal concepts. These replies, therefore, will likely stand or fall together. In considering the viability of this reply, we can grant the point that knowledge and belief do depend on modes of presentation or ways of conceptualization or description. This seems like a plausible, and true, claim. What we ought to press for answers and elucidation is the following group of questions. Why is there a class of concepts or modes of presentation that gives rise to a very special type of knowledge, that is, knowledge by direct private access? There seems to be a philosophically important difference between such knowledge and our sundry knowledge of physical objects and events. What characteristics of this distinguished class of concepts and these modes of presentation explain the fact that they allow this special type of knowledge? If we conceptualize C-fiber stimulation under the mental concept itch, that would presumably be wrong. Why? What makes it wrong? The dualist seems to have a simple perspective on these issues. These mental concepts and modes of presentation apply to, or signify, mental events that are directly and privately accessible to the subject. There is not, nor need there be anything special about the concepts and modes of presentation themselves. This is exactly the kind of reply that the psychoneural identity theorist wants to avoid. The modal argument. Type physicalists used to say that mind-brain identities, for example, pain equals C-fiber activation, are contingent, not necessary. That is, although pain is in fact C-fiber excitation, it could have been otherwise. There are possible worlds in which pain is not C-fiber excitation but some other brain state, perhaps not a brain state at all. The idea of contingent identity can be explained by an example such as this: Barack Obama is the 44th President of the United States. The identity is true, but it might have been false. There are possible worlds in which the identity does not hold, for example, one in which Obama decided to pursue an academic career rather than politics, one in which Senator Hillary Clinton won the Democratic nomination, one in which Senator John McCain defeated Obama, and so on. In all these worlds, someone other than Barack Obama would be the 44th President of the United States. But this is possible only because the expression "the 44th President of the United States" can refer to different persons in different possible worlds. Things might have gone in such a way that the expression designated someone other than Obama, for example, Hillary Clinton or John McCain. Expressions like the 44th President of the United States, the 2009 Wimbledon men's singles champion, and the tallest man in China, which can name different things in different possible worlds, are what Saul Kripke calls non-rigid designators. 20. In contrast, proper names like Barack Obama, Socrates, and number 7 are rigid. They designate the same objects in all possible worlds in which they exist. The 44th President of the United States might not have been the 44th President of the United States, for example, if Obama had lost to Clinton, but it is not true that Barack Obama might not have been Barack Obama. Obama might not have been called Barack Obama, but that is another matter. This shows that a contingent identity, X equals Y, is possible only if either of the two expressions, X or Y, is a non-rigid designator, an expression that can refer to different things in different worlds. Consider the term C-fiber excitation. Could this designator be non-rigid? It would seem not. How could an event that in fact is the excitation of C-fibers not have been one? How could an event that is an instance of C-fiber excitation be, say, a volcano eruption or a collision of two stars in another possible world? A world in which no C-fiber excitation ever occurs is a world in which this event, which is a C-fiber excitation, does not occur. The term pain also seems rigid. If you are inclined to take the painfulness of pain as its essential defining property, you will say that pain rigidly designates an event or state with this quality of painfulness, and that the expression designates an event of that sort across all possible worlds. A world in which nothing ever hurts is a world without pain. It follows that if pain equals CFS, then this must be a necessary truth, that is, it must hold in every possible world. Descartes famously claimed that it is possible for him to exist as a thinking and conscious thing even without a body. If that is possible, then pain could exist even if CFS did not. Some philosophers have argued that zombies, creatures that are physically just like us but have no consciousness, are possible, that is, there are possible worlds inhabited by zombies. If so, CFS could exist without being accompanied by pain. If these are real possibilities, then pain equals CFS cannot be a necessary truth. Then, by the principle that if X and Y are rigid designators, the identity X equals Y is necessarily true. If true, it follows that pain equals CFS is false in this world. More generally, psychoneural identities are all false. Many mind-brain identity theorists would be likely to dispute the claim that it is possible that pain can exist even if CFS does not, and they would question the claim that zombies are a real possibility. We can grant, they will argue, that in some sense these situations are conceivable, that we can imagine such possibilities. But the fact that a situation is conceivable or imaginable does not entail that it is genuinely possible. For example, it is conceivable, they will say, that water is not H2O and that heat is not molecular kinetic energy, the concept of water and the concept of H2O are logically unrelated to each other, and there is no conceptual incoherence or contradiction in the thought that water is not equal to H2O. And we might even say that water is not equal to H2O is epistemically possible. For all that people knew about water and other things not so long ago, it was possible that water could have turned out to be something other than H2O. That is, for all we knew a couple hundred years ago, we might be living on a planet with XYZ, rather than H2O, coming out of the tap, filling our lakes and rivers, and so on, where XYZ is observationally indistinguishable from H2O, although wholly different in molecular structure. Nonetheless, water equals H2O, and necessarily so. The gist of the reply by the identity theorists then is that conceivability does not entail real metaphysical possibility, and that this is shown by a posteriori necessary identities like water equals H2O and heat equals molecular kinetic energy. For them, psychoneural identities, pain equals CFS and the like, are necessary a posteriori truths just like these scientific identities. Issues about conceivability and possibility are highly complex and contentious, and they are being actively debated, without a consensus resolution inside point 21. The multiple realization argument. The psychoneural identity theory says that pain is C-fiber excitation. But that implies that unless an organism has C-fibers, it cannot have pain. But aren't there pain-capable organisms, like reptiles and mollusks, with nervous systems very different from the human nervous system? Perhaps in these species the cells that work as nociceptive neurons, pain receptor neurons, are not like human C-fibers at all. How can we be sure that all pain-capable animals have C-fibers? Can the identity physicalist reply that it should be possible to come up with a more abstract and general physiological description of a brain state common to all organisms, across all species, that are in pain? This seems highly unlikely, and in any case, how about inorganic systems? Could there not be intelligent extraterrestrial creatures with a complex and rich mental life but whose biology is not carbon-based? And is it not conceivable, in fact, nomologically possible if not practically feasible, to build intelligent electromechanical robots to which we would be willing to attribute various mental states, perceptual and cognitive states, if not sensations and emotions? Moreover, the neural substrates of highly specific mental states, example having the belief that winters are colder in New Hampshire than in Rhode Island, can differ from person to person and may change over time even in a single person through maturation, learning, and brain injuries. Does it make sense to think that some single neural state is shared by all persons who believe that cats are smarter than dogs, or that 7 + 5 = 12? Moreover, we should keep in mind that if pain is identical with some physical state, this must hold not only in actual organisms and systems but in all possible organisms and systems. This is so because, as we saw earlier in our discussion of the modal argument, such identities, if true, must be necessarily true. These considerations are widely thought to show that any mental state is multiply realizable 22 in a large variety of physical biological systems, with the consequence that it is not possible to identify mental states with physical states. If pain is identical with a physical state, it must be identical with some particular physical state, but there is no single neural correlate or substrate of pain. On the contrary, there must be indefinitely many physical states that can realize, or instantiate, or implement, pain in all sorts of pain-capable organisms and systems. So pain, as a type of mental state, cannot be identified with a neural state type or with any other physical state type. This is the influential and widely known multiple realization argument that Hilary Putnam and others advanced in the late 1960s and early 1970s. It has had a critical impact on the way philosophy of mind has developed since then. It was this argument, rather than any of the other difficulties, that brought about an unexpectedly early decline of psychoneural identity theory. What made the multiple realization argument distinctive, and different from other sundry objections, was that it brought with it a fresh and original conception of the mental, which offered an attractive alternative approach to the nature of mind. This is functionalism, still the reigning orthodoxy on the nature of mentality and the status of psychology. We turn to this influential view in the next two chapters. Reductive and non-reductive physicalism. The psychoneural identity theory, or identity physicalism, is a form of reductive physicalism. It reductively identifies mental states with neural states of the brain. It is also called type physicalism, since it identifies types, or kinds, of mental states, like pain, thirst, anger, and so on, with types and kinds of neural physical states. That is, psychological types, or properties, are claimed to be identical with neural physical types and properties. Thus, type physicalism contrasts with the so-called token physicalism, see Chapter 1, according to which, though psychological types and properties are not neural physical types, each individual, token psychological event, like this particular pain I am experiencing now, is in fact a neural event. This means that different tokens, or instances, of a single mental kind may, and usually will, fall under distinct neural kinds. Both you and an octopus experience a pain, but your pain is an instance of C fiber stimulation and the octopus pain is an instance of, let's say, O fiber stimulation. As you can tell, token physicalism is inspired by considerations of multiple realization of psychological states. Since the 1970s, chiefly on account of the influence of the multiple realization argument, reductive physicalism has had a rough time of it, although of late it has shown renewed strength and signs of a revival. As reductionism's fortunes declined, non-reductive physicalism, see Chapter 1, rapidly gained strength and influence, and it has reigned as the dominant and virtually unchallenged position on the mind-body problem for the past several decades. This is the view that mental properties, along with other higher-level properties of the special sciences, like biology, geology, and the social sciences, resist reduction to the basic physical domain. An anti-reductionist view of this kind has also served as an influential philosophical foundation of psychology and cognitive science, providing support for the claim that these sciences are autonomous, each with its own distinctive methodology and system of concepts and not answerable to the methodological or explanatory constraints of more fundamental sciences. Thus, the most widely accepted form of physicalism today combines substance physicalism with property dualism. All concrete individual things in this world are physical, but complex physical systems can, and sometimes do, exhibit properties that are not reducible to lower-level physical properties. Among these irreducible properties are, most notably, psychological properties, including those investigated in the psychological and cognitive sciences. But non-reductive physicalism, above all, is a form of physicalism. What makes it physicalistic? In what do its credentials as physicalism consist? Part of the answer is that it accepts substance physicalism. It rejects Cartesian mental substances and other supposed non-physical things in space-time, and of course there is nothing outside space-time. Although the non-reductive physicalist denies the physical reducibility of the mental, she nonetheless accepts a close and intimate relationship between mental properties and physical properties, and this is mind-body supervenience, see Chapter 1. We may call this supervenience physicalism. Some non-reductive physicalists will go a step further and maintain that their irreducible mental properties are physically realized or physically implemented. This is the so-called realization physicalism. Point 23. There will be more in the next chapter on the idea of physical realization. Here, the point to note is that the realization relation is stronger than supervenience, and hence that realization physicalism is a stronger thesis than supervenience physicalism. If mind-body realization holds, then mind-body supervenience holds, but not the other way around. In any case, in committing herself to the supervenience, or realization, relation between mental and physical properties, the non-reductive physicalist goes beyond mere property dualism. It should be clear that property dualism as such does not require the thesis that the mental character of a being is dependent on, or determined by, its physical nature, as mind-body supervenience requires, or that mental properties are physically realized, if they are realized at all. Mental properties, though instantiated in physical systems, might yet be independent of their physical properties. Moreover, non-reductive physicalists are mental realists who believe in the reality of mental properties. They regard mental properties as genuine properties, the possession of which makes a difference, a causal difference. Part of the belief in the reality of mental properties is to believe in their causal efficacy. An organism, in virtue of having a mental property, say, wanting a drink of water or being in pain, acquires powers and propensities to act or be acted upon in certain ways. Summarizing all this, non-reductive physicalism, as standardly understood, comprises the following four claims. Substance physicalism. The space-time world consists exclusively of bits of matter and their aggregates. Irreducibility of the mental. Mental properties are not reducible to physical properties. Mind-body supervenience or realization. Either, a. mental properties supervene on physical properties, or, b. mental properties, when they are realized by physical properties. Mental causal efficacy. Mental properties are causally efficacious. Mental events are sometimes causes of other events, both physical and mental. Non-reductive physicalism, understood as the conjunction of these four theses, has been the most influential position on the mental-physical relation. We can think of property dualism as the conjunction of the first, second, and fourth doctrines, that is, all but mind-body supervenience/realization. Besides its acceptance of substance physicalism, what makes non-reductive physicalism a serious physicalism is its commitment to mind-body supervenience/realization. Property dualism that rejects mind-body supervenience/realization seems, prima facie, to be a possible position. However, this form of property dualism has not found strong advocates and remains largely undeveloped. And there may be a good reason for this. In rejecting supervenience/realization, you take the mental as constituting its own realm separate from the physical, and it is difficult to see how you would be able to explain the causal efficacy of the mental in the physical world. You might very well run into troubles of the kind Descartes had in explaining how immaterial minds could causally interact with material things, see Chapter 2. The rejection of mind-body supervenience, therefore, may force you to give up mental causal efficacy, and this is not an option for most, see Chapter 7. In accepting the irreducibility thesis, non-reductive physicalism attempts to honor the special position that thought and consciousness enjoy in our conception of ourselves among the things of this world. As was noted above, the irreducibility thesis is also an affirmation of the autonomy of psychology and cognitive science as sciences in their own right, not constrained by more basic sciences. In accepting the causal efficacy of the mental, the non-reductive physicalist not only acknowledges what seems so familiar and obvious to common sense, but at the same time, it declares psychology and cognitive science to be genuine sciences capable of generating law-based causal explanations and predictions. All in all, it is an attractive package, and it is not difficult to understand its appeal and staying power. However, all that may only be wishful thinking. The story may be too good to be true. There have recently been significant objections and criticisms of the non-reductive aspect of non-reductive physicalism, and these collectively have generated enough pressure for many philosophers to reconsider its viability. We will see some of the difficulties non-reductive physicalism faces in regard to mental causation later, see Chapter 7. Chapter 5. Mind as a computing machine. Machine functionalism. In 1967, Hilary Putnam published a paper of modest length titled Psychological Predicates 1. This paper changed the debate in philosophy of mind in a fundamental way, by doing three remarkable things. First, it quickly brought about the decline and fall of type physicalism, in particular, the psychoneural identity theory. Second, it ushered in functionalism, which has since been a highly influential, arguably the dominant position on the nature of mind. Third, it was instrumental in installing anti-reductionism as the orthodoxy on the nature of psychological properties. Psychoneural identity physicalism, which had been promoted as the only view of the mind properly informed by the best contemporary science, turned out to be unexpectedly short-lived, and by the mid-1970s most philosophers had abandoned reductionist physicalism not only as a view about psychology but as a doctrine about all special sciences, sciences other than basic physics. Point 2 In a rapid shift of fortune, identity physicalism was gone in a matter of a few years, and functionalism was quickly enthroned as the official philosophy of the burgeoning cognitive science, a view of psychological and cognitive properties that best fit the projects and practices of the scientists. All this stemmed from a single idea, the multiple realizability of mental properties. We have already discussed it as an argument against the psychoneural identity theory and, more generally, as a difficulty for type physicalism, Chapter 4. What sets the multiple realization argument apart from numerous other objections to the psychoneural identity theory is that it gave birth to an attractive new conception of the mental that has played a key role in shaping an influential view of the nature and status of not only cognitive science and psychology but also other special sciences. Multiple realizability and the functional conception of mind. Perhaps not many of us now believe in angels, purely spiritual and immortal beings supposedly with a full mental life. Angels, as traditionally conceived, are wholly immaterial beings with knowledge and belief who can experience emotions and desires and are capable of performing actions. The idea of such a being may be a perfectly coherent one, like the idea of a unicorn or Bigfoot, but there seems no empirical evidence that there are beings fitting the description, just as there are no unicorns and probably no Bigfoot. So like unicorns but unlike married bachelors or four-sided triangles, there seems nothing conceptually impossible about angels. If the idea of an angel with beliefs, desires, and emotions is a consistent one, that would show that there is nothing in the idea of mentality as such that precludes purely non-physical, wholly immaterial beings with psychological states. Point 3. It seems, then, that we cannot set aside the possibility of immaterial realizations of mentality as a matter of an a priori conceptual fact. Point 4 Ruling out such a possibility requires commitment to a substantive metaphysical thesis, perhaps something like this. Realization physicalism. If something X has some mental property M, or is in mental state M, at time t, then X is a physical thing and X has M at t in virtue of the fact that X has at t some physical property P that realizes M in X at t5. It is useful to think of this principle as a way of stating the thesis of physicalism. 6. It says that anything that exhibits mentality must be a physical system, for example, a biological organism. Although the idea of non-physical entities having mental properties may be a consistent one, the actual world is so constituted, according to this thesis, that only physical systems, like biological organisms, turn out to have mental properties, maybe because they are the only things that exist in space-time. Moreover, the principle requires that every mental property be physically based. Each occurrence of a mental property is due to the occurrence of a physical realizer of the mental property. A simple way of putting the point would be this: minds, if they exist, must be embodied. Notice that this principle provides for the possibility of multiple realization of mental properties. Mental property M, say, being in pain may be such that in human C fiber activation realizes it, but in other species, say, octopuses and reptiles, physiological mechanisms that realize pain may be vastly different. Perhaps there might be non-carbon-based or non-protein-based biological organisms with mentality, and we cannot a priori preclude the possibility that electromechanical systems, like the intelligent robots and androids in science fiction, might be capable of having beliefs, desires, and even sensations. All this suggests an interesting feature of mental concepts: they seem to carry no constraint on the actual physical biological mechanisms that realize or implement them. In this sense, psychological concepts are like concepts of artifacts. For example, the idea of an engine is silent on how an engine might be designed and built, whether it uses gasoline or electricity or steam, and, if it is a gasoline engine, whether it is a piston or rotary engine, how many cylinders it has, whether it uses a carburetor or fuel injection, and so on. As long as a physical device is capable of performing a certain specified job, in this instance, that of transforming various forms of energy into mechanical force or motion, it counts as an engine. The concept of an engine is defined by a job description, or causal role, not a description of mechanisms that execute the job. Many biological concepts are similar. What makes an organ a heart is the fact that it pumps blood. The human heart may be physically very unlike hearts in, say, reptiles or birds, but they all count as hearts because of the job they do in the organisms in which they are found, not on account of their similarity in shape, size, or material composition. What, then, is the job description of pain? The capacity for experiencing pain under appropriate conditions, in particular, when an organism suffers tissue damage, is critical to its chances for adaptation and survival. There are unfortunate people who congenitally lack the capacity to sense pain, and few of them survive into adulthood. 7 In the course of coping with the hazards presented by their environment, animal species must have had to develop pain mechanisms, tissue damage detectors, and it is plausible that different species, interacting with different environmental conditions and evolving independently, have developed different mechanisms for this purpose. As a start, then, we can think of pain as specified by the job description tissue damage detector, a mechanism that is activated by tissue damage and whose activation in turn causes behavioral responses such as withdrawal, avoidance, and escape. Thinking of the workings of the mind in analogy with the operations of a computing machine is commonplace, both in the popular press and in serious philosophy and cognitive science, and we will soon begin looking into the mind-computer analogy in detail. A computational view of mentality also shows that we must expect mental states to be multiply-realized. We know that any computational process can be implemented in a variety of physically diverse computing machines. Not only are there innumerable kinds of electronic digital computers, in addition to the semiconductor-based machines we are familiar with, think of the vacuum tube computers of olden days, but also computers can be built with wheels and gears, as in Charles Babbage's original analytical engine, or even with hydraulically operated systems of pipes and valves, although these would be unacceptably slow, not to say economically prohibitive. And all of these physically diverse computers can be performing the same computation, say, solving the same differential equations. If minds are like computers and mental processes in particular, cognitive processes are, at bottom, computational processes, we should expect no prior constraint on just how minds and mental processes are physically implemented, that is, realized. Just as vastly different physical devices can execute the same computational program, so vastly different biological or physical systems should be able to subserve the same cognitive processes. Such is the core of the functionalist conception of the mind. What these considerations point to, according to some, is the abstractness or formality of psychological properties in relation to physical or biological properties. Psychological kinds abstract from the physical and biological details of organisms so that states that are quite unlike from a physico-chemical point of view can fall under the same psychological kind, and organisms and systems that are widely dissimilar biologically and physically can instantiate the same psychological regularities, or have the same psychology. Psychological kinds seem to track formal patterns or structures of events and processes rather than their material constitutions or implementing physical mechanisms. 8 Conversely, the same physical structure, depending on the way it is causally embedded in a larger system, can subserve different psychological capacities and functions, just as the same computer chip can be used for different computational functions in the subsystems of a computer. After all, most neurons, it has been observed, are pretty much alike and largely interchangeable. 9. What is it, then, that binds together all the physically diverse instances of a given mental kind? What do all pains in humans, pains in canines, pains in octopuses, and pains in Martians have in common, in virtue of which they all fall under a single psychological kind, pain? 10 That is, what is the principle of individuation for mental kinds? Let us first see how the type physicalist and the behaviorist answer this question. The psychoneural identity physicalist will say this: what all pains have in common that makes them instances of pain is a certain neurobiological property, namely, being an instance of C fiber excitation, or some such state. That is, For the type physicalist, a mental kind is a physical kind, a neurobiological kind, for the psychoneural identity theorist. You could guess how the behaviorist answers the question, what all pains have in common is a certain behavioral property, or to put it another way, two organisms are both in pain at a time just in case at that time they exhibit, or are disposed to exhibit, the behavior patterns characteristic of pain, for example, escape behavior, withdrawal behavior, and so on. For the behaviorist, then, a mental kind is a behavioral kind. If you take the multiple realizability of mental states seriously, you will reject both these answers and opt for a functionalist conception. The main idea is that what is common to instances of a mental state must be sought at a higher level of abstraction. According to functionalism, a mental kind is a functional kind, or a causal functional kind, since the function involved is to fill a certain causal role. Point 11. Let us go back to pain as a tissue damage detector. Point 12. The concept of a tissue damage detector is a functional concept, a concept specified by a job description. As we said, any device is a tissue damage detector for an organism just in case it can reliably respond to occurrences of damage to the tissues of the organism and transmit this information to other subsystems so that appropriate responses are produced. Functional concepts are ubiquitous. What makes something a mousetrap, a carburetor, or a thermometer is its ability to perform a certain function, not any specific physico-chemical structure or mechanism. As someone said, anything is a mousetrap if it takes a live mouse as input and delivers a dead one as output. These concepts are specified by the functions that are to be performed, not by structural blueprints. As has been noted, many concepts, in ordinary discourse and in the sciences, are functional concepts in this sense. Important concepts in chemistry and biology, for example, catalyst, gene, heart, seem best understood as functional concepts. To return to pain as a tissue damage detector, ideally, every instance of tissue damage, and nothing else, should activate this mechanism, and this must further trigger other mechanisms with which it is hooked up, leading finally to behavior that will in normal circumstances spatially separate the damaged part, or the whole organism, from the external cause of the damage. Thus, the concept of pain is defined in terms of its function, and the function involved is to serve as a causal intermediary between typical pain inputs, tissue damage, trauma, and so on, and typical pain outputs, winces, groans, avoidance behavior, and so on. Moreover, functionalism makes two significant additions. First, the causal conditions that activate the pain mechanism can include other mental states. For example, you must be normally alert and not be absorbed in another activity, like intense competitive sports. Second, the outputs of the pain mechanism can include mental states as well, such as a sense of distress or a desire to be rid of the pain. Mental kinds are causal functional kinds, and what all instances of a given mental kind have in common is that they all serve a certain causal role distinctive of that kind. And that is all. One might say that a functional kind has only a nominal essence, given by its defining causal role, but no real essence, a deep common property shared by all actual and possible instances of it. Point 13. Contrast this with water. All samples of water, anywhere anytime, must be quantities of H2O molecules, and being composed of H2O molecules is the essence of water. Pain does not have an essence in that sense. Functionalism itself may be characterized by the following slogan: psychological kinds have only nominal essences, they have no real essences. In general, then, as David Armstrong has put it, the concept of a mental state is the concept of an internal state apt to be caused by certain sensory inputs and apt to cause certain behavioral outputs. A specification of input and output will define a particular mental state, for example, defines pain, defines itch, and so on. Functional properties and their realizers, definitions. It will be useful to have explicit definitions of some of the terms we have been using informally, relying on examples and intuitions. Let us begin with a more precise characterization of a functional property. F is a functional property, or kind, just in case f can be characterized by a definition of the following form. For something x to have f, or to be an f, equals def for x to have some property p such that c, p, where c, p, is a specification of the causal work that p is supposed to do in x. We may call a definition having this form a functional definition. C, p, which specifies the causal role of f, is crucial. What makes a functional property the property it is the causal role associated with it, that is to say, f and g are the same functional property if and only if the causal role associated with f is the same as that associated with g. The term causal work in the above schema of functional definitions should be understood broadly to refer to passive as well as active work. For example, if tissue damage causes P to instantiate in an organism, that is part of P's causal work or function. Thus, P's causal work refers to the causal relations involving the instances, or occurrences, of P in the organism or system in question. Now we can define what it is for a property to realize, or be a realizer of, a functional property. Let f be a functional property defined by a functional definition, as above. Property Q is said to realize f, or be a realizer or a realization of f, in system X if and only if C, Q, that is, Q fits the specification C in X, which is to say, Q in fact performs the specified causal work in system X. Note that the definians, the right-hand side, of a functional definition does not mention any particular property P that X has. When it has F, it only says that X has some property P fitting description C. In logical terminology, the definians existentially quantifies over properties. It in effect says, there exists some property P such that X has P and CP. For this reason, functional properties are called second-order properties, with the properties quantified over, that is, properties eligible as instances of P, counting as first-order properties. They are second-order properties of a special kind, namely, those that are defined in terms of causal roles. Let us see how this formal apparatus works. Consider the property of being a mousetrap. It is a functional property because it can be given the following functional definition. X is a mousetrap equals diffs has some property P such that P enables X to trap and hold or kill mice. The definition does not specify any specific P that X must have. The causal work specified obviously can be done in many different ways. There are the familiar spring-loaded traps, and there are wire cages with a door that slams shut when a mouse enters. We can imagine high-tech traps with an optical sensor and all sorts of other devices. This means that there are many, in fact, indefinitely many realizers of the property of being a mousetrap, that is, all sorts of physical mechanisms can be mousetraps. Point 14. The situation is the same with pain. A variety of physical/biological mechanisms can serve as tissue damage detectors across biological species and perhaps non-biological systems as well. Functionalism and behaviorism. Both functionalism and behaviorism speak of sensory input and behavioral output or stimulus and response as central to the concept of mentality. In this respect, functionalism is part of a broadly behavioral approach to mentality and can be considered a generalized and more sophisticated version of behaviorism. But there are also significant differences between them, of which the following two are the most important. First, the functionalist takes mental states to be real internal states of an organism with causal powers. For an organism to be in pain is for it to be in an internal state, for example, a neurobiological state for humans, that is typically caused by tissue damage and that in turn typically causes winces, groans, and avoidance behavior. And the presence of this internal state explains why humans react the way they do when they suffer tissue damage. In contrast, the behaviorists choose talk of internal states entirely, identifying mental states with actual or possible behavior. Thus, to be in pain, for the behaviorist, is to wince and groan or be disposed to wince and groan, but not, as the functionalist would have it, to be in some internal state that causes winces and groans. Although both the behaviorist and the functionalist may refer to behavioral dispositions in speaking of mental states, what they mean by disposition can be quite different. the functionalist takes a realist approach to dispositions, whereas the behaviorist embraces an instrumentalist line. We say that sugar cubes, for example, are soluble in water. But what does it mean to say that something is soluble in water? The answer depends on whether you adopt an instrumental or a realist view of dispositions. Let us see exactly how these two approaches differ. Instrumentalist analysis: X is soluble in water equals def. If X is immersed in water, X dissolves. Realist analysis: X is soluble in water equals def has an internal state S, for example, a certain microstructure, such that when X is immersed in water, S causes X to dissolve. According to instrumentalism, therefore, all there is to the water solubility of a sugar is the fact that a certain conditional, if-then, statement holds for it. Thus, on this view, water solubility is a conditional or hypothetical property of the sugar cube, that is, the property of dissolving if immersed in water. Realism, in contrast, takes solubility to be a categorical, presumably microstructural, internal state of the cube of sugar that is causally responsible for its dissolving when placed in water. Further investigation might reveal the state to be that of having a certain crystalline molecular structure. Neither analysis requires the sugar cube to be placed in water or actually to be dissolving in order to be water soluble. However, we may note the following difference: if X dissolves in water and Y does not, the realist will give a causal explanation of this difference in terms of a difference in their microstructure. For the instrumentalist, the difference may just be a brute fact. It is just that the conditional if placed in water, it dissolves holds true for X but not for Y, a difference that need not be grounded in any further differences between X and Y. In speaking of mental states as behavioral dispositions, then, the functionalist takes them as actual inner states of persons and other organisms that in normal circumstances cause behavior of some specific type under certain specified input conditions. Mental states serve as causal intermediaries between sensory input and behavioral output. In contrast, the behaviorist takes mental states merely as input-output, or stimulus-response, correlations. Many behaviorists, especially radical scientific behaviorists, believe that speaking of mental states as inner causes of behavior is scientifically unmotivated and philosophically unwarranted. Point 15. The second significant difference between functionalism and behaviorism, one that gives the former a substantially greater theoretical power, is the way input and output are construed for mental states. For the behaviorist, input and output consist entirely of observable physical stimulus conditions and observable behavioral/physical responses. As mentioned earlier, the functionalist allows reference to other mental states in the characterization of a given mental state. It is a crucial part of the functionalist conception of mental states that their typical causes and effects can, and often do, include other mental states. Thus, for a ham sandwich to cause you to want to eat it, you must believe it to be a ham sandwich. A bad headache can cause you not only to frown and moan but also to experience further mental states like distress and a desire to call your doctor. The 2 points that have just been reviewed are related. If you think of mental states as actual inner states of psychological subjects, you would regard them as having real causal powers, powers to cause and be caused by other states and events, and there is no obvious reason to exclude mental states from figuring among the causes or effects of other mental states. In conceiving mentality this way, the functionalist is espousing mental realism, a position that considers mental states as having a genuine ontological status and counts them among the phenomena of the world with a place in its causal structure. Mental states are real for the behaviorist too, but only as behaviors or behavioral dispositions. For him, there is nothing mental over and above actual and possible behavior. For the functionalist, mental states are inner causes of behavior, and as such they are over and above behavior. Including other mental events among the causes and effects of a given mental state is part of the functionalist's general conception of mental states as forming a complex causal network anchored to the external world at various points. At these points of contact, a psychological subject interacts with the outside world, receiving sensory inputs and emitting behavior outputs. and the identity of a given mental kind, whether it is a sensation like pain or a belief that it is going to rain or a desire for a ham sandwich, depends solely on the place it occupies in the causal network. That is, what makes a mental event the kind of mental event it is the way it is causally linked to other mental event kinds and input-output conditions. Since each of these other mental event kinds in turn has its identity determined by its causal relations to other mental events and to inputs and outputs, the identity of each mental kind depends ultimately on the whole system, its internal structure, and the way it is causally linked to the external world via sensory inputs and behavior outputs. In this sense, functionalism gives us a holistic conception of mentality. This holistic approach enables functionalism to sidestep one of the principal objections to behaviorism. This is the difficulty we saw earlier: a desire issues in overt behavior only when combined with an appropriate belief, and similarly, a belief leads to behavior only when a matching desire is present. For example, a person with a desire to eat an apple will eat an apple that is presented to her only if she believes it to be an apple. She would not bite into it if she thought it was a fake wooden apple. A person who believes that it is going to rain will take an umbrella only if she has a desire to stay dry. As we saw, this apparently makes it impossible to give a behavioral definition of desire without reference to belief, or a definition of belief without reference to desire. The functionalist would say that this simply points to the holistic character of mental states. It is an essential feature of a desire that it is the kind of internal state that in concert with an appropriate belief causes a certain behavior output, and similarly for belief and other mental states. But doesn't this make the definition circular? If the concept of desire cannot be defined without reference to belief, and the concept of belief in turn cannot be explained without reference to desire, how can either be understood at all? We will see later, Chapter 6, how the holistic approach of functionalism deals with this issue. Point 16. Turing machines. Functionalism was originally formulated by Putnam in terms of Turing machines, mathematically characterized computing machines due to the British mathematician-logician Alan M. Turing. Point 17. Although it is now customary to formulate functionalism in terms of causal functional roles, as we have done and will do in more detail in the next chapter, it is instructive to begin our systematic treatment of functionalism by examining the Turing machine version of functionalism, usually called machine functionalism. This also gives us a background that will be helpful in exploring the idea that the workings of the mind are best understood in terms of the operations of a computing machine, that is, the computational view of the mind, computationalism, for short. A Turing machine is made up of 4 components. 1. A tape divided into squares and unbounded in both directions. 2. A scanner printer, head, positioned at one of the squares of the tape at any given time. 3. A finite set of internal states, or configurations, Q0, Qn. 4. A finite alphabet consisting of symbols, B1, Bm. One and only one symbol appears on each square. We may think of the blank as one of the symbols. The machine operates in accordance with the following general rules. A. At each time, the machine is in one of its internal states, Chi, and its head is scanning a particular square on the tape. B. What the machine does at a given time T is completely determined by its internal state at T and the symbol its head is scanning at T. C. Depending on its internal state and the symbol being scanned, the machine does 3 things. 1. Its head replaces the symbol with another, possibly the same, symbol of the alphabet. To put it another way, the head erases the symbol being scanned and prints a new one, which may be the same as the erased one. 2. Its head moves one square to the right or to the left, or halts, with the computation completed. 3. The machine enters into one of its internal states, which can be right by one square, and go into state Q0. The L in the bottom entry, #LQ1, means move left by one square. The entry in the rightmost column, #halt, means if you are scanning one and in state Q1, replace one with # and halt. It is easy to see, the reader is asked to figure this out on her own. The exact sequence of steps our Turing machine will follow to compute the sum 3 plus 2. The same state. The machine table of a Turing machine is a complete and exhaustive specification of the machine's operations. We may therefore identify a Turing machine with its machine table. Since a machine table is nothing but a set of instructions, this means that a Turing machine can be identified with a set of such instructions. What sort of things are the internal states of a Turing machine? We talk about this general question later, but with our machine TM1, it can be helpful to think of the specific machine states in the following intuitive way. Q0 is a plus and hashtag searching state. It is a state such that when TM1 is in it, it keeps going right, looking for plus and hashtag, ignoring any ones it encounters. Moreover, if the machine is in Q0 and finds a plus, it replaces it with a 1 and keeps moving to the right, while staying in the same state, when it scans a hashtag, thereby recognizing the rightmost boundary of the given problem. It backs up to the left and goes into a new state Q1, the print hashtag over 1 and then halt state. When TM1 is in this state, it will replace any one it scans with a hashtag and halt. Thus, each state disposes the machine to do a set of specific things depending on the symbol being scanned, which therefore can be likened to sensory input. But this is not the only Turing machine that can add numbers in unary notation. There is another one that is simpler and works faster. It is clear that to add unary numbers it is not necessary for the machine to determine the rightmost boundary of the given problem. All it needs to do is to erase the initial one being scanned when it is started off, and then move to the right to find plus and replace it with a 1. This is TM2, with the following machine table. Q0 Q1 1. Hashtag RQ1 1 RQ1. Plus 1 halt. Hashtag. We can readily build a third Turing machine, TM3, that will do subtractions in the unary notation. Suppose the following subtraction problem is presented to the machine. Symbol B is used to mark the boundaries of the problem. Starting the machine in state Q0 scanning the initial one, we can write a machine table that computes NM by operating like this. 1. The machine starts off scanning the first one of n. It goes to the right until it locates m, the number being subtracted. How does it recognize it has located m? It then erases the first one of this number, replacing it with a hashtag, goes left, and erases the last one of n, again replacing it with a hashtag. 2. The machine then goes right and repeats step 1 again and again, until it exhausts all the ones in m. How does the machine know that it has done this? We then have the machine move right until it locates the subtraction sign dash, which it erases, that is, replaces it with a hashtag, and then halt. If you like tidy output tapes, you may have the machine erase the BS before halting. 3. If the machine runs out of the first set of strokes before it exhausts the second set, this means that NM, we can have the machine print a certain symbol, say, to mean that the given problem is not well defined. We must also provide for the case where n equals m. The reader is invited to write out a machine table that implements these operations. We can also think of a transcription machine, TM4, that transcribes a given string of ones to its right, or left. That is, if TM4 is presented with the following tape to begin its computation, it ends with the following configuration of symbols on its tape. The interest of the transcription machine lies in how it can be used to construct a multiplication machine, TM5. The basic idea is simple. We can get n times m by transcribing the string of n ones m times, that is, transcribing n repeatedly using m as a counter. The reader is encouraged to write a machine table for TM5. Since any arithmetical operation, squaring, taking the factorial, and so on natural numbers can be defined in terms of addition and multiplication, it follows that there is a Turing machine that computes any arithmetical operation. More generally, it can be shown that any computation performed by any computer can be done by a Turing machine. That is, being computable and being computable by a Turing machine turn out to be equivalent. Point 18. In this sense, the Turing machine captures the general idea of computation and computability. We can think of a Turing machine with two separate tapes, one for input, on which the problem to be computed is presented, and the other for actual computation and the final output, and two separate heads, one for scanning and one for printing. This helps us to think of a Turing machine as receiving sensory stimuli, the symbols on the input tape, through its scanner, sense organ, and emitting specific behaviors in response, the symbols printed on the output tape by its printer head. It can be shown that any computation that can be done by a two-tape machine or a machine with any finite number of tapes can be done by a one-tape machine. So adding more tapes does not strengthen the computing power of Turing machines or substantively enrich the concept of a Turing machine, although it could speed up computations. Turing also showed how to build a universal machine, which is like a general-purpose computer in that it is not dedicated to the computation of a specific function but can be programmed to compute any function you want. On the input tape of this machine, you specify two things: the machine table of the desired function in some standard notation that can be read by the universal machine and the values for which the function is to be computed. The universal machine is programmed to read any machine table and carry out the computation in accordance with the instructions of the machine table. The notion of a Turing machine can be generalized to yield the notion of a probabilistic automaton. As you recall, each instruction of a Turing machine is deterministic. Given the internal state and the symbol being scanned, the immediate next operation is wholly and uniquely determined. An instruction of a probabilistic, or stochastic, automaton has the following general form: given internal state G and scanned symbol Bj, 1. Print Bk with probability R1, or print B1 with probability R2. Or print Bm with probability Rn, where the probabilities add up to 1. 2. Move R with probability R1, or move L with probability R2, where the probabilities add up to 1. 3. Go into internal state Qj with probability R1, or into Qk with probability R2, or into Qm with probability Rn, again, the probabilities adding up to 1. Although in theory a machine can be made probabilistic along any one or more of these three dimensions, it is customary to understand a probabilistic machine as one that incorporates probabilities into state transitions, in the manner of 3, above. The operations of a probabilistic automaton are not deterministic. The current internal state of the machine and the symbol it is scanning do not always, at any rate together, uniquely determine what the machine will do next. However, the behavior of such a machine is not random or arbitrary either. There are fixed and stable probabilities describing the machine's operations. If we are thinking of a machine that describes the behavior of an actual psychological subject, a probabilistic machine may be more realistic than a deterministic one. However, we may note that it is generally possible to construct a deterministic machine that simulates the behavior of a probabilistic machine to any desired degree of accuracy, which makes probabilistic machines theoretically dispensable. Physical realizers of Turing machines. Suppose that we give the machine table for our simple adding machine, TM1, to an engineering class as an assignment. Each student is to build an actual physical device that will do the computations as specified by its machine table. What we are asking the students to build, therefore, are physical realizers of TM1, real-life physical computing machines that will operate in accordance with the machine table of TM1. We can safely predict that a huge, heterogeneous variety of machines will be turned in. Some of them may really look and work like the Turing machine as described. They will have a paper tape neatly divided into squares, with an actual physical head that can read, erase, and print symbols. Some will perhaps use magnetic tapes and heads that read, write, and erase electrically. Some machines will have no tapes or heads but instead use spaces on a computer disk or memory locations in their CPU to do the computation. A clever student with a sense of humor, and lots of time and other resources, might try to build a hydraulically operated device with pipes and valves instead of wires and switches. The possibilities are endless. But what exactly is a physical realizer of a Turing machine? What makes a physical device a realizer of a given Turing machine? First, the symbols of the machine's alphabet must be given concrete physical embodiments. They could be blotches of ink on paper, patterns of magnetized iron particles on plastic tape, electric charges in capacitors, or what have you. Whatever they are, the physical device that does the scanning must be able to read them, that is, differentially respond to them with a high degree of reliability. This means that the physical properties of the symbols place a set of constraints on the physical design of the scanner, but these constraints need not, and usually will not, determine a unique design. A great multitude of physical devices are likely to be adequate to serve as a scanner for any set of physically embodied symbols. The same considerations apply to the machine's printer and outputs as well. The symbols the machine prints on its output tape, we are thinking of a two-tape machine, must be given physical shapes, and the printer must be designed to produce them on demand. The printer, of course, does not have to print anything in a literal sense. The operation could be wholly electronic, or the printer could be a speaker that vocalizes the output, or an LCD monitor that visually displays it, and saves it for future computational purposes. What about the internal states of the machine? How are they physically realized? Consider a particular instruction on the machine table of TM1. If the machine is in state Q0 and scanning a plus, replace the plus with a 1, move right, and go into state Q1. Assume that Q0 and Q1 are the physical states realizing Q0 and Q1, respectively. Q0 and Q1, then, must satisfy the following condition: an occurrence of Q0, together with the physical scanning of plus, must physically cause three physical events. 1. The physical symbol plus is replaced with the physical symbol 1. 2. The physical scanner printer, head, moves 1 square to the right, on the physical tape, and scans it, and 3. The machine enters state Q1. In general, then, what needs to be done is to replace the functional or computational relations among the various abstract parameters, symbols, states, and motions of the head, mentioned in the machine table, with matching causal relations among the physical embodiments of these parameters. That is to say, a physical realizer of a Turing machine is a physical causal mechanism that is isomorphic to the machine table of the Turing machine. From the logical point of view, the internal states are only implicitly defined in terms of their relations to other parameters. Qj is a state such that if the machine is in it and scanning symbol bk, the machine replaces bk with bl, moves r, that is, to the right, and goes into state qh. If the machine is scanning bm, it does such, and so on. So qj can be thought of as a function that maps symbols of the alphabet to the triples of the form. From the physical standpoint, Qj, which realizes Qj, can be thought of as a causal intermediary between the physically realized symbols and the physical realizers of the triples, or equivalently, as a disposition to emit appropriate physical outputs, the triples, in response to different physical stimuli, the physical symbols scanned. This means that the intrinsic physical natures of the QS that realize the QS are of no interest to us as long as they have the right causal powers or capacities. Their intrinsic properties do not matter, or more accurately, they matter only to the extent that they affect the desired causal powers of the states and objects that have them. As long as these states perform their assigned causal work, they can be anything you please. Clearly, whether the QS realize the QS depends crucially on how the tape, symbols, and so on are physically realized. In fact, these are interdependent questions. It is plausible to suppose that, with some mechanical ingenuity, a machine could be rewired so that physical states realizing distinct machine states could be interchanged without affecting the operation of the machine. We see, then, a convergence of two ideas: the functionalist conception of a mental state as a state occupying a certain specific causal role, and the idea of a physical state realizing an internal state of a Turing machine. Just as, on the functionalist view, what makes a given mental state the kind of mental state it is its causal role with respect to sensory inputs, behavior outputs, and other mental states, so what makes a physical state the realizer of a given internal machine state is its causal relations to inputs, outputs, and other physical realizers of the machine's internal states. This is why it is natural for functionalists to look to Turing machines for a model of the mind. Let S be a physical system, which may be an electromechanical device like a computer, a biological organism, an auto assembly plant, or anything else, and assume that we have adopted a vocabulary to describe its inputs and outputs. That is, we have a specification of what is to count as the inputs it receives from its surroundings and what is to count as its behavioral outputs. Assume, moreover, that we have specified what states of S are to count as its internal states. We will say that a Turing machine M is a machine description of system S, relative to a given input-output specification and a specification of the internal states, just in case S realizes M relative to the input-output and internal state specifications. Thus, the relation of being a machine description of is the converse of the relation of being a realizer, or realization, of. We can also define a concept that is weaker than machine description. Let us say that a Turing machine M is a behavioral description of S, relative to an input-output specification, just in case M provides a correct description of S's input-output correlations. Thus, every machine description of S is also a behavioral description of S, but the converse does not in general hold. M can give a true description of the input-output relations characterizing S, but its machine states may not be realized in S, and S's inner workings, that is, its computational processes, may not correctly mirror the functional computational relationships given by M's machine table. In fact, there may be another Turing machine M***, distinct from M, that gives a correct machine description of S. It follows, then, that two physical systems that are input-output equivalent may not be realizations of the same Turing machine. The pair of adding machines TM1 and TM2 is a simple example of this. Machine functionalism, motivations and claims. Machine functionalists claim that we can think of the mind as a Turing machine, or a probabilistic automaton. This of course needs to be filled out, but from the preceding discussion it should be pretty clear how the story will go. The central idea is that what it is for something to have mentality, that is, to have a psychology, is for it to be a physically realized Turing machine of appropriate complexity, with its mental states, that is, mental state types, identified with the realizers of the internal states of the machine table. Another way of explaining this idea is to use the notion of machine description. An organism has mentality just in case there is a Turing machine of appropriate complexity that is a machine description of it, and its mental state kinds are to be identified with the physically realized internal states of that Turing machine. All this is, of course, relative to an appropriately chosen input-output specification, since you must know, or decide, what is to count as the organism's inputs and outputs before you can determine what Turing machine, or machines, it can be said to realize. Let us consider the idea that the psychology of an organism can be represented by a Turing machine, an idea that is commonly held by machine functionalists. 19. Let V be a complete specification of all possible inputs and outputs of a psychological subject S, and let C be all actual and possible input-output correlations of S, that is, C is a complete specification of which input applied to S elicits which output, for all inputs and outputs listed in V. In constructing a psychology for S, we are trying to formulate a theory that gives a perspicuous systematization of C by positing a set of internal states in S. Such a theory predicts for any input applied to S what output will be emitted by S, and also explains why that particular input will elicit that particular output. It is reasonable to suppose that for any behavioral system complex enough to have a psychology, this kind of systematization is not possible unless we advert to its internal states, for we must expect that the same input applied to S does not always prompt S to produce the same output. The actual output elicited by a given input depends, we must suppose, on the internal state of S at that time. Before we proceed further, it is necessary to modify our notion of a Turing machine in one respect. The internal states, QS, of a Turing machine are total states of the machine at a given time, and the QS that are their physical realizers are also total physical states at a time of the physically realized machine. This means that the Turing machines we are talking about are not going to look very much like the psychological theories we are familiar with. The states posited by these theories are seldom, if ever, total states of a subject at a time. But this is a technical problem, something we assume can be remedied with a more fine-grained notion of an internal state. We can then think of a total internal state as made up of these partial states, which combine in different ways to yield different total states. This modification should not change anything essential in the original conception of a Turing machine. In the discussion to follow, we use this modified notion of an internal state in most contexts. To return to the question of representing the psychology of a subject S in terms of a Turing machine, what Turing machine, or machines, is adequate as a description of S's psychology? Evidently, any adequate Turing machine must be a behavioral description of S, in the sense defined earlier, that is, it must give a correct description of S's input-output relations, relative to V. But as we have seen, there is bound to be more than one Turing machine. In fact, if there is one, there will be indefinitely more that gives a correct representation of S's input-output relations. Since each of these machines is a correct behavioral description of our psychological subject S, they are all equally good as predictive theories, although some of them may be easier to manipulate and computationally more efficient than others. They all predict the same behavior output for the same input. This is a simple consequence of the notion of behavioral description. But they are different as Turing machines. But do the differences between them matter? It should be clear how behaviorally equivalent Turing machines, say, M1 and M2, can differ from each other. To say that they are different Turing machines is to say that their machine tables are different. That is how Turing machines are individuated. This means that when they are given the same input, M1 and M2 are likely to go through different computational processes to arrive at the same output. Each machine has a set of internal states, let us say for M1 and for M2. Let us suppose further that M1 is a machine description of our psychological subject S, but M2 is not. That is, S is a physical realizer of M1 but not of M2. This means that the computational relations represented in M1, but not those represented in M2, are mirrored in a set of causal relations among the physical psychological states of S. So there are real physical, perhaps neurobiological, states in S, corresponding to M1's internal states, and these QS are causally hooked up to each other and to the physical scanner, sense organs, and the physical printer, motor mechanisms, in a way that ensures that for all computational processes generated by M1, isomorphic causal processes occur in S. As we may say, S is a causal isomorph of M1. There is, then, a clear sense in which M1 is, but M2 is not, psychologically real for S, even though they are both accurate predictive theories of S's observable input-output behaviors. M1 gives the true psychology of S in that, as we saw, S has a physical structure whose states constitute a causal system that mirrors the computational structure represented by the machine table of M1, and the physical causal operations of S form an isomorphic image of the computational operations of M1. This makes a crucial difference when what we want is an explanatory theory, a theory that explains why, and how, S does what it does under the given input conditions. Suppose we say, when input I was applied to S, S emitted behavioral output O because it was in internal state Q. This can count as an explanation, it seems, only if the state appealed to, namely, Q is a real state of the system. In particular, it can count as a causal explanation only if the state Q is what, in conjunction with I, caused O. Since S is a physical realizer of M1, or equivalently, M1 is a machine description of S, the causal process leading from Q and input I to behavior output O is mirrored exactly by the computational process that occurs in accordance with the machine table of M1. In contrast, Turing machine M2, which is not realized by S, has no inner psychological reality for S, even though it correctly captures all of S's input-output connections. Although, like M1, M2 correlates input I with output O, the computational process whereby the correlation is effected does not reflect the actual causal process in S that leads from I to O, or physical embodiments thereof. The explanatory force of because in S emitted O when it received input I because it was in state Q derives from the causal relations involving Q and the physical embodiments of O and I in the system S. The philosophical issues here depend, partly but critically, on the metaphysics of scientific theories you accept. If you think of scientific theories in general, or theories over some specific domain, merely as predictive instruments that enable us to infer or calculate further observations from the given data, you need not attach any existential significance to the posits of these theories like the unobservable microparticles of theoretical physics and their, often quite strange, properties, and may regard them only as calculational aids in deriving predictions. A position like this is called instrumentalism, or anti-realism. About scientific theory. Point 20. On such a view, the issue of truth does not arise for the theoretical principles, nor does the issue of reality for the entities and properties posited. The only thing that matters is the empirical, or predictive, adequacy of the theory, how accurately the theory works as a predictive device and how comprehensive its coverage is. If you accept an instrumentalist stance towards psychological theory, therefore, any Turing machine that is a behavioral description of a psychological subject is good enough, exactly as good as any other behaviorally adequate description of it. You may prefer some over others on account of manipulative ease and computational cost, but the question of reality or truth does not arise. If this is your view of the nature of psychology, you will dismiss as meaningless the question which of the many behaviorally adequate psychologies is really true of the subject. But if you adopt the perspective of realism on scientific theories, or at any rate about psychology, you will not think all behaviorally adequate descriptions are psychologically adequate. An adequate psychology for the realist must have psychological reality, that is, the internal states it posits must be the real states of the organism with an active role as causal intermediaries between sensory inputs and behavior outputs, and this means that only a Turing machine that is a correct machine description of the organism is an acceptable psychological theory. The simplest and most elegant behavioral description may not be the one that correctly describes the inner processes that cause the subject's observable behavior. There is no a priori reason to suppose that our subject is put together according to the specifications of the simplest and most elegant theory, whatever your standards of simplicity and elegance might be. Why should one want to go beyond the instrumentalist position and insist on psychological reality? There are two related reasons. 1. Psychological states, namely, the internal states of the psychological subject posited by a psychology, must be regarded as real, as we saw, if we expect the theory to generate explanations, especially causal explanations, of behavior. And this seems to be the attitude of working psychologists. It is their common, almost universal, practice to attribute to their subjects internal states, capacities, functions, and mechanisms, for example, information processing and storage, reasoning and inference, mental imagery, preference structures, and to refer to them in formulating what they regard as causal explanations of behavior. Further, too, it seems natural to expect this seems true of most psychologists and cognitive scientists to find actual neural biological mechanisms that underlie the psychological states, capacities, and functions posited by correct psychological theories. Research in the neural sciences, in particular cognitive neuroscience, have had impressive successes, and we expect this to continue in identifying physiological mechanisms that implement psychological and cognitive capacities and functions. It is a reflection of our realistic stance towards psychological theorizing that we generally expect, and sometimes insist on, physiological foundations for psychological theories. The requirement that the correct psychology of an organism be a machine description of it 21, not merely a behaviorally adequate one, can be seen as an expression of a commitment to realism about psychological theory. If the psychology of any organism can be represented as a Turing machine, it is natural to consider the possibility of using representability by a Turing machine to explicate, or define, what it is for something to have a psychology. As we saw, that precisely is what machine functionalism proposes, what it is for an organism, or system, to have a psychology, that is, what it is for an organism to have mentality is for it to realize an appropriate Turing machine. It is not merely that anything with mentality has an appropriate machine description. Machine functionalism makes the stronger claim that its having a machine description of an appropriate kind is constitutive of its mentality. This is a philosophical thesis about the nature of mentality. Mentality, or having a mind, consists in being a physical computer that realizes a Turing machine of appropriate complexity and powers. What makes us creatures with mentality, therefore, is the fact that we are Turing machines. Having a brain is important to mentality, but the importance of the brain lies exactly in its being a computing machine. It is our brain's computational powers, not its biological properties and functions, that constitute our mentality. In short, our brain is our mind because it is a computing machine, not because it is composed of the kind of protein-based biological stuff it is composed of. Machine functionalism, further issues. Suppose that two systems, S1 and S2, are in the same mental state, at the same time or different times. What does this mean on the machine functionalist conception of a mental kind? A mental kind, as you will remember, is supposed to be an internal state of a Turing machine, of an appropriate kind, so for S1 and S2 to be in the same state, there must be some Turing machine state Q such that S1 is in Q and S2 is also in Q. But what does this mean? S1 and S2 are both physical systems, and we know that they could be systems of very different sorts. Recall multiple realizability. As physical systems, they have physical states, that is, they instantiate certain physical properties. To say that they are both in machine state Q at time t is to say this: there are physical states Q1 and Q2 such that Q1 realizes Q in S1, and Q2 realizes Q in S2, and, at t, S1 is in Q1 and S2 in Q2. Multiple realizability tells us that Q1 and Q2 need not have much in common qua physical states. One could be a biological state and the other an electronic one. What binds the two states together is only the fact that in their respective systems they implement the same internal machine state. That is to say, the two states play the same computational role in their respective systems. But talk of the same internal machine state Q makes sense only in relation to a specific machine table. That is to say, internal states of a Turing machine are identifiable only relative to a particular machine table. In terms of the layout of machine tables we used earlier, an internal state Q is wholly characterized by the vertical column of instructions appearing under it. But these instructions refer to other internal states, say, Qi, Qj, and Qk, and if you look up the instructions falling under these, you are likely to find references back to state Q. So these states are interdefined. What all this means is that the sameness or difference of an internal state across different machine tables, that is, across different Turing machines, has no meaning. It makes no sense to say of an internal state Qi of one Turing machine and a state Qk of another Turing machine that Qi is, or is not, the same state as Qk, nor does it make sense to say of a physical state Qi of a physically realized Turing machine that it realizes, or does not realize, the same internal machine state Q as does a physical state Qk of another physical machine, unless the two physical machines are realizations of the same Turing machine. Evidently, then, the machine functionalist conception of mental kinds has the following consequence: for any two subjects to be in the same mental state, they must realize the same Turing machine. But if they realize the same Turing machine, their total psychology must be identical. That is, on machine functionalism, two subjects' total psychology must be identical if they are to share even a single psychological state, or even to give meaning to the talk of their being, or not being, in the same psychological state. This sounds absurd. It does not seem reasonable to require that for two persons to share a mental state, say, the belief that snow is white, the total set of psychological regularities governing their behavior must be exactly identical. Before we discuss this issue further, we must attend to another matter, and this is the problem of how the inputs and outputs of a system are to be specified. Suppose that two systems, S1 and S2, realize the same Turing machine, that is, the same Turing machine gives a correct machine description for each. We know that realization is relative to a particular input-output specification, that is, we must know what is to count as input conditions and what is to count as behavior outputs before we can tell whether it realizes a given Turing machine. Let V1 and V2 be the input-output specifications for S1 and S2, respectively, relative to which they realize the same Turing machine. Since the same machine table is involved, V1 and V2 must be isomorphic. The elements of V1 can be correlated, 1-to-1, with the elements of V2 in a way that preserves their roles in the machine table. But suppose that S1 is a real psychological system, perhaps a human, call him Larry, whereas S2 is a computer, an electromechanical device, call it Max. So the inputs and outputs specified by V2 are the usual inputs and outputs appropriate for a computing machine, perhaps strings of symbols entered on the keyboard or images scanned by a video camera as input and symbols or images displayed on the monitor or its printout as output. According to machine functionalism, Larry and Max have the same psychology. But shouldn't this strike us as absurd? One might say, Max is only a computer simulation of Larry's psychology, and in granting Max the full psychological status that we grant Larry, machine functionalism is conflating a psychological subject with a computer simulation of it. No one will confuse the operation of a jet engine or the spread of rabies in wildlife with their computer simulations. It is difficult to believe that this distinction suddenly vanishes when we perform a computer simulation of the psychology of a person. We will return to this question below in a section on computationalism and the Chinese room argument. One thing that obviously seems wrong about our computer, Max, as a psychological system when we compare it with Larry is its inputs and outputs. Although its input-output specification is isomorphic to Larry's, it seems entirely inappropriate for psychology. It may not be easy to characterize the differences precisely, but we would not consider inputs and outputs consisting merely of strings of symbols, or electronic images, as appropriate for something with true mentality. Grinding out strings of symbols is not like the full-blown behavior that we see in Larry. For one thing, Max's outputs have nothing to do with its survival or continued proper functioning, and its inputs do not have the function of providing Max with information about its surroundings. As a result, Max's outputs lack what may be called teleological aptness as a response to its inputs. All this makes it difficult to think of Max's outputs as constituting real behavior or action, something that is necessary if we are to regard it as a genuine psychological system. Quarealizations of a Turing machine, Max and Larry are symmetrically related. If, however, we see here an asymmetry in point of mentality, it is clear that the nature of inputs and outputs is an important factor, and our considerations seem to show that for a system realizing a Turing machine to count as a psychological system, its input-output specification, relative to which it realizes the machine, must be psychologically appropriate. Exactly what this appropriateness consists in is an interesting and complex question that requires further exploration. In any case, the machine functionalist must confront this question: is it possible to give a characterization of this input-output appropriateness that is consistent with functionalism in particular, without using mentalistic terms or concepts? Recall a similar point we discussed in connection with behaviorism, not to beg the question, the behavior that the behaviorist is allowed to talk about in giving behavioristic definitions of mental concepts must be physical behavior, not intentional action with an explicit or implicit mental component, such as reading the morning paper, being rude to a waiter, or going to a music concert. If your project is to get mentality out of behavior, your notion of behavior must not presuppose mentality. The same consideration applies to the machine functionalist. Her project is to define mentality in terms of Turing machines and input-output relations. The additional tool she can make use of, something not available to the behaviorist, is the concept of a Turing machine with its internal states, but her input and output are subject to the same constraint. Her input-output, like the behaviorists, must be physical input-output. If this is right, it seems no easy task for the machine functionalist to distinguish, in a principled way, Larry's inputs-outputs from Max's, and hence genuine psychological systems from their simulations. We pointed out earlier that Larry's outputs, given his inputs, seem teleologically apt, whereas Max's do not. They have something to do with his proper functioning in his environment, coping with the ever-changing conditions of his surroundings and satisfying his needs and desires. But can this notion of teleology, purposiveness or goal-directedness be explained in a psychologically neutral way, without begging the question? Perhaps some biological evolutionary story could be attempted, but it remains an open question whether such a bioteleological program will succeed. These considerations give credence to the idea that in order to have genuine mentality, a system must be embedded in a natural environment, ideally including other systems like it, interacting and coping with it and behaving appropriately in response to the new, and changing, conditions it encounters. Let us now return to the question of whether machine functionalism is committed to the consequence that two psychological subjects can share a psychological state only if they have an identical total psychology. As we saw, the implication follows from the fact that, on machine functionalism, being in the same psychological state is being in the same internal machine state, and that the sameness, or difference, of machine states makes sense only in relation to the same Turing machine, and never across distinct Turing machines. What is perhaps worse, it also follows that it makes no sense to say that two psychological subjects are not in the same psychological state unless they have an identical total psychology. But this conclusion must be slightly weakened in consideration of the fact that the input-output specifications of the two subjects realizing the same Turing machine may be different, and that the individuation of psychologies may have to be made sensitive to input-output specifications. We return shortly to this point. So let us speak of isomorphic psychologies for psychologies that are instances of the same Turing machine modulo input-output specification. We then have the following result: on machine functionalism, for two psychological subjects to share even a single mental state, their total psychologies must be isomorphic to each other. Recall Putnam's complaint against the psychoneural identity theory. This theory makes it impossible for both humans and octopuses to be in the same pain state unless they share the same brain state, an unlikely possibility. But we now see that the table is turned against Putnam's machine functionalism. For an octopus and a human to be in the same pain state, they must share an isomorphic psychology, an unlikely possibility, to say the least. And for two humans to share a single mental state, they must have an identical total psychology, since the same input-output specification presumably must hold for all or most humans. No analogous consequence follows from the psychoneural identity theory. In this respect, therefore, machine functionalism seems to fare worse than the theory it hopes to replace. All this is a consequence of a fact mentioned earlier, namely, that on functionalism, the individuation of mental kinds is essentially holistic, that is, what makes a given mental kind the kind it is depends on its relationships to other mental kinds, where the identities of these other mental kinds depend similarly on their relationships to still other mental kinds, and so on. Things are perhaps not as bleak for machine functionalism, however, as they might appear, for the following line of response seems available: for both humans and octopuses to be in pain, it is not necessary that total octopus psychology coincide with, or be isomorphic to, total human psychology. It is only necessary that there be some Turing machine that is a correct machine description of both and in which pain figures as an internal machine state. It does not matter if this shared Turing machine falls short of the maximally detailed Turing machines that describe them, these machines represent their total psychologies. So what is necessary is that humans and octopuses share a partial, or abbreviated, psychology that covers pains, and perhaps also related sensations. Whether pain psychology can be so readily isolated, or abstracted, from a total psychology is a question worth pondering, especially in the context of the functionalist conception of mentality, but there is another related issue that we should briefly consider. Recall the point that all this talk of humans and octopuses realizing a Turing machine is relative to an input-output specification. Doesn't this mean, in view of our earlier discussion of a real psychological subject and a computer simulation of one, that the input and output conditions characteristic of humans when they are in pain must be appropriately similar, if not identical, to those characteristic of octopus's pains, if both humans and octopuses can be said to be in pain. Consider the output side. Do octopuses wince and groan in reaction to pain? They perhaps can wince, but they surely cannot groan or scream and yell ouch. How similar is octopus's escape behavior, from the purely physical point of view, to the escape behavior of, say, middle-aged, middle-class American males? Is there an abstract enough non-mental description of pain behavior that is appropriate for humans and octopuses and all other pain-capable organisms and systems? If there is not, machine functionalism seems to succumb again to the same difficulty that the functionalist has charged against the brain state theory: an octopus and a human cannot be in the same pain state. Again, the best bet for the functionalist seems to be to appeal to the teleological appropriateness of an octopus's and a person's escape behaviors, that is, the fact that the behaviors are biologically appropriate responses to the stimulus conditions in enhancing their chances of survival and their well-being in their respective environments. There is a further appropriateness issue for Turing machines that we must raise at this point. You will remember our saying that for a machine functionalist, a system has mentality just in case it realizes an appropriately complex Turing machine. This proviso is necessary because there are all sorts of simple Turing machines, recall our sample machines, that clearly do not suffice to generate mentality. But how complex is complex enough? What is complexity anyway, and why does it matter? And what kind of complexity is appropriate for mentality? These are important but difficult questions, and machine functionalism, unsurprisingly, has not produced detailed general answers to them. What we have, though, is an intriguing proposal, from Alan Turing himself, of a test to determine whether a computing machine can think. This is the celebrated Turing test, and this is the right time to consider Turing's proposal. Can machines think? The Turing test. Turing's innovative proposal is to bypass these general theoretical questions about appropriateness in favor of a concrete operational test that can evaluate the performance capabilities of computing machines vis-a-vis average humans who, as all sides would agree, are fully mental. Point 22. The idea is that if machines can do as well as humans on certain cognitive, intellectual tasks, then they must be judged no less psychological, intelligent, than humans. What, then, are these tasks? Obviously, they must be those that, intuitively, require intelligence and mentality to perform. Turing describes a game, the imitation game, to test for the presence of these capacities. The imitation game is played as follows. There are three players, the interrogator, a man and a woman, with the interrogator segregated from the other two in another room. The man and woman are known only as X and Y to the interrogator, whose object is to identify which is the man and which is the woman by asking questions via keyboard terminals and monitors. The man's object is to mislead the interrogator to make an erroneous identification, whereas the woman's job is to help the interrogator. There are no restrictions on the topics of the questions asked. Suppose, Turing says, we now replace the man with a computing machine. The machine is programmed to simulate the part played by the man to fool the interrogator into making wrong guesses. Will the machine do as well as the man in fooling the interrogator? Turing's proposal is that if the machine does as well as the man, then we must credit it with all the intelligence that we would normally confer on a human. It must be judged to possess the full mentality that humans possess. Point 23. The gist of Turing's idea can be captured in a simpler test, by asking questions, or just holding a conversation, via keyboard terminals. Can we find out whether we are conversing with a human or a computing machine? This is the way the Turing test is now being conducted. If a computer can consistently fool us so that our success in ascertaining its identity is no better than what could be achieved by random guesses, we must concede, it seems, that this machine has the kind of mentality that we grant to humans. There already are chess-playing computers that would fool most people this way, but only in playing chess. Average chess players would not be able to tell if they are playing a human opponent or a computer. But the Turing test covers all possible areas of human concern: politics and sports, music and poetry, how to fix a leaking faucet or make a souffle, no holds are barred. The Turing test is designed to isolate the questions of intelligence and mentality from irrelevant considerations, such as the appearance of the machine. As Turing points out, it does not have to win beauty contests, details of its composition and structure, whether it speaks and moves about like a human, and so on. The test is to focus on a broad range of rational, intellectual capacities and functions. But how good is the test? Some have objected that the test is too tough and too narrow. Too tough because something does not have to be smart enough to outwit a human to have mentality or intelligence. In particular, the possession of a language should not be a prerequisite for mentality. Think of mute animals. Human intelligence itself encompasses a pretty broad range, and there appears to be no compelling reason to set the minimal threshold of mentality at the level of performance required by the Turing test. The test is perhaps also too narrow in that it seems at best to be a test for the presence of human-like mentality, the kind of intelligence that characterizes humans. Why couldn't there be creatures, or machines, that are intelligent and have a psychology but would fail the Turing test, which, after all, is designed to test whether the computer can fool a human interrogator into thinking it is a human? Furthermore, it is difficult to see it as a test for the presence of mental states like sensations and perceptions, although it may be a good test of broadly intellectual and cognitive capacities, reasoning, memory, and so on. To see something as a full psychological system, we must see it in a real-life context. We might argue, we must see it coping with its environment, receiving sensory information from its surroundings, and behaving appropriately in response to it. Various replies can be attempted to counter these criticisms, but can we say that the Turing test at least provides us with a sufficient condition for mentality, although, for the reasons just stated, it cannot be considered a necessary condition? If something passes the test, it is at least as smart as we are, and since we have intelligence and mentality, it would be only fair to grant it the same status, or so we might argue. This reasoning seems to presuppose the following thesis. Turing's thesis. If two systems are input-output equivalent, they have the same psychological status. In particular, one is mental, or intelligent, just in case the other is. We call it Turing's thesis because Turing appears to be committed to it. Why? Because the Turing test looks only at inputs and outputs. If two computers produce the same output for the same input, for all possible inputs, that is, if they are input-output equivalent, their performance on the Turing test will be exactly identical. 24 and one will be judged to have mentality if and only if the other is. This means that if two Turing machines are correct behavioral descriptions of some system, relative to the same input-output specification, they are psychological systems to the same degree. In this way, the general philosophical stance implicit in Turing's thesis is more behavioristic than machine functionalist. For machine functionalism is consistent with the denial of Turing's thesis. It says that input-output equivalence, or behavioral equivalence, is not sufficient to guarantee the same degree of mentality. What follows from machine functionalism is only that systems that realize the same Turing machine, that is, systems for which an identical Turing machine is a correct machine description, enjoy the same degree of mentality. It appears, then, that Turing's thesis is mistaken. Internal processing ought to make a difference to mentality. Imagine two machines, each of which does basic arithmetic operations for integers up to 100. Both give correct answers for any input of the form n plus m, n times m, nm, and n divided by m for whole numbers n and m less than or equal to 100. But one of the machines calculates, figures out, the answer by applying the usual algorithms we use for these operations, whereas the other has a file in which answers are stored for all possible problems of addition, multiplication, subtraction, and division for integers up to 100, and its computation consists in looking up the answer for any problem given to it. The second machine is really more like a filing system than a computing machine. It does nothing that we would normally describe as calculation or computation. Neither machine is nearly complex enough to be considered for possible mentality. However, the example should convince us that we need to consider the structure of internal processing, as well as input-output correlations, in deciding whether a given system has mentality. Point 25. If this is correct, it shows the inadequacy of a purely behavioral test, such as the Turing test, as a criterion of mentality. So Turing's thesis seems incorrect. Input-output equivalence does not imply equal mentality. But this does not necessarily invalidate the Turing test, for it may well be that given the inherent richness and complexity of the imitation game, any computing machine that can consistently fool humans, in fact, any machine that is in the ballpark for the competition, has to be running a highly sophisticated, unquestionably intelligent program, and there is no real chance that this machine could be operating like a gigantic filing system with a superfast retrieval mechanism. Point 26. We should note that the computing machine's performance at actual Turing tests, and these have been restricted tests, on specific topics has been truly dismal so far. Computers programmed to fool human judges have not come anywhere near their goal. Turing's prediction in 1950 that in 50 years we would see computers passing his test has missed the mark by a huge margin. It is also true, though, that designing a thinking machine that will pass the Turing test has not been a priority for artificial intelligence researchers for the past several decades. Computationalism and the Chinese room. Computationalism, or the computational theory of mind, is the view that cognition, human or otherwise, is information processing, and that information processing is computation over symbolic representations according to syntactic rules, rules that are sensitive only to the shapes of these representations. This view of mental, or cognitive, processes, which arguably is the reigning research paradigm in many areas of cognitive science, regards the mind as a digital computer that stores and manipulates symbol sequences according to fixed rules of transformation. On this view, mental events, states, and processes are computation events, states, and processes, and there is nothing more to a cognitive process than what is captured in a computer program successfully modeling it. This perspective on minds and mental processes seems to entail, at least, it encourages the claim that a computer running a program that models a human cognitive process is itself engaged in that cognitive process. Thus, a computer that successfully simulates college students constructing proofs in sentential logic is itself engaged in the activity of constructing logical proofs. As we saw earlier, machine functionalism holds that having a mind is being a physical Turing machine of appropriate complexity. The issue of appropriateness aside, it is clear that the route from machine functionalism to computationalism is pretty straight and short. This view of computation and mind is what John Searle calls strong AI, which he characterizes as follows. According to strong AI, the computer is not merely a tool in the study of the mind, rather, the appropriately programmed computer really is a mind, in the sense that computers given the right programs can be literally said to understand and have other cognitive states. Point 27. Before we discuss Searle's intriguing argument against computationalism, we might wonder why anyone would conflate a simulation with the real thing being simulated. Computers are used to simulate many different things: the performance of a jet engine, the spread of rabies in wildlife, the progress of a hurricane, and on and on. But no one would confuse a computer simulating a jet engine with a jet engine, or a computer simulation of a tornado with a tornado. So why would anyone want to say that a computer simulation of a cognitive process is itself a cognitive process? Isn't this a simple confusion? The following answer is open to the computationalist: it is because a cognitive process itself is a computational process. This means that a computer simulation of a cognitive process is a simulation of a computational process, and obviously a computational simulation of a computational process is to recreate that computational process. Thus, there is no confusion in the claim that a computer simulating a cognitive process is itself engaged in that cognitive process. But this response makes sense only if we have already accepted the claim that cognitive processes are computational processes, that is, the truth of computationalism. This is the view of mind that Searle's Chinese room argument is expressly designed to refute. To prepare us for his argument, Searle describes a program developed by Roger Schank and his colleagues to model our ability to understand stories. It is part of this ability that we are able to answer questions about details of a story that are not explicitly stated. Searle gives two examples. In the first story you are told, a man goes into a restaurant and orders a hamburger. When it arrives, it is burned to a crisp, and the man angrily leaves, without paying for the hamburger. If you are asked, did the man eat the hamburger, you would presumably say no. The second story goes like this: a man goes into a restaurant and orders a hamburger. When it arrives, he is very pleased, and when he leaves a big tip for the waiter. If you are asked, did the man eat the hamburger, you would say yes, he did. Schank's program is designed to answer questions like these in appropriate ways when it is given the stories. To do this, it has in its memory information concerning restaurants and how people behave in restaurants, ordering dishes, tipping, and so on. For the sake of the argument, we may assume Schank's program works flawlessly. It works perfectly as a simulation of the human ability to understand stories. The claim of computationalism would then be that a computer running Schank's program literally understands stories, just as we do. Point 28. To undermine this claim, Searle constructs an ingenious thought experiment. 29. He invites us to imagine a room, the Chinese room, in which someone, say, Searle himself, who understands no Chinese, is confined. There are two piles of Chinese texts in the room, one called the script. This corresponds to the background information about restaurants, etc., in Schank's program, and the story, corresponding to the story on which understanding is tested. Searle is provided with a set of rules stated in English, the rule book, which corresponds to Schank's program, for systematically transforming strings of symbols, by consulting the script and the story, to yield further symbol strings. These symbol strings are made up of Chinese characters, and the transformation rules are purely formal, or syntactic, in that their applications depend solely on the shapes of the symbols involved, not their meanings. So you can apply these rules without knowing any Chinese. Remember, the rules are stated in English. All that is required is that you have the ability to recognize Chinese characters by their shapes. Searle becomes very adept at manipulating Chinese expressions in accordance with the rules given to him. We may suppose that Searle has memorized the whole rule book, so that every time a string of Chinese characters is sent in, Searle goes to work, consulting the two piles of Chinese texts in the room, and promptly sends out a string of Chinese characters. From the perspective of someone outside the room who knows Chinese, the input strings are questions in Chinese about the story, and the output strings sent out by Searle are responses to these questions. The input-output relationships are what we would expect if a Chinese speaker, instead of Searle, were locked inside the room. And yet Searle does not know any Chinese and does not understand the story, and there is no understanding of Chinese going on anywhere inside the room. What goes on is only manipulation of symbols on the basis of their shapes, or syntax, but real understanding involves semantics, knowing what these symbols represent, or mean. Although Searle's behavior is input-output equivalent to that of a speaker of Chinese, Searle knows no Chinese and does not understand the story. Remember, the story is in Chinese. Now, replace Searle with a computer running Searle's rulebook as its program. This changes nothing. Both Searle and the computer are syntax-driven machines manipulating strings of symbols according to their shapes. In general, what goes on inside a computer is exactly like what goes on in the Chinese room, with Searle in it rule-governed manipulations of symbols based on their syntactic shapes. There is no more understanding of the story in the computer than there is in the Chinese room. The conclusion to be drawn, Searle argues, is that mentality is more than rule-governed syntactic manipulation of symbols, and that there is no way to generate semantics, what the symbols mean or represent, from their syntax. This means that understanding and other intelligent mental states and activities cannot arise from mere syntactic processes. Anyway, that is Searle's Chinese room argument. Searle's argument has elicited a large number of critical responses, and just what the argument succeeds in showing remains controversial. Although its intuitive appeal and power cannot be denied, we have to be cautious in assessing its significance. The appeal of Searle's example may be due, some have argued, to certain misleading assumptions tacitly made in the way he describes what is going on in the Chinese room. Searle himself describes, and tries to respond to, 6 replies to his argument. Some of the objections to Searle raise serious points, and the reader is urged to examine them and Searle's responses. These responses are often ingenious and thought-provoking. However, Searle tends to appeal to the intuitions of his readers, and we could do more, it seems, to drive home his central point, namely the thesis that syntactical manipulations do not generate meanings, or anything that can be called an understanding of stories. Consider, then, the following reconstructed argument in behalf of Searle. 1. Let us begin by asking what exactly is the difference between, on one hand, Searle/the computer in the Chinese room and, on the other, a Chinese speaker. We assume that the program being run is Skank's program modeling story understanding. 2. To understand the 2 stories in Chinese about a man ordering a hamburger in a restaurant, you must know, among other things, that means hamburger. 3. The Chinese speaker knows this, but neither Searle nor the computer does. That is why the Chinese speaker understands the stories, but Searle and the computer do not. 4. No amount of syntactic manipulation of Chinese characters will enable someone to acquire the knowledge of what means. 5. Hence, computationalism is false, neither Searle nor the computer running Skank's program understands the stories. The central idea is that knowledge of meaning, or semantic knowledge, involves word-to-world, or language-to-world, relationships, whereas syntax concerns only properties and relations within a language as a symbol system. To acquire meanings, you must break out of the symbol system into the real world. Pushing symbols around according to their shapes will not get you in touch with extralinguistic reality. To know that means hamburger, you have to know what hamburgers are, and you come by this knowledge only through real-life contact with hamburgers. Eating a few will help, or through descriptions in terms of other things you know through your real-life experience. Syntactic symbol manipulation alone will not yield such knowledge, only real-world experience will. To expect syntactic operations to generate knowledge of meaning is like trying to learn a new language, say Russian, by memorizing a Russian dictionary. Or consider this example, you memorize a Korean-Japanese dictionary, and it may be possible for you to translate any Korean sentence into Japanese by following a set of formal rules. Stated in English, you can memorize these rules, too, like Searle memorizing the rule book. Think of the translation programs available on many websites. But you do not understand a word of Korean, or a word of Japanese, though you have become a proficient translator between the 2 languages. To understand either language, you have to know how that language is hooked up with the things in the real world. So far so good. We have to be cautious, though, about what our argument, if successful, shows. It only shows that the computer running Skank's program, sitting in the basement of some computer science lab, has no understanding of the stories in Chinese. It does not show, as Searle thinks the Chinese room shows, that no computing machine, an electromechanical device running programs, can acquire semantic knowledge of the sort displayed in 2 above. What our argument suggests is that for a computing machine, or anything else, to acquire this kind of knowledge, it must be placed in the real world, interacting with its environment, acquiring information about its surroundings, and possibly interacting with other agents like itself. In short, it must be an android, not necessarily human-like in appearance, but an agent and cognizer in real-life situations, like Commander Data in the television series Star Trek: The Next Generation. How meanings arise is itself a big question in philosophy of mind and language, see Chapter 8 on mental content. Searle, however, is of the opinion that meaning and understanding can arise only in biological brains, a position he calls biological naturalism. On this approach, neural states, those that underlie thoughts, will carry representational contents. However, it seems clear that there are no relevant differences between neural processes and computational processes that could tilt the case in favor of biology over electronics. The fact is that the same neurobiological causal processes will go on no matter what these neural states represent about the world or whether they represent anything at all. That is, neural processes are no more responsive to meaning and representational content than are electronic computational processes. Local physical biological conditions in the brain, not the distal states of affairs represented by neural states, are what drive neural processes. If so, isn't Searle in the same boat as Turing and other computationalists? The question, therefore, is not what drives computational processes or neural processes. In neither do meanings or contents play a causal role. It is only the syntactic shapes of symbolic representations and the intrinsic physico-chemical properties of the brain states that drive the processes. The important question is how these representations and neural states acquire meanings and intentionality in the first place. This is where the contact with the real world enters the picture. What we can conclude with some confidence at this point is that such contact is crucial if a system, whether a human person or a machine, is to gain capacities for speech, understanding, and other cognitive functions and activities. Chapter 6. Mind as a Causal System. Causal Theoretical Functionalism. In the preceding chapter, we discussed the functionalist attempt to use Turing machines to explicate the nature of mentality and its relationship to the physical. Here we examine another formulation of functionalism, in terms of causal role. Central to any version of functionalism is the idea that a mental state can be characterized in terms of the input-output relations it causally mediates, where the inputs and outputs may include other mental states as well as sensory stimuli and physical behaviors. Mental phenomena are conceived as nodes in a complex causal network that engages in causal transactions with the outside world at its peripheries, by receiving sensory inputs and emitting behavior outputs. What, according to functionalism, distinguishes one mental kind, say, pain, from another, say, itch, is the distinctive input-output relationship associated with each kind. Causal theoretical functionalism conceives of this input-output relationship as a causal relation, one that is mediated by mental states. Different mental states are different because they are implicated in different input-output causal relationships. Pain differs from itch in that each has its own distinctive causal role. Pains typically are caused by tissue damage and cause winces, groans, and escape behavior. In contrast, itches typically are caused by skin irritation and cause scratching. But tissue damage causes pain only if certain other conditions are present, some of which are mental in their own right. Not only must you have a properly functioning nervous system, but you must also be normally alert and not engrossed in another task. Moreover, among the typical effects of pain are further mental states, such as a feeling of distress and a desire to be relieved of it. But this seems to involve us in a regress or circularity. To explain what a given mental state is, we need to refer to other mental states, and explaining these can only be expected to require reference to further mental states, and so on, a process that can go on in an unending regress or loop back in a circle. Circularity threatens to arise at a more general level as well. In the functionalist conception of mentality itself, to be a mental state is to be an internal state serving as a causal intermediary between sensory inputs and mental states as causes, on the one hand, and behaviors and other mental states as effects, on the other. Viewed as a definition of what it is to be a mental state, this is obviously circular. To circumvent the threatened circularity, machine functionalism exploits the concept of a Turing machine in characterizing mentality. To achieve the same end, causal theoretical functionalism exploits the entire network of causal relations involving all psychological states in effect, a comprehensive psychological theory to anchor the physical behavioral definitions of individual mental properties. Point 1. The Ramsey-Lewis method. Consider the following toy pain theory. T. For any x, if x suffers tissue damage and is normally alert, x is in pain. If x is awake, x tends to be normally alert. If x is in pain, x winces and groans and goes into a state of distress. and if X is not normally alert or X is in a state of distress, X tends to make more typing errors. We assume that the statements constituting T describe lawful regularities, or causal relations. The italicized expressions are non-mental predicates designating observable physical, biological, and behavioral properties. The expressions in boldface are psychological predicates designating mental properties. T is, of course, much less than what we know about pain and its relationship to other events and states, but let us assume that T encapsulates what is important about our knowledge of pain. Issues about the kind of theory T must be if T is to serve as a basis of functional definitions of mental expressions will be taken up in a later section. Here T is only an example to illustrate the formal technique originally due to Frank P. Ramsey, a British mathematician-philosopher in the early 20th century, and later adapted by David Lewis for formulating functional definitions of mental kinds. Point 2. We first Ramseyify T by existentially generalizing over each psychological predicate occurring in it, which yields this. Tr, there exist states M1, M2, and M3 such that for any X, if X suffers tissue damage and is in M1, X is in M2, if X is awake, X tends to be in M1, if X is in M2, X winces and groans and goes into M3, and if X is either not in M1 or is in M3, X tends to make more typing errors. The main thing to notice about Tr vis-a-vis T is that instead of referring, as T does, to specific mental states, Tr speaks only of there being some states or other, M1, M2, and M3, which are related to each other and to observable physical behavioral states in the way specified by T. Evidently, T logically implies Tr, essentially in the manner in which X is in pain logically implies there is some state M such that X is in M. Note that in contrast to T, its Ramsification Tr contains no psychological expressions but only physical behavioral expressions such as suffers tissue damage, winces, and so on. Terms like M1, M2, and M3 are called predicate variables. They are like the x's and y's in mathematics. Though these are usually used as individual variables, they are topic-neutral logical terms, neither physical nor psychological. Expression